been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop. Ooh, you get that, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss. I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get that, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings. Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss. I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get that, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like I'm Ansel Adams. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings. Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss. I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Rampage. Killing spree.
You are watching the Sea Icon Series PH Fall Season. It's day 3, the last day for the first broadcast week. Mika Fabs over here with Autolus and Osiris here to break down all of the action for you guys. It is the last day for Groups A and B to get some Globe Cup points for the week. And next week, we'll finally get to know Groups C and D before we go back to A and B and then we go back to C and D before the playoffs. Yeah, it sounds confusing. It sounds complicated, but it's not. I promise. You'll get the flow. I certainly did. And of course, we wouldn't be here at all if it wasn't for our amazing sponsors like Globe Telecom, because you can hashtag reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Level up your Globe Wild Rift game with Go 50 for 5 gigs for all sites, plus Go Play 10 for an additional 1 gig to play Wild Rift for 1 day. Lather, rinse, repeat that to play Wild Rift every day. Experience gaming at full speed with the Oppo A94 with its Helio P95 chipset, 6.43 full HD AMOLED screen display, and 4,310 milliamperes and 30 watts VOOC flash charge 4.0. Victories and ranking up will be oh so easy. Live life at full speed with the Oppo A94.
At syempre, nandito din ang sekreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw nang naglalaro, hindi mo kang na-GG, fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with new Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
That's your secret? Osiris? Well, I
Yes,
have a
of course.
secret as well, and that is none other than Secret Lab. Help yourself to the best seat in the house from Secret Lab. Outfitted with a built-in adjustable lumbar support mechanism, fully adjustable armrests, and super supportive patent-pending cold cure foam for maximum comfort. Ranking up will never be this easy. All you have to do is get your own Secret Lab gaming chair.
It's like, it's that easy. It's that easy
Yeah.
indeed. But I believe it's so worth it. It is. And you can up your game even more as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings you events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. All you have to do is download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated. Get hashtag all together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. Now, we had some interesting developments from yesterday's matches, including Bren Esports' first Icon Series win. Checking out the standings that we have so far, Globe Cup point standings, we talked about this yesterday that these weren't really the results that we expected. It's not exactly a negative thing though, because Group A, we mentioned it's a little bit complicated here with these four. RRQ of course has proved dominant, but it still seems like, you know, it could go either way in terms of Group A. And in Group B, well, of course, by default we expected Team Secret to be on top, but UCFC is really a pleasant surprise here. What do you guys think?
If we look at the structure of these groups, we know that RRQ and UCFC, if I'm not mistaken, are part of those teams that did qualify during day number 1 of qualifiers. So you can say they are more than ready heading into the fall season. Meanwhile, our top 3, the direct invited teams, Liyab Esports and Team Secret still finding their groove, still finding that momentum, but I still believe that they will secure that top 2 spot heading over to the playoffs.
Yeah, considering also that you can see Team Secret standing at the third spot, there's a huge possibility that once the round robin cycled again, they can come out on top. So far, as for Group A, there's so many surprises along the way, and this time, all the bottom ones will be tested as they are going to face tougher opponents along the way.
Yeah, yes, indeed. And actually, for today, it gets a little tricky for GrindSky Esports, and it will get a little harder for Action PH as well. Actually, let's check out the schedule over here to find out what we're talking about. And in today's schedule, do believe we're having a bit of a flashback here to the preseason in a way, because there are two invited teams over here, Bren Esports and Liyab Esports, going head to head. During the preseason, though, if I remember correctly, they weren't able to take a game from their opponents, but look at them now. Look at them now here in the fall season. And looking over at match 4 as well, UCFC versus Team Secret. It's a battle for Group B supremacy here. Team Secret looking at UCFC saying, hey, you guys are sitting in my seat over there. And UCFC saying, hey, you guys took summer. Well, let us take fall. What do you guys think?
Well, so far... I mean,
Yeah, go ahead, Osiris. Go ahead, Osiris.
Oh, what a gentleman right there. But yeah, it feels like UCFC, yes, it feels like they are the ones who's going to own the fall season, but the heart of the champions. And when James got back in as the commander, it feels like Team Secret clearly got the pacing that they wanted the one we saw from summer season, which is really good. Azar also going back on the illusion, fairly showing that he can carry the team once again. And as for Group A, still surprises. This is Bren versus Liyab. They can really dictate who's going to stay on their spot.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember as well as to what happened during the preseason. I believe that Bren Esports and Liyab Esports were not able to meet each other as well, because they are from a different bracket, or they are separated into 2 brackets. On different brackets, of course. But mainly, when we talk about what happened during the summer season, we know that Liyab started slow during the group stages, ramped it up during the playoffs. So I believe that, it was quite surprising that on game number 1 they went guns blazing. On game number 2 that they had yesterday, kind of cooled off. Maybe the weather did affect them somehow, some way. We'll see. But for today, I'm just so excited to see that particular matchup, Bren Esports versus Liyab Esports. To remind Osiris, I believe this is the game that will go the distance and will go to 3 games.
That's right. We still have that pending game 3, and yes, it's possible. Let's keep our eyes on match 2. It's possible we could finally get our game 3. We're expecting game 3 just because it's the third day too. Game 3 on day 3. It could be pretty poetic indeed. But yes, I do agree. I remember Liyab from the summer season starting off slow. It could be the same here if you take it as like the whole broadcast week. Maybe Liyab is still getting their bearings, and if that's the case, I actually feel like they're starting off a lot better than they did in the summer season. So that could be very encouraging indeed. So let's check out actually what these teams are all fighting for, which is of course the grand prize pool for the fall season of 5 million Globe Cup points. And 1 Globe Cup point is equivalent to 1 peso. 48 matches will be played throughout the group stages. We are currently on we will be opening with match 9. I believe, and each series is the teams will earn a total of 75,000 Globe Cup points. That means for the group stages, we have 3,600,000 Globe Cup points to give away, and that is quite the prize pool indeed. Of course, this amounts to the total prize pool of 10 million Globe Cup points for the entire Icon series.
That's right. And also, if they reach the playoffs, which is what they are aiming for, definitely for the lower bracket, we have a total of 400,000 Globe Cup points ready to be given away to our Warriors. And for upper bracket,
Osiris. And, I mean, I was just stoked about that 1 million Globe Cup points as the upper bracket total. I mean, it's fairly different from summer, and this time around on the upper part, you're getting more of those rewards, and you want that. So you want to play at the top of your game from group stages to stay on those brackets that you wanted to play on.
Yes, indeed. And our teams aren't the only ones winning something for the fall season. You guys can actually win some wild cores, or maybe even better, a Secret Lab gaming chair. Yes, we're not joking. We are actually giving away a Secret Lab gaming chair. I feel like I have to do that every single time.
Yeah,
It's the perfect way to promote it. And you guys can get one of these babies as well by joining our giveaways. Osiris, let's start off with the wild cards. How exactly do they get some wild cards into their Riot accounts?
I know that you guys are full of opinions, especially that everyone became analysis as one of the closest games that we've seen yesterday. We know you love to share your fearless forecast with us, and now is your time to express yourselves and bring out the game analyst in you and be one of the 15 lucky winners of 790 wild cores. Here's how. Make sure to like and follow the PPGL page. Like and share the live stream with the hashtags #SISPH, #CIConSeriesPH, and then #PPGL Wildrift. So during the broadcast, comment your gameplay analysis along with your right ID on the stream chat, and the best comment will be pinned after each series. A total of 15 winners will be announced on the last day of the broadcast week.
Of course, we have another giveaway, and that's none other than the Secret Lab Gaming Share. Although this one is quite challenging, I would say, because there's a quiz. The mechanics to get a raffle entry for the Secret Lab Gaming Chair giveaway is number one, make sure to like and follow PPGL and Secret Lab's official Facebook pages. Number two, like and share the live stream with the hashtags #SISPH, #CIConSeriesPH, #PPGL Wildrift, and #PPGLX Secret Lab. Before the end of each broadcast day, a link to the weekly Icon Series quiz will be shared in the stream chat. I'm going to participate in that one way or another. Maybe use my brother's account or something, which you need to answer. We need to answer. This will count as your raffle entry. One winner will be drawn and announced at the end of the fall season PH playoffs broadcasts on August 29, 2021.
Yeah, I actually wonder what kind of questions are in this Secret Lab giveaway right here. Probably gonna ask, what do you call Team Secret Chewy supporters? And if they were watching yesterday, they'd know indeed. I wonder if the player interviews are included in there. Really curious. I'm really curious. Can somebody comment or something? If somebody has taken part in the quiz, I just want to know. I'm just super curious. Of course, we know that you guys are super duper excited to get our matches for the day started. Find out if we're getting that game 3 finally. But just to let you know, we're also live on a bunch of different channels. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and on TikTok. So if you guys want to join the giveaway, you'll actually have to come off whichever platform you're on. If you're not on Facebook, and head on over to Facebook, do the social media thing, and then you can go back to your platform of choice and watch from there. We are also, by the way, active on Twitter. If you do comment your reactions and maybe your analysis, maybe if you like to give a message to myself, Osiris, Autolus, just use the hashtags #CIConSeriesPH and #Dominate the Rift, and you can see your tweets featured over here during our panel sessions, and you can get in on the action, maybe give some insights to Autolus and Osiris and myself over here, and you can also hang out on the PPGL Discord server. We're actually hanging out there. We can watch the games together. You can hear our live reactions as the games proceed. You can find out whether we're very sad that somebody wins or very happy that somebody wins. Who knows?
Well, you know what? We have more people joining us. I believe the people from the broadcasting English and Tagalog broadcast will also join us, because yesterday it was the three of us that was really there manning the Discord channel. So please come on, just get into the server and join us discuss the games.
Yes, indeed. It kind of like simulate, it's kind of like we're in a watch party or LAN event. This is our kind of like our substitute for LAN events here, so that we can get to know you guys. And who knows, like yesterday we had some guest coaches here and there. We had some guest players. Your favorite players might be dropping by the Discord community server as well, so should be exciting. Of course, we will be starting the matches really, really soon. We are going to take a quick break, but when we return, we are going to kick things off with GrindSky Esports versus RRQ. Don't go anywhere.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy. Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss. I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Pull up and take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Series fall season. We are about to get into day 3. Before that, let's take a few minutes to check out some of our series highlights from yesterday. I do believe there were some important moments that will set up, I guess, the game, some of the events of today. And I noticed that we have a bit of a trend. I guess it's not really an unexpected trend, but it is a trend nonetheless. We're seeing great success here from our teams from the summer season. And, they're usually the ones getting those 2-0s and responsible for all of the 2-0s that we have been having. And I guess it goes to show just how much of an advantage that they have. And this isn't to discourage any of the new teams that are out there. It just goes to show that, the experience really here is the key over here.
Of course. Experience is really key in almost everything that we do. And so far, RRQ and UCFC has shown that they have improved a lot. This are the highlights, and this was when RRQ dismantled Liyab Esports. On game number 1, make no surprise, it was a 25-minute game, right? Because of the zigs that was really prolonging everything. But you can say that Liyab was still on their toes, can still challenge RRQ, even though the goal lead was on the other side. Now, on game number 2, it was more decisive from RRQ still. Their trademark of being patient, being disciplined, has always been there. They have, I believe, improved on that regard from the summer season. I'm just so excited to see more of them in the next couple of days.
Yeah, and right there you can see on your screen that GrindSky goes up against Bren, and this is the first win of Bren, which is pretty convincing. It was really showing how good the Rebeng are, and the way that the Varus, not the casting one, which is you wanted that kind of on-hit effects to go in as you need some grievous wounds, but this time around it's kind of missing a lot of that potential. Yes, you got the hail of arrows, but you want that extra attack speed when he kills someone. So on-hit Varus is still up there. You wanted to focus more of it, and also considering that it was also somehow pretty close to GrindSky trying to go back at game 2. It's just that Bren Esports, they are the one who's pulling the trigger. It was the win condition, which is not very complex if you want the Hextech Ultimatum gold card, and making sure that someone is going to burst down with the Garen man jet on that Garen. You can see Divine Judgment across the board, and I think it's just that Bren Esports is the better team for now, and GrindSky needs to work more of it.
We'll actually get to talk about GrindSky a little bit more in depth later. But as we mentioned earlier, checking out the schedule, Bren Esports do have that match against Liyab Esports. And it's going to be very interesting indeed, because Bren Esports, again, when they went up against GrindSky, we didn't expect it to be that close. And it should be interesting to see whether Liyab Esports can use this to kind of get the momentum back in their direction, or if Bren Esports can finally, get can do the same, can get the momentum in their favor. It's going to be very important to see who exactly can challenge RRQ, because it's looking like it's going to be either Bren Esports or Liyab Esports in terms of Group A. Of course, now we're checking out the matches of Group E here, and UCFC Esports, as we mentioned, I love these guys. They have this very, very, almost like a bulldozing kind of like a way of playing. And they have really, yes, indeed. And, of course, this beautiful play coming here from Chewy, and all of his Chew players are happy with being. What about you guys? What do you think about the Group B matches?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to highlight the fact that, in this particular game, or this was the last game from yesterday. And this was the wake-up call again for Team Secret, fielding in their general, their captain in James. And I think all is well after getting back their captain. Even played Riven in the mid lane, just showing another diversity or variance on the mid lane picks that Tatsuri has already shown during the summer season, just expanding that champion pool over and over again. Also, I would like to highlight that UCFC, I tried the Singed Senna with my friend Michael. Yeah, it was good. I really did enjoy it, by the way. So,
it's becoming their thing. It's becoming their thing. Yeah. Cyrus, what about you? You have any thoughts to wrap this up?
Yeah, I mean, it was Team Secret was stepping up. You can see the best of all awards. You can see Azar stepping up back at it again, and considering also the valedictorian, which is Tatsuri, which is the super rookie that we saw from the summer season and really delivering this time around. And as for UCFC, these guys, they are insane. They got this hyper aggression that we kind of miss out, and they are doing what they're good at.
Yes, indeed. And now we are going to get into the first match of the day, which will be GrindSky Esports versus RRQ. Now, checking out GrindSky Esports' lineup. Of course, this new team, they have gone up against Liyab Esports and Bren Esports. They, as we mentioned, they managed to take it closer a little bit more than we expected, but up against RRQ, who have managed to take those 2-0s against the same teams. Do you think GrindSky can stand up to them?
Well, logically speaking, numbers-wise, I would say that this is going to be a very tough task, right? Just looking at how pure and how decisive RQ has been, I believe there's going to be an uphill battle for GrindSky Esports. But if there's anything that I have taken away from summer season, it's not to write out any team at all, right? For this particular matchup, we know RRQ loves to play it patient, so maybe this is an opportunity for GrindSky Esports to just go all out with their surprises, go with their comfort, and try to push the tempo. Because as we know, RQ, if they do not want to fight, for example, in the dragon fights, GrindSky has the opportunity to just roll it up, get all the dragons, and secure the late game.
That's entirely possible. I actually think that, I think this will still favor RQ, most definitely. But Osiris, what about you? What do you think about this? Especially since, GrindSky, they're not exactly newcomers, say, to the Icon series. Of course, we do see some very familiar names. We have Tactical, and then we have Majo as well. And we have Bo, too. And Bo, of course, is somebody that we are familiar with here in the Icon series. And as we can see, he does have, he is very much skilled in the support role. Cyrus, what do you think about Bo here?
Yeah, and you can see that 90% kill participation. So this guy, he is making sure that everyone can really be safe. The protection coming in with Abram and Jana, one of the Jana users that we've seen, because it has been mostly Nami that being picked out. So far, we can see Jana, but not as effective as what we've seen from the previous season. And you can see the 90% looking pretty solid. He knows where to go. It's just that we're kind of missing out that synergy, that confidence wherein they are a bit hesitant to every team fight.
You know what? Looking at these numbers, these are very decent numbers. If you're going to ask me, having accumulated 4 straight losses, map losses, and yet being able to dish out 3.6 KDA in kill participation is a testament of his playstyle. And Bo, or more commonly known, Sov by the community, I believe that he really has what it takes to get or to boost his tandem here in Tactical. Maybe it's time to bring out the Draven. Maybe it's time for us to see, the win lane, win game, pressure out RRQ, because I think that's one of their best bet when it comes to win conditions.
What an awesome name, by the way. Soviet Raven. Gosh,
Yeah.
that's... just sounds like you're some super secret spy or something. I don't know. Love your name, Bo. Love your name. But of course, they will be up against RRQ. And RRQ, they already look good in the summer season. They're looking even better now, of course, with the addition of Hyde and Hex, and working with Helios to give us our triple H combination right then and there. Also, the most dynamic poses over here that we have seen so far in our team lineup pictures. What else is, aside from their cool poses, what else is working for RRQ this fall, Osiris?
You can see the synergy as 2 of the side laners from left and right, the Hex and Hyde with that esports pose, and on the center, you can see the cool poses. And overall, it was the Triple H combo running everything with Chaz and Marky having their own spotlight, as Chaz, he is pretty diverse at this season. As we've seen from summer, he has been playing J4, playing those kind of tanks. You can see also Helios being consistent all across the board, and Hyde. Yes, we might not be seeing his Aurelia, but his Renekton is really destroying everyone out. So I think everyone is really functioning, but one of the spotlights that we want to see is Hex. This player on his Nami and on his other type of support complements a lot on how aggressive Marky is. He got the backup. He knows where to go. He also got that Senna who's ready for those global shields. You can see that Shiny 77% kill participation. See this guy, he is running everything onto the Dragon Lane, while Marky can just have his good time, can go for a little backseat gaming and make sure that he can go pronto onto the moving into the front line to mid and late game, making sure that everyone is going down.
Dammy, right? He's been. I think that's false bit. We have seen a lot of Namis, and I believe that Nami right now could very well be our S tier support so far. It really gives you the advantage when it comes to laning. So I'm wondering if GrindSky will deny this Nami pick away from Hex. This is because he has shown that he has been very effective, not just on those lane skills, mechanics, but also on setting up his teammates, the tidal wave, the ebb and flow, the bubble, everything.
I think it comes with the rainy season. I think it really, it's giving Nami some extra powers over here. It's giving Nami a buff. Of course, we also have our Globe key player clash, which will happen in the mid lane. We have Yato versus Helios here, and Helios, one of the Triple H members here, and Yato over here, just also doing some great job over here in the mid lane. What do you guys think about this Globe key player clash? How is it going to go down? I know we see a discrepancy in that KDA, but do you think that GrindSky can manage to stop Helios?
Okay. Well, Helios is really very consistent. That I think is the best term for him, right? He goes out and play multiple champions, plays different playstyles. He can go Zed, he can go Twisted Fate. Meanwhile, Yato still has a lot to improve, especially as the newcomer here in the Icon series. But the numbers show it. So far, Helios is in an upward trend. I'm so excited to see if Yato can give a challenge to this very stable mid laner from RQ.
It's just that the KDA is fairly high for Helios, but if you're going to check the kill participation and damage per minute, was Yato really putting a lot of emphasis on that one. It feels like he knows that when the team is rolling, he makes sure that he looks for the right target. As for Helios, he is a bit more controlled, trying to be more perfectionist in terms of before going in, making sure that he can snag those kills, putting him in a very good KDA. Yes, he got 75 from Yato, but 69 is fairly nice for Helios, getting also the damage per minute with 827. He is on the damage department also. It's just that more control to RRQ compared to GrindSky.
Does this mean you're voting for RRQ, Cyrus? Is that a confirmation there? What are your predictions?
He's using Twisted Fate, so I must say Helios.
Yeah, I'm going for a very quick predict here. I believe that RQ has proven to be the strongest team for their group so far, and I believe it won't change anytime soon. Maybe after the break, maybe after teams review, because there's a lot of things that may happen. But for this particular matchup, I believe RQ will take the win.
Yeah, and as for me, I mean, numbers don't lie. You can see RRQ on top of the boards. They also defeated Liyab pretty convincingly, so this will be an RRQ game.
I also think this is going in favor of RRQ. I don't think we're getting our game 3 just yet, but of course we're gonna find out when we step into the Rift. One last reminder for everybody, you guys can actually have your thoughts here broadcast on the panel sessions simply by tweeting and using the hashtags #CIconSeriesPH and #dominate the Rift. I think we have one up here ready, and you guys can also step into the PPGL community server and hang out with us talents, some players, maybe some special guests coming on in. We have a very special tweet here from Riku Casts. Very familiar name.
Yeah.
Ooh, I wonder who that could be. I'm kidding, of course. If there's a match likely to break the streak, I think it's the first match later today. RRQ versus GrindSky. They ended up 2-1 twice back in the Mindanao group stage.
I think I remember that game.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That was the
Interesting.
second game. Yeah, that was the second game in where the Graves and the rest of the UCE was 5K ahead. They were very closely closing it out. So maybe Riku is fairly right on this one.
Thanks for that reminder, Riku. That's right. Tactical and Bo and Maja, they have had this fight before. We'll see if they can get that back. And as we step into the first match of the day, this is GrindSky Esports versus RRQ Casters. Over to you guys.
Minions have spawned.
You know what? This is day 3 of our week number 1, and I'm very much excited for the matches today. We'll be your casters. I'm Yuko, and alongside me is Riku.
It's gonna be another wild day number 3 for sure, Yuko. As again, before we arrived at the casters, there was a tweet from a very familiar person.
I wonder who that is.
Yeah, I wonder who. It's very familiar. But this is a slight throwback, I suppose, because as we look at the roster of GrindSky, as they were absorbed, as UC was absorbed by GrindSky, rather with a couple of changes, mainly in the mid lane and the jungle. So there's a little bit of throwback, but at the same time, there are new factors that could determine a difference in the result of the series up against RRQ.
Also, in retrospect, while RRQ have been stepping up, they did have their own roster changes, and we highlighted this time and time again. Coach Kaigu with a very on-point analysis with the new things showing in the RRQ, and I'm just really looking forward to seeing how these two teams will duke this out. And speaking of duking it out, here is going to be the pick and ban phase for game number 1.
Yeah, look at that. GrindSky focusing a lot more on this Twisted Fate, and as well as a possible jungle pickup that Chaz can use in the early game. But look at this. An Olaf first pick blue side. This is something that we usually do not see, but that means GrindSky is willing to build around this. Possibly for RRQ, they can pick up the Jarvan 4 as well for that counter.
Galio is open, so I believe RQ could pick that up alongside a Renekton, which of course will go over to hide. So, GrindSky, are they gonna try and do the unkillable comp, given that they did prioritize Olaf and they also managed to get their hands on Gragas?
Yeah, I'm not going to be surprised if they decided to pick up a Janna as well. We've seen how a Gragas and a Janna is such a huge double disengaged comp, but at the same time, they need something that will allow the team to propel and join the Meng whenever this Ragnarok activates. So maybe a Seraphine can be seen in the draft later on, but Corki will be for Marky. He had a phenomenal performance yesterday on that champion.
A hover on Chazix maybe for this game number 1, and that is going to be a lock-in on top of Marky's Porky. You mentioned this earlier. Riku predictions 2021. A hover on Seraphine. So it's going to be a Kai'Sa and Seraphine duo. A lot of pokes, a lot of basically skills that can just push their enemies back in the earlier parts of the game. Lulu?
Oh! Lulu, yesterday, this was Liyab's plan. When they locked in the Lulu, immediately the response by RRQ was to pick up the Olaf. But this time around, GrindSky has assembled all these pieces to make sure the Olaf stays alive. But the finishing touches for our Q's draft is Helios on the Zed that was banned almost every single time since day 1 and day 2.
And can I just say that this Zed pick really makes sense? Kaisa, Seraphine, and Lulu, they will be there at the back lines. They will be the main damage dealers. Lulu, some damage here and there, but mid lane Lulu. Okay, I like what I'm seeing. I thought, okay, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was too happy.
It's okay. It's okay. It's just one of those things where we're excited, but it is, I guess, the standard that we've seen. I guess we're excited because it's a throwback, a possible throwback of the PC days.
Yep, and apparently it's going to be a Seraphine mid. So again, a lot of pokes and a lot of basically CCs. You have the encore coming in from Seraphine. Wild Growth will most likely go over to Olaf, sometimes even on Gragas. The main point of this lineup is to make sure that Kaisa Tactical is safe at the back lines. Looking at the matchup for the early game, Yato, they were our highlights earlier on. Helios will of course have quite the lead in the early game. Yato just needs to play this safe, and eventually once maybe the mid game starts, they can start doing the 1-3-1 or 1-1-2-3, 1-2-2, I guess, if they want to.
Yeah, I think that is a possibility in the later stages of the game. Primarily, though, the composition, Bo and Yato, because of these picks, the call is to always, most of the time, be together. This composition has to survive the laning phase. And I think they do have a couple of answers. That is the reason why they do have that Lulu soft answer to Assassins. Whoever Chaz and Helios target, the Wild Growth will be there to deny a kill.
That is going to be the story or the plan, at least. Well, see like Keith and Rain connecting onto Hex, but Hex, he is in this Galio. He does not mind. And again, this is still the early game. But looking at the Baron lane, Majo, the stun from high did connect, but Majo is going to be A-okay. He will still just focus on clearing out the wave. That is a tad bit too close for comfort. But Majo, well, he can just regen a handful of health back and just go back to the lane.
Yeah, this is, no honey fruit just yet, so Majo is in a very critical position. Considering the fact that we've seen Renekton's, you wanna whittle away as much.
That is going to be Hex dashing in, but that's going to be Taunts connecting. A few pokes here and there connecting onto Meng, but he does not care. Undertow has been popped. You have Yato there at the side. That is going to be a handful of damage going over to the Scuttler, and it does go over to all RQ. That is going to be Helios jumping. That's going to be connecting, but looks like Meng jumping in. A lot of damage, but the first one is going to be taken by Chaz. Looks like Olaf is super to actually get taken down, and Hex says goodbye. You're going to see a double kill going over to Chaz at the very least. Oh, double kill, triple kill. Looks like there will be a follow-up. Chaz still not gonna stop anytime soon, and he was able to get that quadra kill just 2 minutes in. I guess that was a bit of an overextended overstay by GrindSky.
Yeah, that was a quadra kill. 2 minutes in the game, and all the kills going to Chaz, and the big bonus in the 1v1 atop with Hyde once more on this Renekton, and a little bit of bonus, I suppose, with a kill from Bo on the AD carry. So it's a little bit back and forth, but of course, at the end of the day, it is RRQ winning the whole thing. As early kills, 4 kills, early quadra kill on Chaz, on a Kha'Zix, that doesn't bode well for GrindSky.
You know what, RRQ, they really love getting those quadra kills in the earlier parts of the game. I mean, with you, Hyde, the guy that got a triple kill earlier on. Initially, I thought it was going to be in favor of GrindSky Esports because the roots from Seraphine did connect, and it was a pretty squishy target, but I guess it was just quite a jump from GrindSky. That is going to be Hex connecting with the taunts again, but looking at the Baron lane, that is going to be a goodbye for the Hyde. Anchor is going to connect, the Charm is going to connect as well, but that is going to be Chaz being able to get one before he gets taken down. Double kill going over to Olaf, and on top of that, it's a shot down on Chaz, and Stevie Helios jumping in. Steal his ultimate. Nope, not yet. But the damage from Helios is just too much for even Meng to bear. And that is going to be Helios being able to get his first kill of the game.
Yeah, it was one of those things where Meng, not sure. He was auto-attacking the Scuttler a little bit more. as Helios was landing all those auto attacks. So I think it was still pretty good that they were able to get a shutdown on towards Chaz. They were able to punish out Hyde, who was a little bit overextending in the lane. So I think it was still pretty good, but it's still a problem. Chaz is a problem still in the current game.
And well, again, that is a Kha'Zix that can just literally leap right at her face. GrindSky Esports, though, they are aware that they need to take things up a notch. So now they're gonna focus on the first streak of the match, but you also have RQ just lurking at the side. Hex, oh no! What was that? And that is gonna be Chaz jumping in to take an Ocean Dragon. And you have Lulu just there at the side, double kill going over to this Kha'Zix. Value does get first hit down, but at the expense of her own life because Seraphine got taken down by Chaz as well. That is gonna be him just making his way around from the Dragon lane up until the mid lane, 2-0 in favor of RRQ. And look now in the Baron lane, a duel, a 1v1. Sounds are gonna think, but looks like Hype is the first one to actually be forced to go back. He did pop his ultimate, but Majo is just gonna be A-okay in his side of the game, or his side of the lane. Chaz, here at the side, they're gonna go with the third title is NBA. Yes, you also have Hex jumping in with the hero's entrance. A tad bit too late, but Majo was still alive. A lot of resources being used on this Dragon.
It looks like that is a safe Majo. He focused a little bit more on tankier item pickups, as so he can survive Hyde's onslaught at the top portion of the map. And the fact that this is a very AD-centric composition up against RRQ, so it is definitely one of the safest choice and better paths to survive a little bit more, to provide the utility for the rest of the squad. So far, though, for GrindSky, I see it on paper. This is a composition that is a little bit of the unkillable comp, just a little bit. And it will supposedly on paper be a struggle for the assassins because there's so many shields, there's a ton of heal. But because Chaz got ahead, I feel like this is the window that RRQ should keep pushing. And for GrindSky, they have to deny every single time RRQ decides to engage.
That's actually also the reason why Chaz went or rotated over to the Baron lane, just to, get a handful of kills for himself. And I do agree that by paper, GrindSky Esports, this lineup is really good. They have a lot of poke, and it should give Helios a hard time. But, well, okay, that is to be GrindSky rotating at the Baron lane. The Herald is up. Apparently, no one is gonna take anyone out just yet. They're just making room for Tactical. Yato just being focused by Hyde. That is gonna be the Encore not connecting, although the roots did connect earlier on. No follow-up as well. Now you have Meng making his way down in the mid lane. That is gonna be a flash out from Hyde. Good prediction, actually. That is gonna be a body slam not connecting from Majo. And while there were practice here and there at the mid lane, you have Chaz focusing on the Herald, and it is going to be a free Rift Herald for the side of RRQ.
Yeah, GrindSky knows fully well without the Encore, they will not be able to deny more out of RRQ. So they decided to call it off, back away, and then go under tower.
Ooh, I wonder. Are going to connect. That is going to be a goodbye onto this Kaisa. 4-5 now. If ever RRQ is going to try and force this fight, but that is going to be rather being popped by Olaf just to make it out of it alive. That's going to be Chaz jumping out. A-okay. Still alive, 2 lives still here and there, and Hex, he did jump in, he did dash in, but he also was not taken down by GrindSky. But you know who is gonna get taken down? This guy at the Dragon lane. Gragas gets bursted down in this 1v3. RRQ, you're gonna force this. That is gonna be a no encore yet for Seraphine, but that's gonna be Chaz being targeted by Meng, which are not gonna connect in RRQ, just focusing on jumping back or going back.
It's such it over, maybe not. Actually, it is.
Yes.
They have to make a decision.
No. Even the characters are confused. But yes, I guess that was just RRQ trying to play the mind games and Meng hoping that there's a window for him to go with the pickups. Speaking of pickups, speaking of damage, need I tell you, we have not felt Marquis' presence just yet. RRQ giving him so much space, so much time to actually farm and ramp up on damage.
Yeah, this is definitely the Chaz game. The Chaz show in game number 1, at least for this series. Getting that quadra kill. Now he's 9-1-1. And that is just huge already, especially it's just 8 minutes into the game. They can afford to keep pushing the issue, try to find these stragglers. And that's the reason why, they're getting all these objectives uncontested.
That is true. I mean, at this point, who could duel against Chaz? I mean, if you have to commit 5 chances just for this long, that's getting the connecting offer is gonna connect us, but here comes Marty with a special delivery. He's gonna jump in, but looking at the back line, Chaz actually focusing onto Meng. Lulu does get bursted down. Unstoppable going over to Chaz. On top of that, a double kill going over to Marty. It's gonna be a 3-0 in favor of RRQ. Roots, yes, gonna connect us. Snow are gonna connect as well, but GrindSky had no other choice but to just fall back.
10k gold lead already towards RRQ. This is a very comfortable game for them. There's more kills on Chaz. The fact that he will always go last in the fight.
Oh, wait, fight. Speaking of fight, tactical, that hurts. Honestly, as a Kaisa, I was hurt by that amount of damage because that just means what's gonna happen if Kha'Zix has the ability, has the luxury to penetrate the back line. And who's at the back line? Kaisa. So if you saw that he was able to put that much damage onto you, who's gonna be frontliner? You're gonna have a lot more problems to deal with, but they will not think about that just yet because Helios gets the first outer turret from the Dragon Lane. Meng does a hello. I mean, Helios has a death mark. He could jump in if he wants to, being the ninja that he is, but I don't think he's gonna force this fight just yet. Marky though, alongside Hex, just there to mid lane. Baron Nashor is now up, but Helios, he wants to go with the steal. Did not push through though.
Yeah, it's just GrindSky forced to play the utmost defensive plays as much as they can. No one can be isolated or else they'll be caught under the clutches of Helios or Chaz. And it's just very, very difficult. Again, this composition from GrindSky requires them to be always together as much as they can. No one has to be separated. For RRQ, they have so many options. Just as you brought up earlier, maybe a 1-3-1, especially Chaz is just humongous already. And look at this. This is a 2-man Baron, and it's actually going pretty fast.
They're okay. No problem. I mean, we can take this huge objective. Thank you for the buff said by the other members of RRQ. And it's time. Let's go hunt some praise. Helios still along at the Dragon Lane, try to duke it out, try to do that against Majo, but that is gonna be Majo down to the last 3-4 bars of his health. Your Herald has been summoned at the Baron Lane. Marky still pretty alone, but looks like he has his eyes on this last outer turret at the mid lane. 11 minutes in, 5 and 15 on the scoreboard. 13k gold lead for RRQ.
That is huge. That is very huge, to the point that RRQ is basically Chaz.
Oh, Chaz.
He's not pulling the trigger just yet.
He's okay. I mean, he can just jump in whenever he wants. I guess he is just waiting for RRQ to start the fight. Hide, we see quite the damage from Meng there, but it's alright. He's just gonna focus on pushing the waves. Chaz does say hello. Majo, what are you gonna do there? Here comes Hex. What looks like no one is actually gonna fully commit in that skirmish. It's to be a lead connecting on to Yato, but Yato was able to survive. He has the folks, but apparently it is not enough. Next dragon is going to be up in 28 seconds. Marky jumping in with that Gatling gun. They just want to focus on the wave clear. RQ, this composition has quite a wave clear, by the way. Now Helios, while a lot of work is happening at the mid lane, he is just gonna try and take his turret at the Dragon Lane. Will he be able to do so? Nope, but at least the turret is down to the last 4-5 hits. Meng in the front line as they beat the heals and his thing coming from Seraphine. But will he enough? The answer is gonna be yes, because RQ did not jump in just yet. No ultimates for Chaz and Helios.
Yeah, this is very textbook from RRQ. This is, I gotta compliment the discipline that they have. Despite in a huge lead, they're not too antsy to dive towers. They're fine being very disciplined, already satisfied with just taking out the towers in the base of GrindSky. That means they can move on for another objective, which is the Infernal. They have been very painful already, and I'm sure they're going to be extra painful for sure after achieving this last normal dragon, if you will. And GrindSky is just forced to defend for what? Since 8 minutes of the game, they've been shoved into their own base.
True.
And this could be round 2 of another defense.
Oh no, GrindSky needs to stop overextending and they have to be very careful with the face check. That's be going over to Helios, but Chaz jumping in already has his eyes on goal. Bull was forced to pop the wild growth. He's coming over to Marky. He already has tried.
Oh my god!
He has a lot of damage and Gulu does get taken down. And that's going to be RQ holding the guy at the base of GrindSky Esports. Chaz gets the person down, but you know what? Marky doesn't care. He'll take tactical, does become golden, but the damage is just too much coming from RRQ, and that is going to be them being able to bag the game. Number 1. What a dominating game. And this is them dancing again. Marky being very happy with that win.
I know, it's like no sweat. Game 1, no sweat. That was a dominating game. I think there's really no perfect word for it, but just dominating. And it is looking very solid for RRQ overall. They're currently undefeated in Group A. They've managed to take down Bren and as well as Liyab from day 1 and day 2. And now it's looking to be another 2-0 based on what we've seen in game number 1. And look at that. This was basically the Chaz show. You cannot deny how Chaz, that quadra kill was just humongous, a humongous impact on this game.
Definitely. Our viewers kept on saying that a quadra kill on the Kazakhs that early on, it's a huge problem. And on top of that, RQ was able to utilize the lead that they had. They were not able to let go or at least have lost the lead. The Helios being very disciplined. Marky again, he was quiet early up until mid-game, but late game, the moment Chaz got bursted down, it was Marky's time to shine with the Gatling gun. Also, Hex, this guy, the taunts almost always connecting, hides taunts connecting as well. Basically, it was a lot of CCs that GrindSky needs to go through. In retrospect, I thought RQ was the one that's gonna have a hard time towards the mid to late game. Because if you're gonna try to at least maybe target tactical or maybe even bow, you have Encore, you also have the Ragnarok, but that's just not what happened. And these are gonna be the Oppo A94 plays of the game. The first blood, and again, Chaz just getting that quadra kill.
I know, it was just the Chaz show overall. The first blood and everything else. This was, again, a team that required... This is actually a composition rather, that is extremely reliant on the level 5s to work out. You needed the disengage, you needed the wild growth to deny assassination. But they contested for the Rift Herald, and it was Chaz basically capitalizing on a lack of the disengage tools that GrindSky needed to survive these fights. But this is GrindSky, at least from what we saw, trying to take back the game. But unfortunately, Chaz was just too big already.
Also that 4 champion taunt from Hex was very, very good. The perfect initiate. Encores from Yat was actually on point. It just so happened that whenever the Encore is gonna connect, who's gonna do the follow-up and who are they actually gonna target? There were times when GrindSky Esports' damage wasn't funneled to the right champions. That's why it wasn't spread out evenly. And you also have that proto belt and then stun connecting from hide. That's indeed Chad being dominating, and even though he got taken down by Kaisa at that point on, Marky saying it's okay, I got this, to just focus on the Nexus. And that is gonna be game number 1. The story of game number 1, master of the match, is gonna be Chazix. KDA of 6.50, killer participation 50%, goal per minute 1008, DPM 1086, and damage taken per minute 489. That's very low.
I know, of course. Yeah, it is him basically doing Kazakh's things. He will wait for the rest of the team to start a fight, and then he'll come in maybe 10 seconds later to see who is low, and he's just gonna leap in, assassinate someone, and just get out. That is the assassin way. That is the Chazix way, as you coined, Yuko. And it's looking to be Chaz from, most of the using tank junglers before in the summer season, and now evolving into this Kha'Zix, the assassin jungler, and it's looking to be very solid for this player.
Very solid indeed. Made me think, is his Kha'Zix ban worthy? That's just some of the questions that's rotating in my mind. But GrindSky Esports, they could try and get Kha'Zix for themselves. Honestly, I did not expect Kha'Zix to perform this well in the Icon series because we did not see him get picked up, even though recently when he got released earlier on. But I guess it really just depends on the player. So with game number 1 done, what do you think should GrindSky Esports adjust on?
I know it's pretty funny to focus on the Olaf, but I feel like the composition looked really good on paper. They really wanted a counter with what do you call this? With all the survivability, utility abilities like the wild growth, like maybe the shields and the heals as well from the Seraphine, the disengage from the cask. But I feel like the Olaf can be picked a little bit further into the draft, maybe get the Galio at least when we check out the draft later on. But for me, if they stuck with the same draft, what they could do is chill. They had to survive the early game. It's okay, I feel like, to sort of deny as long as you survived the early game, basically, and get your level 5s. That's it.
In the level 5s first. Also, this is the ban and picks in order for game number 1. So for the side of GrindSky, you have Lee Sin, Twisted Fate, and Lucian. We know why they banned out Twisted Fate. Let's not pretend that we don't know why. But for the side of RK was a Senna, Camille, and Drengar. You mentioned Galio. It made me think, if ever GrindSky picked Galio first, will Kha'Zix be this dominant earlier on? I mean, of course, Kha'Zix just jumps in, so that is basically Galio's opening to pop his taunt. And maybe they were able to stop Chaz from actually snowballing.
I think there is a possibility there if they did pick up the Galio, and then RQ relied still stuck with the assassin composition. Remember, assassins would just dive in basically, and you'll get greeted by a taunt. Especially the fact that they also got the Gragas on their side as well. So I feel like it could be a really good formula, but they really, really wanted to get this Olaf since it was open. We've seen in day number 1 and 2, Olaf has been constantly banned despite this shaky performance from the summer season and as well as the summer Super Cup.
There's just something about Olaf that our pro players definitely love him. I do not know why, but I guess I actually told this to Infinity. Maybe it's just the fact that you have this very beefy, very strong frontliner that even if you just put a lot of CZs on him, Ragnarok. That's the answer. That's basically the solution. And yeah, I did not see any groundbreaking explosive cast coming in from Gragas earlier on, but I really love the Gragas pick. We barely see Gragas open at this point of the game, so maybe that's something GrindSky Esports could still incorporate in their draft for game number 2. And looking over the side of RRQ, I'm not sure what they should change. I mean, draft was so good, down to execution and rotation, so maybe just don't fix what's not broken.
Yeah, I feel like they can stick to their guns. Definitely, just keep an assassin jungler onto Chaz. He's shining in those picks in particular. There has been a lot of investment already when we look at the bans. That's 3 out of 6 champions already focused basically on Chaz. So it is going to be interesting if they do focus a little bit more, GrindSky in particular, to ban out the Kha'Zix. Just try to constrict the pool of Chaz, force him back into the tank junglers. Makes me curious what will be the result this time around for game 2.
Made me think, if they are gonna ban out Kha'Zix, maybe that it's gonna be open Twisted Fate for Helios.
Yeah.
So pick your poison, Twisted Fate or Zed. Also on top of that, Helios has so much other champions in his pool. We talked about this way back in the summer season. It's difficult to ban out Helios' champions because he can play anyone at the mid lane. Fiora, maybe? Game number 2? Come on, why not?
A little bit of throwback from the Mindanao group stages, I suppose. That would be really, really fun. Yeah, you're right. He is the type of player that can basically play everything and anything. He can be that carry, he can be one of those things, a control mage, or maybe a little bit on the utility side like what we saw before. The thing is now for GrindSky, I guess back to the drawing board, the mini drawing board if you will. Maybe they can give up the Lucian. I think the Lucian is okay to give up, as long as you try and see what the dynamics are gonna be when Chaz is gonna be on a tank jungler.
That is actually true. Like what you said, just force Chaz to be back in this tank jungler. Just be an actual initiator, not the one to actually take everyone for champions out in the early game. And I guess they just wanted to deny Lucian from Marky. But if you're gonna look at it, that if the culling is kind of like the Gatling gun from Corki. I mean, of course, dynamics are different, but that's it. You have consistent damage, and you're just there at the back line. On top of that, Corki has special delivery, has that Valkyrie. He can reposition himself, and Lucian's dash is actually shorter. So maybe Lucian can just be free by in the ban area. So I do agree with this.
Yeah, there are a couple of options for sure. I think we managed to talk about as well that maybe they can let go of the Olaf in the later stages of the draft. Maybe first pick the Galio, or give that away. It's fine. If RRQ picks up the Olaf, then pick up a Jarvan. We've seen Meng being very proficient in these tank junglers as well. He has picked up the Wukong in the past, of the Vi in the past. That unfortunately did not work out so well yesterday. But I think Jarvan is a very solid option to fit with the whole squad. Looks like they are very comfortable in these 5v5 team fight scenarios, and I think Jarvan 4 with Galio would be a very, very cool combo.
Also, guys, do not forget, we also want to hear your thoughts about the series and the matches. So do not forget to tweet your thoughts. Example, you think Riku blinking her eyes is so adorable. You like her lipstick. You like her top. Just tweet it with the hashtags #CIconSeriesPH and #DominateTheRift. The panel will definitely show your tweets. You guys saw her tweet earlier on, so look forward to seeing yours there. So again, we're just waiting for the players to load into the lobby. But yeah, Lulu actually not having the best time of her life so far in this first week. But I like how we get to see more of these enchanter support, you know, on top of the Galio. Janna, actually, we only saw her once, and that was yesterday, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think it was needed up against another assassin composition. And I think, yeah, there is a full need of these enchanter supports when they go up against these scary, in-your-face assassin comps. But the thing is, you know, Braum can be an option. I think the stun is very valuable as well. And at the same time, I think what is funny is that we still haven't seen a Leona so far in our 3 days. Maybe later. I mean, Riot, during looking at the patches, has been buffing her every single time, from the cooldowns to the range of her Zenith Blade and her MR and armor as well. So I'm excited to see her debut in the fall season with this newfound strength for this champion.
I was actually having a bet with myself because I can't talk with the panelists at this point on. But you know, will we see Leona? Will we not? I mean, I would love to see her, of course, a new support here in the pool. She has been there ever since she got released, of course, ever since she got released. But yeah, she is super tanky. She can just soak up all of the damage. It made me realize something.
Yes.
Okay, so I have a theory, but not really. We have jungler assassins, right? Early game, very powerful, all that stuff. If ever that jungler was able to snowball earlier on, there's a chance that in the mid to late game, Leona can tank their damage because that's basically her right now. She is a very sturdy frontliner, so maybe that's an option that our pro teams can pick up.
Yeah, I think that is a possibility for sure. The sun is so easy to land, and as well as the solar flare. So you use that as some sort of peel and deny instead of something to engage, which is usually why you pick Leona. I think it could be another way to utilize the kit of a Leona up against assassin composition. So maybe that is a possibility, Yuko. You are onto something.
It's just me wanting to see Leona too. But yeah, of course, we're just waiting for the teams. I really am looking forward to seeing the adjustment that's gonna happen from the side of RQ. Mostly the bans and which champions will go over to Hyde and of course Chaz. This point on Hyde, though, we only ever saw him use Darius and Renekton. So he just is just that very tanky Baron laner, but at the same time he can dish out so much damage. Marky, in contrary to how we saw him in the summer season, he was a very aggressive Kai'Sa player, and that's good. Even though it's the early game, you can see that your ADC is going crazy, just popping off, you know? So he was able to sustain himself from the early up until late game. Now, he is very conservative in the earlier parts of the game, but at the late game, 100%, he is a threat in the map.
Yeah, whenever he's on a quirky, definitely conservative, just waiting for his 2-item power spike with the Triforce and as well as Max Muramana. And I think it's really good because when we look at the overall RRQ game since day number 1, it's usually either Chaz or Hyde. It's usually the top portion of the map shining before Marky gets to shine. He's still ramping up. He's still gathering all his power. But so far, it was Hyde always on this Renekton, giving such a hard time to teams in a 1v1 scenario. But this time, earlier, it's the Chaz show. Curious if it's going to be the same.
Maybe. I mean, the chances are pretty good. But bans, okay, Galio is open, but looks like R2, they still want to get their hands on Renekton. Gragas is open. They could and they should get Galio. Why not? GrindSky Esports. Hello. Oh, okay. They're gonna prioritize Lucian Gragas. That's a good first two pick.
Yeah, I fully agree with you there. I think they are preparing for another Kha'Zix coming in, so I wouldn't be surprised if they pick up the Galio. At least this one will be able to reach either the mid lane or maybe contest early Scuttler and punish any sort of potential lead. Now, RQ, this could be the lovers duo coming in.
Possibly. Okay, Riku analysis, Riku predictions 2021. I'm gonna say that every time you say something correctly. Be prepared because we're gonna be casting a lot of times together this fall season. But yeah, it makes sense because Galio, yeah, sure you have the taunts, but Rakan has the charms. He also has ways to disengage. He has knockups. And whenever Lucian would commit the calling onto either of the two of these lovebirds, they can just engage. On top of that, you have a Wukong and a Braum mid Galio.
Oh yeah, it could be a mid Galio for sure, as Bo will pick that up. RQ though, Gragas could be picked up as well. This could be on Helios in the mid lane, and we've seen that combo before. A Rakan and a Gragas, almost untouchable, on top of a Xayah. How can you ever reach the backline? But looks like they're gonna opt for Helios on more of the assassin, and I think Helios Chaz, if they do pick up this Ahri, the charm CC secured, the single target CC secured, and Chaz can just enter, go in, replicate what they did back in game number 1.
Alright, so if you're gonna look at the lineup from GrindSky, Wukong will most likely be the initiator, and I already feel stressed for this guy. Why? Because charm, you also have leap, you have feathers, you also have stun. So whoever is gonna be there at the back line, you gotta be tanky. But it is gonna be a Baron lane Riven for the first time. You only ever saw Riven being picked up, and she was on jungler duty, if I'm not mistaken.
This is going to be interesting for sure. I feel like we've seen Riven once on the top lane, so this is going to be the second time we're seeing this on this particular lane. So I'm curious, considering that the Renekton matchups we usually see is a Darius, a Gragas, or a Garen, just to try and neutralize it. But this means that Majel wants to take in the challenge, of, being on that duelist instead of a neutralizer. So I am curious to see the result on how this Riven is going to work.
Will we see again number 3, or will the first week still be full of 2-0s? Come on, guys, we're waiting for that game number 3. But again, this is just game number 2, RQ versus GrindSky Esports. RQ now 1 game up ahead. Now you have Helios because he picked Orb of Discipline first. He is just gonna focus on clearing out the waves. But for the side of the dragon lane, you have the lovebirds, also have Lucian against Braum. Braum, we talked about this, very powerful in the early game. But we also have shields coming in from Rakan. We'll be able to just sustain living hell out of Marky. Mid to late game, Marky's feathers will most definitely hurt. But looks like Tactical and Bo, they don't want to risk too much. They're just gonna focus on ramping up.
That's true. This is a very throwbacky combo that we've seen time and time again in League PC. You know, a Bo applying the stun stacks and as well as tactical with the easy proc on the stuns. But because you're against the Xayah and Rakan, that sort of halts them a little bit. So there is no room to be a little bit more aggressive than the usual, like a Lucian Nami combo perhaps.
True. Also, GrindSky Esports, in game number 1, they tried to force this early game skirmish, which resulted to Chaz being able to get the quadra kill. Are they gonna do it again? I was about to say they're not gonna do it. Guys, come on. Okay, they're not gonna do it. So I like the adjustment that they did.
Yeah, I think it fell so heavily in the hands whether or not Helios landed the charm or not. Now the charm did not connect. That means RQ had free reign to get this Rift Scuttler. Now the question is, will GrindSky contest for the second Rift Scuttler? I guess that is a no, as that is going to be one apiece for both teams on the Riverside.
That already spells bad for the early game for the side of GrindSky Esports, but I guess they have other plans. They could just focus on playing the objective game, you know, getting turrets, getting dragons, and maybe getting some kills here and there. Let's see, Sun's connecting it again. Level 4 for both Baron laners, but Majo is just under turret height. He does not care. He just keeps on pressuring, keeps on harassing Riven here. He does have quite a wave, but Majo will be able to clear that wave out.
Yeah, there's a lot of mobility on the board. Chaz, though, trying to see whether or not he can find Majo. Look at Majo really porting back so far, actually canceling out the teleport. Porting back to base. Manually goes back to his own lane. So just wants to catch the wave and make sure he can get more gold before going back home.
2 minutes in, map pretty quiet. Goal lead in favor of no one. Well, slightly for GrindSky Esports, but yeah, Yato is just gonna keep on pushing the lanes in further. Helios already has level 5, already has Spirit Rush, so maybe we could see some ganks for the side of RRQ at this point on. Marky also has the ultimate available to be able to kite if ever RRQ is gonna go with the small skirmishes, but I don't see the Baron laners joining the fights just yet because they have their own little world here. Top part, let's see both stuns connecting stunners at the Baron lane, but no one is gonna die just yet.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult because while RRQ wants to propel Hyde even more or maybe propel Chaz even more, it's so difficult when you have to deal with a mid lane Galio. Yato can reach the far reaches of from either side lanes, and that means RQ has to be a little bit more reserved. That means we can't exactly see the usual aggressive play. Maybe come Dragon, because when we look at the 5v5, you gotta hand it to GrindSky. They have a lot in their kit. They have Engage, they have a lot of AoEs, they have Disengage as well, and a really, really good Cyclone can mean disastrous for RQ.
That I have to agree, but let's see if GrindSky Esports will be able to check their win conditions, because right now RQ, they are the ones being proactive. You have 4 champions jumping the stun, the charm connecting around.
Wow.
The first blood going over to Helios. That was too fast. I know it was gonna happen, but I was not able to catch it by mere words. Helios, dude, you just can't calm down. On top of that first blood, RQ will be able to get the first pick. Non-contested still.
That is a valuable dragon. Infernal Drake as well, so added more damage to the assassination potential of RQ, mainly on Helios, mainly on Chaz, and it is going to be such a huge headache. We talked about this GrindSky comp again needs to be complete. They have to be 5v5, but the problem is if they get picked off one by RRQ before an objective is even started, then they will have a problem.
That indeed. Oh wait, now we have the lane swaps from the Dragon lane up until the Baron lane, but you have Chaz just looking for the next possible prey. But you know what? As in this game number 2, he's pretty quiet. Only has 1 assist from the first blood coming in from Helios, and that is just gonna be the Lovebirds clearing the waves yet again. Hyde and Majo, same story. Stun after stun after stun. I don't think anyone's gonna die there just yet. Rift Herald, the next huge point of contention, is going to be up in 19 seconds. Yato will be able to go to do the with the recall, but Helios was able to delay it at the very least. But on the top part of the map, Hex being chased. That is gonna be him jumping away to safety. That's gonna be him jumping out as well. Chaz was at the right time. The calling already used. Oh no, because that's one ultimate, a very important ultimate already down. Right before Repel is already up.
Yeah, with Hex was able to be very slippery over there. So RRQ very willing to give this away as they've exchanged it with the first blood tower.
It's gonna be the Gishita coming in from Brom, but you have the farm coming in from Hex. You also have the engage coming from RRQ, but they don't care. Renata was the first one to fall down. Now Dali gets taken down as well. Marky jumps in. He was forced to pop. He's also have the roots connected.
Wow.
Now Dex still with that sustained double kill going over to Rahan. Wukong is the next target. He does get bursted down. Bo and Majo forced to just run away with kills in between their legs, but Majo looks like not gonna get the better part of that market. Bo gets taken down, and they are most probably gonna turret dive Majo right then and there. Harp is not gonna connect. Majo just jump in onto 2, onto 3, but he gets bursted down.
What another insane fight from RRQ. The way that Helios just comes from the sides, catching off GrindSky in their position, in their formation, is just something GrindSky hasn't been able to deal with, and the rest of the teams as well in the current Group A.
The crowd is here at the Baron lane, but Marky, I guess, I'm not sure if they're gonna let this one go, but they could just focus on taking another Herald. Instead, that is going to be first start going over to GrindSky Esports at the expense of what? At the expense of their first outer turret at the Dragon Lane. Marky being targeted by Tactical. That is these 3 champions committing a lot of resources onto the Lovers duo. But still, no trades, no one died.
Yeah, it is GrindSky just trying to pick up the pieces as well, considering that this is looking to be a snowball in the hands of our Q. 302. This time not on Chaz. This time around it is coming from Helios, and GrindSky has to keep an eye on this player in particular. Make sure to see if they can punish an aggressive play, and make sure that pretty much everybody's together. Make sure that Yato is there. Make sure that Bo is there, because they are the key to deny and punish.
Yato is nowhere near the Baron lane, but that's the unbreakable being popped by Bo. You also have Stat Shift plus IE already available for Marky. On top of that, you have the Needles to Long Rod for Helios. Also have the Ludens Echo. So a lot of damage items already up for RQ. That's why they are just very confident with the skirmishes. The Dragon is now up. GrindSky Esports, they would want to get their hands on this juicy Drake, but RQ, they are lurking at the sides. They are ready. Hyde will most likely slice and dice his way in, and that is going to be Chaz trying. He did try to pull the trigger. Now GrindSky, they just allowed the Dragon to reset. The calling has been popped. Unbreakable is also no longer available. Majo making his way into that area. Now Cloud Dragon has been secured by RQ. They're not going to force a fight, or are they? Looks like they are going to fight indeed. That's the reason because it's on the one. Also, they're rapidly going over to Helios. First kill going over to Ari, but look at how beautiful Chaz's placement are. High does get down, but look at the engage coming in from RQ. Damage is too much to get. Leap connecting onto the ground, but he was able to take down Wukong, and that is going to be a 4-1 in favor of RQ.
Marky with a flash feather storm just to do more reach and try to hold down GrindSky away from retreating. What? That is GrindSky definitely not prepared for that fight. They had to take into account that the fact that the side lanes were not shoved in their favor. If they died, it could have been 2 towers down, 2 inner towers down. So GrindSky, it is very understandable they hesitated in that, but they still got caught out in the middle of the lane without any objectives exchanged whatsoever. So with that, more kills. Again, look at that, 404 already to Helios.
Right? And I guess that's also RQ's chase potential. Initially, I thought, okay, they got Dragon, they could just reset, or they could just go back to their specific lanes. But no, they want blood, and that's Helios. So the moment his Storm connected, it was the green light for RQ to jump in with the fight. And now, after getting the Dragon, RQ would want to get their hands on this Baron Tactical, and Bo's positioning has been revealed, and that is going to be 4 champions from RQ making their way up to
Look at him.
Sky Esports is Marky. Hello, are you okay, Saya? I guess that was just a quick counter kick play right there, but now they're just gonna push the minion waves into the mid lane. Majo received a lot of damage from Hyde, and now that is gonna be RQ rather, focusing on taking out the last outer tier at the dragon lane.
I just gotta say, there was no vision there for RQ.
The calling is gonna connect as well as the Glacial Fissure, but you know what's also gonna connect? The Feather Storm coming in from Marquis. Oh, apparently it did not. I'm sorry, I hyped myself too much. But that is gonna be RQ. Kaz at the front line. That's gonna be the clone coming in from Meg. You also have a Hyde at the front line. The clones are not gonna connect. You also have the Unbreakable coming in from Braum. No follow-ups. Full disengage from GrindSky. Oh no, Majo! He got stunned! He got charged! You also have those entrance coming in from Yasuo. It was enough because Hyde does get down in the RQ. They were able to get 1 kill out of that
Chaz?
finish.
Hello?
Disengage. Hello, Chaz! It's time! We're gonna do it. A beautiful knockup coming in from X as well. And that is gonna be GrindSky Esports falling down like a sack of potatoes. Ensemble going over to Marky. That is gonna be an ace! Team ace! Going over to RRQ. The death timers are not too high, but because of that,
They
they
can
will
end.
be able to take down the turrets. Majo will be the only one left alive. Can he defend? The answer is gonna be yes, because RRQ, they do not want to overstay their welcome.
Yeah. Right. I mean, on paper, it is a possibility to kill Majo and then could have gone to the Nexus. But of course, gotta play safe. Again, we talked about this in game number 1. They were very disciplined. They did not need they even though, you know, there are opportunities to be greedy, they will decide to get to the safe play, a little bit more discipline, and then get the Baron and try to finish. GrindSky, though, they're back in this position. They want to defend, but look at their target. They want to get Hyde.
Hyde, I guess they just want to go with the pickoffs, but I guess that's them overcommitting because no more. The waves are actually pushing in the mid lane. They need to shove that ASAP. Mountain Dick is now up. Helios looking for his next possible target. Clone coming from Wukong. You'll have Majo away from his teammate, and that spells bad. They need to be grouped together just so they can survive the 5v5s. The calling is still available, but the feathers hurt from Saya. Did you see that connect onto Lucian? Now there's gonna be RQ being able to get the buff,
Chaz?
and just them making sure that the world or the map from GrindSky Esports will not be too big. But Chaz going with the hunt against Majo. 1v1 as he really connects. Missiles are gonna connect as well, but Majo's still gonna try to survive that duel. But ouch! The damage coming in
Oh, dear.
from Chaz. A flash in, and that is gonna be the kill going over to Chaz. The calling plus the Unbreakables. That was a good combo, but RQ was able to survive that amount of damage. Oh dear! What in from Helios? What was that? Are gonna connect out of the charm coming in from Hex, but that is the RQ focusing on the Nexus. Saya gets taken down, but you know what? Game 2 going over to RRQ.
What a statement. Now RQ ends the first round robin undefeated, 6-0 now today, and they will reap their rewards. Look at Marky. He's just dancing around. He's so happy. This is an indicator that this is a very, very interesting preview on how the second round robin could possibly look like. And this was not this time the Chaz show. It was Helios with a lot of these confident charms, confident flash, charm plays, and they are definitely rewarded in this, again, 2-0 against GrindSky.
The Triple H combination, or the Triple H team, they are really asserting dominance here in the Icon series, and you are right, pretty clean run for RRQ so far. And can I just say that in every team fight in that game number 2, we just really felt how disciplined they were. They knew who to target. Also, there were times that Majo was away from his team. RRQ was able to capitalize on that. And Helios with his flash-ins, Chaz with his flash-ins as well. Both of these champions did not die. 409, 708. That's just how clean their plays are. Also, there's just something about RRQ. If it's under 15 minutes and they already have 15 kills, it's pretty safe to say that they're gonna bag the game.
I know they really do not leave any room or holes in their approach in the game. Once they get the lead, they make sure that they secure it. And it's very, very clean. No deaths for the carries, for the assassins rather, of RQ.
Yes. And again, Oppo A94 plays of the game. That was a very good farm from Helios, and because of that, they were able to get the first blood. Glacial Fissures, though, coming in from Bo, it makes sense. He was able to catch 2, 3, sometimes even 4. But the problem was, yes, you're there for follow-ups. Yes, they're there for the team fight, but they don't have any solid ways on locking RQ down. Yeah, you have Naga, you have the Cyclone, you also have the taunts, but it just does not connect. Why? Because RQ, they would spread themselves and just wait for GrindSky Esports to use these ultimates or these skills, and then they just jump in with the re-engage. They have a lot of CCs in their expense. They have a lot of initiates and disengage as well. That hero's entrance pretty much spelled his death, but it was A-okay.
It is, I mean, on paper, when you look at it, Bo and Yato will be the ones that will punish Chaz and Helios whenever they go in. But it is in this point of the game that we're seeing right now that sort of execution is a little bit too late. Gotta hand it to Chaz, though, in the execution of that 1v1. Just try to wait for cooldowns before going in. And it really proved to be very, very rewarding in that fight.
And these are the last few moments of game number 2. Before they finish the game, they were able to get 2 3 kills. Marky does say goodbye, but it was okay. Master of the match is going to be Helios on this RUKDA of 15.00. Kill participation 68%, GPM 938, and damage per minute 1,034. And here are his itemizations. Rabadons. This Rabalons, you felt the damage, you felt the burst coming out from this Ari. On top of that, he has Ignite and Flash that he utilized all throughout the game.
I got a lot of kills earlier on, is able to, again, land those deadly charms. And it definitely caught out GrindSky off guard in the river fights. Especially the first blood was absolutely devastating to GrindSky. It affected the attempt of a 5v5. It became 4v5, and GrindSky definitely needed Meng to get that Infernal Drake. And look at that. Yeah, RQ. What a clean run. Has defeated Bren, has defeated Liyab, and now GrindSky today on the 3rd day. It's looking pretty good when we look at the second round robin.
Looking pretty good indeed. So let's see what RQ still has in store for us. Also, we keep on highlighting the Baron laner, the jungler, ADC, the mid lane, and even that's all the other roles, the other 4 roles. But I have to highlight Hex on the support role. Game number 1, game number 2, I honestly did not expect him to run Rakan so well, because usually when we see Rakan, it's kind of conservative. But this guy, he would pop his quickness whenever it was available. The jump-ins, the knock-ups is on point as well. Really gives a lot of space for RQ, and he just knows when, where, and how to time it. There was this time he got 2 or 3 champions in the knock-up, and it was the only thing that RRQ needed. Because of that, they were able to win this series with a 2-0. No game 3 still. We're still waiting for that. We're gonna jump into a very, very short pick. And when we come back, it's gonna be series number 2. So sit back, relax, and wait for Icon series to come back.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss. I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Pull up and take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. take the shot, take the shot. Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The end to it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Welcome back to the Sea Icon Series PH Fall Season. Are RQ undefeated so far here in Group A? They
Wow.
continue the 2-0 streak, defeating GrindSky Esports, and they will add 75,000 Globe Cup points more to their already substantial winnings. Let's check out the series highlights because there is a lot to unpack here. You know, one thing that I really like about RQ is that they're so disciplined. They know when the fight is in their favor. They know how to exploit that. And the moment things shift, even if it's just, one tiny little detail, they disengage. This mitigates their losses, and it's just so effective. This is why, like, they're constantly on top. They only engage in the fights if they know they win.
Yeah, but no disengage needed for this one. This was the quadra kill at 2 minutes. Let's go next. Let's wrap it up because that's how it feels, right? GrindSky, they drafted Olaf first rotation and they came out with a plan. That's the GrindSky esports that we know. Even back in Mindanao, they want to play aggressive. And guess what? RQ is now more refined, is now willing to play Chaz on that Chazix. Really, no chill. He's like the Terminator. He sees one person, he just deletes them instantly. Just a showing legendary performance from Chaz in the jungle in game number 1.
Yeah, and that's the reason why you can see that he leveled up the evolution, his ultimate, because he is really confident and he doesn't need that evolved void spike with a sustain. He can just jump in, look for the right targets, and make sure that he can bail out with the resets. So the cleanup coming in from the quadra kill really paid dividends for GrindSky. And you can see also in game 2, it was also the same idea. It was just Helios on an Ari, which is can just go ahead with a charm and an Orb of Deception for some burst damage. And it was, again, Chaz to finish it all up. So Marky is always has been the cherry on top, making sure they got the insurance play whenever Helios or Chaz might be on their back foot with the damage. You can still rely to Marky's late game prowess. So all in all, it was an all-arounder coming in from Rex Dragon Clone.
Yes, indeed. They got all of their bases covered. And yes, hearts in my eyes, I am charmed indeed by Helios' Ari. And I'm liking Hex on the Galio as well. You know, we did commend him on the Nami.
Yeah.
I do like that he's quite adept at chunky champions too. It's just, our RQ is just evolving so well here in the fall season. And, we already had our eyes on them in the summer season. And, it's just been an uphill climb for them, constant improvement, and I just think they're probably gonna be the ones to beat as we head into the playoffs. I feel like they're probably going to be that big titan that everybody has their eyes on. But two other big titans, of course, that we have are fighting in our second match of the day. We have Bren Esports versus Liyab. Now, going over to Bren Esports' lineup first, we call him a titan, yes. It's a bit of a rocky start for them, I'd say, but they are picking things up. They've got the leadership of Rebenga, they've got the talent, but I say that they don't seem to have that definitive style yet here in the Icon series. Partly because, yes, we missed them during this summer season, but I'm waiting for that spark. I feel like we haven't seen it just yet. We know that it's there for Bren Esports. We haven't seen
Mika, I'm also waiting for that spark, just saying.
Yeah, I believe Otto is kind of missed also that final spark, but this Bren lineup, you got Jet, Rebenga, Hayes, Kansi, and MJan, which is MJan. We've talked about this, that he is the one who's playing an orthodox type of support that might be also can see a lux onto this guy if he's feeling confident. But so far, it has been Jet on that Garen. I wanted more surprise. Rebenga also sticking his nose mostly to the meta. He's played Gragas, J4, not something different for now. Want to see also he's Lee Sin and Hayes, really impeccable mid laner. So far, consistent, but this time this will be a tall order to face Liyab.
Definitely a tall order indeed, but all eyes should always be on the Dragon laner for Bren Esports. Yesterday, he pulled out 2 Ezreal games. Very effective, I should say. And I think one of the biggest takeaways I had during the Summer Super Cup is when you are able to play this Ezreal, remember that was one team, right? Baya and the Dragon laner.
Yeah.
They play the double marksman composition oh so well. And I believe that even in fall split, it still is very effective. Looking at the numbers right now, damage per minute of 895, but that 895 is already good for 31% of the damage needed by his team. That just goes to show that, we trust Kansi. he may overextend a bit, but that's what we need. That's the aggression, that's the confidence, and I really love how this guy play. Going back in the day when I was scouting a lot of players, I was told that when Bren picked this player up, it was a very good pickup.
Indeed. Actually, Otterlose, I want to follow up on that. What exactly did you hear about Consi when Bren Esports was scouting around for him?
I heard this from his previous teammate. I wouldn't name who, but I was told that Consi is the Azar of the Dragon Lane. So could be big words during that time, but I'm starting and slowly believing that as day goes by, because if he's going to go ham all the way, being aggressive, being very confident, I believe that that's not his limit, but that's also very possible to happen in very, very soon.
Yes, indeed. And again, Bren Esports, this is a name, of course, that every esports fan in the Philippines knows, maybe even in Southeast Asia, they know. Of course, they have prowess in so many esports titles. Here in Wild Rift, they aren't exactly like on the top of the leaderboard, but we are expecting them to get there as they get the ball rolling. And of course, they will be up against Liyab Esports, and Liyab Esports, it's the battle of the big esports teams over here for match number 2. Liyab Esports bragging rights for these guys on getting the first pentakill of the fall season. Not even like 3 hours into the fall season, we already got that pentakill. Okay, good job, Liyab. With Elion, but I'd say that they're still not as consistent as RRQ in the matches that we've seen so far. So both for Bren and Liyab Esports here, it's a matter of who can get to that next level. I think like Bren Esports and Liyab, they're still waiting for that leg up. And this match is going to determine who exactly gets that. On Liyab Esports aside, what do they need to work on, especially going up against Bren?
Well, if we're going to look at Liyab Esports, they have new addition and Dawn and Elion. So there will be growing pains along the way whenever you feel a roster this diverse. I think like 3 out of 5 of the members that we saw during the summer playoffs has been changed. Nixu was originally from the Baron lane, so expecting too much from them from the get-go, I believe, is an overstep. So I think they will be fine, and knowing Liyab's support system, knowing that they have a coach, an analyst to just go by, going against Bren, I believe they have the keys, and they know who to ban against and what champions to prioritize. They know their win conditions, so it's all about execution.
Yeah, and I want to also focus, of course, one of the key player coming in from Dawn at the Liyab lineup. They are well functioning with the picks of Dawn. He is the one who's running the Baron lane. You can see that the damage taken per minute is fairly high because of that Garen. And Dawn, whenever he's on Garen, there are a few times that he is unstoppable. He can just look for the right targets and drop in the Dimash and Justice, making sure that this will be a 4 versus 5. There are also stalling moments coming in from this guy, making sure that they can take a different objective while he is taking a 1 versus 3. You can see the kill participation, 63%. And the KDA 4.40, which is looking pretty solid. So I think Dawn is a fairly good addition coming in from Liyab and functioning well alongside with Elion and the whole squad.
Definitely. I think these are brilliant additions to the Liyab team. Of course, we do know that Exocen, he is still there as their 6th man. He's probably, giving insights to the team as well. But it's nice to see all of these new members, all of these new players come in and really shine through. And 2 other players, of course, that will be shining indeed in this match will be our Globe Key player clash. And I do believe we are going into the jungle with Hayes versus Miggy. Rather, Hayes in the mid lane and Miggy in the jungle. Why not? We'll take 2 different lanes for this. What do you guys think? The impact of these 2 players, of course, while it might be difficult, putting up these 2 different roles against each other, I still do think, the impact that these guys have, especially when it comes to team fights, very important.
Over and over again, there's what we call the mid-jungle synergy. come 1 minute and 30 seconds mark, it's always felt during during the scuttle fights, during the objective fights, once you have these two roles going hand in hand and has a very good chemistry, then you can say that, you know what, we can throw it out there. The Globe Key player clash could be between the mid laner and the jungle. For Hayes though, I can say that he's very mechanically gifted. I feel like Bren Esports really did pick the best players available in every position, and Hayes, from his yesterday's performance against GrindSky, he did not let up. Just went all in with his numbers of 2.75 KDA, kill participation of 69%, the damage per minute of 630 is good for 22%. So you can say that the 30% being dealt by Consi, I think Hayes is kind of pulling some punches here. So maybe we can see something else from him today.
Yeah, and considering also that Miggy did step up from previous season, we saw him mostly on the tank. Mostly one notable play would be the Gragas, but this time he is exploring the waters, trying to test them, going for some Wukong, trying some out J4. May not be the best jungling path that he has, but considering that he is really putting himself out of the comfort zone, it's they're giving out good results. That kill participation at 66%. Comparing to Hayes, which is a mid laner, that's pretty close for each other, which is a 69. Nice for Hayes so far. The damage also, that was close, also coming in from Miggy, that's 13%. So Miggy and Hayes, they are functioning in their own ways.
Notice a lot of nice stats falling onto Osiris' lap today. That's like the second in a row.
Yeah.
Production notices it.
They have
too.
to.
So, gentlemen, which way is this match going to go? Just really quick predictions before we bring up our guest panelists, so to say. I want to know which way you guys are favoring. Are you going for Bren Esports or are you going for Liyab Esports?
Real quick, I believe that both of them has a very good support structure, but the Liyab support structure should know who to target. And yesterday we saw Consi on that Ezreal 2 times in a row. Maybe they will target that just to remove that comfort from Consi and maybe put him on that Lucian. Lucian's fairly new, right? So maybe we can live with that Lucian of Consi and not the Ezreal. Look at that damage, 30%. That's high.
Yeah, and as for me, I want to go with Liyab, and it was really a good deny coming in from that Ezreal, putting him in a tough spot. You want that Lucian going back to Nixu or the Corki itself. You can run double marksman to Liyab, but so far it has been Bren who's falling short, and we are waiting for that spark, we're saying. So I'm still in it to win it for Liyab.
And I would say maybe we're gonna see that spark today. I think I'm gonna favor Bren Esports in this matchup, but I also think this is the first time we're gonna get the game 3. I think this game 3 is coming here. So I think it's going to be a 2-1 in favor of Bren Esports. And guys, we need to know your thoughts as well. Let us know your comments and reactions. Simply go on over to Twitter and use the hashtags #CIconSeriesPH and #DominateTheRift, and we could feature your tweets over here on the panel. I believe we have some tweets incoming. Some are very interesting indeed. We've got very, very happy indeed to get some of our guest panelists over here. Sometimes from the casting side, because we have birthing cast over here. Day 3 of fall season group stage. Mainit ang mga laban, pero mas mainit ang mga supporter ni Chewy ng Team Secret. Yes, indeed, the matches are hot, but the supporters are even hotter. Love it, Berting. Thank you so much for reminding us of all of the support that we have. That's not leaving. Thank you for that, Chewy. Thank you also. Shout out to Chewy for that, because we've got a new word. We got a new favorite word. That killed Autolus and myself yesterday. We couldn't hide our laughter.
From chewables to chuporter.
Yeah. No. Chew-parters all the way. I think we have a few more tweets to show before we head into our matchup with Bren Esports versus Liyab. I think we have a nice tweet over here from a guest, maybe a future analysts. Just saying, just saying.
Mhm.
Just saying indeed. As we wait for the tweets, be sure to head on over to the PPGL community Discord server too. We actually do hang out there, and you know, you can catch the matches with us.
Currently
And
there, actually.
we're
Yeah,
actually
we're
here.
currently there.
We're actually here right
We didn't even transfer. I told you guys.
We're here right now.
Mhm, mhm.
I don't know.
Come and join us, guys. Come and join us, guys. So, yes, do head on over to the PPGL community server. Sometimes we get some crossovers with other PPGL events. It's kind of fun. Yes, indeed. We have a tweet over here from Sharkathy. Sharkathy 12, and that is very, very tiny. I've gotta change my settings here a little bit.
I'll help you.
Go ahead, Adelus. Yes, my age is showing.
All right. Currently and constantly hyped right now for the fall season of the PH Icon series, and I love seeing Nami being played more now. I just want to see other tank supports. No offense to Grom. Also, keep up the amazing work, panelists and shoutcasters. Thank you.
Aw,
Thank you,
Thank
Sharkathy.
you. Thank you so much. Yes, I don't think Brom is offended.
Yeah.
I think he's okay.
He's a chill
Yeah,
guy.
he's a very cool guy, right? Like he has
He's
that
a very
mustache
cool
and
guy.
He's
yeah.
cool because he's from Freljord, so I think that will
Oh, yeah,
pass.
yeah,
And
like-
he
that's
loves
it.
Poro, so I think
Yeah,
he
he pets
understands.
Poros like how we pet cats, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, yes, indeed.
Which is second.
And yes, that glacial fissure. Yeah, no, very, very cool guy. Very cool guy. I don't think he's offended at all.
Hey, you wanted
And-
to enjoy that pool party, Brom.
That's right. That's right. And I think we have a few more tweets to show. Oh, we actually have a. Thank you for being so active over there, all of our supporters on the Twitter. And again, you can get into the discussion. It's just two simple hashtags: hashtag #SeeIconSeriesPH and hashtag Dominate the Rift. And you can find your tweet featured over here. I'm gonna give this one to Osiris over here, so it's not just me reading all of our tweets. Ooh,
Oh,
we have a we have
it's
a special guest.
Katniss 17. 2-0 trend. We are just in group stage, but the feeling and the tension feels like in playoffs. So you can see that we are technically on day 3, but it feels like we are playing already at the playoffs. Thank you, Katniss 17, for your tweet. And yeah, I mean, these are intense matches, and we are yet to witness, because we heard Riku a while ago saying that this might be the first one, but we still got the 4th match, UCFC versus Team Secret. So watch out there for the viewers. Make sure to strap in your seatbelt, because it might be a 2-1.
That's right. That's right. I really think it's going to be on this match with Bren versus Liyab. But you did bring up something interesting with UCFC and Team Secret. It could be there too. Could be. Could be.
well, the running prediction between me and Osiris is that this is the game that will go 3 games, and Osiris is banking for the 4th match to go the distance. And I believe we have dinner on the table, right? So, Osiris, I'm just reminding you, my friend.
Oh,
Is that true?
What a familiar
And
name.
here we have a very familiar name indeed from Coach Kaigu in RRQ, giving some love to a former teammate in Exo said we trust. I guess we know who Kaigu is cheering for indeed. His vote goes on over to Liyab Esports. It's hashtag #SeeIconSeries and hashtag Dominate the Rift. Those are the only 2 hashtags that you need in order for your tweets to be featured over here on the panel sessions that we have. And yes, indeed, you can be your guest panelist over here. And right now, Coach Kaigu as our guest panelist. How are you liking that? I think that sounds really good. I'm just saying. I think it sounds really, really good. It's like, oh, what do you think, Kaigu? Maybe we can have more of the tweets over here coming from Kaigu, because I think I'm liking how that sounds. Just want to throw that out. Just an idea. Anyway, you guys can also get into the Discord server, and yes, like right here, right now, and interact with Audalus and Osiris and myself, because we forgot to switch rooms. So I'm just gonna tell you right now and be candid. But we are gonna get into the action. Bren Esports versus Liyab Esports. This is our 2nd match of the day. Casters, over to you guys.
Minions have spawned.
Bren Esports versus Liyab. Whew, definitely a spicy match for series number 2. Maybe, I'm gonna push my luck here. Maybe this is the series that will give us 3 games. But for that, we'll be your casters. I'm Yukon. Alongside me is Riku. So, Madam Riku, thoughts for this matchup?
This is very extremely important for the first round robin for Group A, because whoever wins this will set the gap between the bottom 2 in the current standings, and will be needing as much points as they can before transitioning to the second round robin, as both of these teams are currently 2-0 right now for the points.
Yep. And I guess after this series, we'll know who is finally there on top. So let me talk about the playstyle of these two teams real quick. They're both kind of quiet in the early game, except for their junglers. So I guess it's going to be a battle for the junglers. Rebenga, of course, a familiar IG and a familiar name here in our community. Let's see how will he play up against Miggy. And of course, I am just looking forward to the usual Dragon Laner fights. Will we be seeing a support Ashe, new champions? Will Exosen actually play? Because RRQ Kaigu tweeted something out. I'm not sure if that's a spoiler, but if it is, I guess I'm okay with that.
Yeah, so if ever, EXO comes into the series, perhaps we get to see Nixu going back at top side. Maybe Dawn will go back into the bench temporarily, and I think that will be the same setup that we saw back in the summer season, except of course their new AD carry Elion there instead of Gambit. So I think it's one of those things where, what is the identity of Liyab coming into the fall season, because yesterday, day 1 rather, Elion had the very first pentakill of the fall season, but then day 2 they fielded him into this AP carry on the Ziggs, and it felt like not as prominent as his Xayah performance.
That's true, and we actually talked about it. Maybe Elion should just go back on picking up Xayah, because he's much more comfortable in that champion. But that also leaves a question: what if he's so good at Xayah that teams just ban out Xayah or get Xayah for themselves? Who is the next best champion? Again, these are the faces of our players, and pretty much Exosen will be playing in this game. So that's going to be switcheroos in the roles again. So that is going to be Elion still, the ADC, and that's going to be needs to back at the Baron lane.
Yeah, this is the fans of EXO will definitely be happy seeing him on the board this time around up against Bren. And meanwhile for Bren, of course, they did have a bunch of roster changes with the panel discussing it earlier. Of course, it is more focused on Consi and Mjan. So I am looking forward to see how the matchup is going to go, especially this is also Liyab fielding in a new AD carry for themselves as well, and testing the waters. I'm curious if we're going to be seeing Elion on the Ziggs this time around, or are we going to be seeing a little bit of throwback, the double marksman composition? Because EXO and as well as Gambit played that a lot before in the summer season.
Yep, and maybe that's something Liyab could touch up on, given that it's something EXO is much more comfortable with. And I believe Elion can just adjust to what Liyab rather can just adjust to what tempo EXO is gonna be showing. And without further ado, this is gonna be the pick and ban phase for game number 1. We have Rakan, Galio, and Olaf for the bans in Red Esports, and that pretty much opens Renekton. That pretty much opens. We have to wait which is the second ban for the side of Liyab. Lucian is also open.
Yeah, that's true. It is going to be Lucian open as for the side of Bren, so they're going to try and pick that up. In the meantime, Liyab will settle for this Renekton. What are options for their double AD carry? Now they can fall back into the quirky Ezreal, considering the fact that Rakan has been banned. So Xayah will not have the Lovers Duo partner if Elion does pick it up.
I guess that's the plan for Bren Esports, jumping in to this game, but Liyab is taking their time. They could get a jungler or a support. Okay, they prioritize Nami, and then Ziggs is still open. You mentioned this. Let's see if that'll be picked up by Liyab. It is going to be a TF ban against Bren Esports. Wukong for Rebenga. That is going to be the Garen most likely going over to Jet.
Yeah, this is completely different. Gotta touch a little bit on the Nami. I feel like they were fearing the Nami Lucian combo that is very oppressive in the dual lane, so they wanted to get it out right away. For Bren, Rabenga on a Wukong, this is completely different from what we saw yesterday, focusing a little bit more on the Assassins plus mid lane synergy. So this is a possible 5v5 that we're seeing to be assembled here. Meanwhile, Liyab, Olaf. That's all I'm gonna say.
That was a statement. Liyab, Olaf, and yeah, it's Olaf. Okay, so this is gonna be another Olaf game. Let's see if Liyab will be able to just give the W to Olaf. But I like that we finally we'll be seeing another Akali. On top of that, first time we'll be seeing a Lux support for the fall season. And Ari, come on, you can lock that in. It makes sense. I mean, they have this single target centered lineup with and Liyab definitely shines in pickups.
Yeah, I gotta say, the panel said that they were looking for the spark. Here it is in the form of this Lux over
Literally
here
spark.
on literally a spark, literally final spark. But this is a very good alternative. If you don't get the Nami, you get the Lux support, which works well. That's the reason why we often see Draven Lux, just to amplify the aggression. And this works really well. So it's gonna be a little bit worrisome for the side of Elion and Moraita Boy. But I think the mini good side of the Nami pick is that they do have sustain from the possible harass and poke in the bottom lane.
I'm actually a bit concerned because I have my eyes on this Akali. It's been a while since we saw a mid lane Akali. The problem is she can just perfect execution or shuriken her flip way into the perfect execution or shuriken flip her way into the back line. That was the sentence, Yuko. And yeah, of course you have very specific targets here and there. But let's see, Liyab, that just means Miggy alongside Nixu, they have to be these very strong and very steady frontliners or bodyguards for their damage because now Quancy lurking, still upside, but XN looks like that is gonna be them getting the handful of EXP before going back into their respective lanes. I thought that was gonna be Baron Lucian, but no, that is gonna be the normal ADC Lucian.
Yeah, I'm so curious to see how this dynamic is going to go. They're late to the lane means that Liyab at least can buy a little bit of time for themselves to settle and not be pushed back too early in this current lane. In the meantime, though, for top side, don't think anything will happen there, considering the fact that that is a Garen just trying to neutralize this lane. But level 3 is where Nixu is at on this Renekton.
But now the camera is focused on to the Dragon lane. Jan's first skill did not connect. Light binding. No, not light binding. That is gonna be the Edmund Flow connecting onto Jan though. A lot of folks actually, both for Lucian and for Lux in the early game. And I guess that's also the reason why Elion and Moraita Boy is just playing this one out safely. Prismatic Barrier has been used, but still no actual fights here and there. Undertow has been popped, but apparently did not get stolen from Rabenga. This will be the Aqua Prison connecting. Jan receiving a lot of damage. This will be Concy dashing in, able to put quite a lot of damage onto Nami, but still no kills.
Yeah, no kills so far. I think that's a really good trade. Concy doing a good job evening it out on the support HP bar. So I think that is still a pretty even lane so far. But for Liyab, at the moment, they're able to stabilize the lane, at least sort of scare out any potential scary offense, considering the fact that Bren is forced to pop the honey fruit early.
Yep. Oh, I guess that's just them being able to, if they want to go with the invade, if they want, not invade, if they want to go with the gank, they could do so, but now we still did not feel much of Rabenga's presence this earlier on. Fear of the Goddess has been picked up by Moraita Boy though, and it's still pretty early into the game. I do not expect them actually fighting anytime soon, aside from Concy just dashing in and making sure that he can stop Elion or Nami from doing anything funny. But at the mid lane, Ari against this Akali matchup, I love it. It's just a matter of if you were not able to time your skills properly, that is going to be very punishing. Exosen able to push Haze back. Very aggressive plays. He did use his Ignite. He also used his Spirit Rush.
Yeah, it is very disciplined too, not even consuming a flash as well for both of these mid laners. So it is the mission of Exosen, especially brought Ignite. He definitely wants to get ahead in the lane, wants to make it into a kill lane, and Hayes having to opt for more of a defensive summoner spell this time around. And this is without the equation of the junglers, because level 5 will be super important. And I feel like that is the time where Miggy and Rebenga can be a little bit more involved.
And speaking of Rebenga, he is just making his way down here at the Dragon lane, but that's gonna be a 2v1 at the Baron. Dragon is gonna be up in 26 seconds. Looks like Jeff was not taken down rather, and that is gonna be Olaf just forced to go back. A lot of space given to the mid and even here at the Dragon lane, but looks like Jeff is gonna hold his ground. You have you guys didn't face check it. That's gonna be Judgment Beam popped. At least he was able to cancel the recall a tad bit later.
Yeah, that's correct. It is one of those things where Rebenga has more space to get this scuttler, and as well as for the rest of Bren to prepare a little bit more for this dragon. But at the same time, it is Liyab is able to reset first, actually, but it is still a mini win for Bren as they do have the scuttler secured.
Is going to be the passive being proc. Miggy still looking for the next possible target. Dragon is alive, but Bren Esports is not there anywhere near the Dragon just yet, and that is going to be Jump hopping in with the light finding. Final Spark is going to connect, was able to put a significant amount of damage onto Miggy, but there was no solid follow-up. Tidal Wave has been popped, but looks like both teams is just going to disengage. Now Consi went back into the Dragon lane. Charm is not going to connect. No kills going over to Exen just yet. It's almost 5 minutes.
I know.
First blood.
Because Liyab doesn't have the tidal wave anymore, it gives them a little bit of they're more worried now to fully engage. And meanwhile for Bren, they still have a lot in their kit. They're still pretty happy. No pressure actually, because it is not the Infernal Drake, it is the Air Drake, so they can actually try to buy a little bit more time. When we look at the bottom portion of the map though, of course Elyon will not be as impactful just yet because that is just a Manamune on the board. So Bren should get this dragon.
Well, looks like Liyab Esports, they would want to first contest this huge objective earlier on, but that it's going to be, the missiles actually hurt MJ a lot. That is going to be Rebenga jumping in, knocking up 1, on 2, on 3, but that's going to be the calling pop, and that's going to be Locks actually being taken down. You have the penalty coming in from this Nami. Ari does get first hit down, but you have Akali jumping in. Here comes the next hit. The stuns are going to connect, but will he be able to get the damage answer? It's going to be no, because he was forced to jump back, and that's going to be Liyab Esports still holding their ground. Bren Esports, they are very, very low except for Consi, so it looks like that is going to be another reset. No team gets to have their hands on this dragon just yet.
Yes, not just yet. Liyab is able to get first blood though on for Nixu, and that is going to be very important because we've seen how Renekton's early game, once they get early kills, they can immediately transition that into a potential snowball and eliminate troubling targets such as Hayes on this Akali. But this is going to be take 2 now, but Bren is nowhere near this dragon as they're focusing more a little bit on the Rift Herald, and I gotta say, I think the Rift Herald is definitely much better than this Air Drake in this point of the game.
That is true. I mean, if you get one Rift Herald, that's basically one turret secured. Exosen did try to maybe steal a Rift Herald there, or at least get one pick up, but apparently that was not what happened. That is maybe the Spirit Rush being popped. Charm not going to connect still. Twilight Shroud being popped by Akali at the sides. She does not have perfect execution just yet. Now, Bren Esports, we can't get anything at the Baron lane. Why not try and get the mid lane tower? Here comes the tidal wave. That's the Olaf with the Ragnarok jumping in. They're boxing in Liyab Esports, but they're still holding the ground. No casualties, but still 2-1 on the scoreboard just 7 minutes.
Yeah, Liyab was able to make the most out of that situation by transitioning the first dragon to the first blood tower. So that's extra gold for them, most definitely. Bren Esports wasn't able to reset, actually, as now, same goes for Liyab as well.
Okay, I thought Jeth was gonna try and target someone there, but looks like Bren Esports. Okay, recall, just calm down and maybe wait for the next opening. They also need to wait for Haze to ramp up on damage. He only has the Andres and Lich Bane. Wait, no, that's already sufficient. He already
Wow.
has the Lich Bane. Beautiful and smooth plays from Exocen, almost being able to burst Haze down.
Yeah, good thing that wasn't. I think Exocen had Spirit Rush, but didn't have the necessary information to push further for a tower dive because Haze does have barrier.
He does. Okay, that was apparently only the clone of Rebenga. He was able to jump his way to safety. Triforce already available for Miggy 8 minutes in. Again, both teams being very careful. They don't want to give away much of the lead or much of the kills. As the Gatling gun being popped by Corky, Mjan using his light binding.
Exo?
He has the new skin, and that is going to be a knockout connecting onto Exocen. But apparently 2v1 will be enough. That's going to be the 5-point strike, being able to burst him down. But Rebenga was the one that got the kill.
Yeah, look at Bren right now, and look at the map. Liyab is not able to exchange something off of the map after that death of Exocen at top side. So Bren is just really doing a good job. Just trying to pick up the pieces there. Map-wise though, Liyab's still in that lead. So it is the gold as well. So at that point, you know, they're really focusing their efforts in eliminating Exocen first. But I feel like he is going to be a much bigger threat right after getting the Rabadons as his second item. And Bren will have to be extra careful to dodge those charms.
I guess they just want to focus on Exocen this point on just to, you know, make sure that, nope, you're not going to snowball. You're not going to do whatever you want because mid to late game, it's going to focus on Ari. Exocen, as you can see, he is the one that does the initiates. Elion will be the one in charge of the late game, but we're just 9 minutes in. Haze on their toe is going to connect. Also have a pretty healthy wave coming in. That is going to be the shuriken flip. I'm going to connect, but at the very least, the final spark from Mjan help his teammate.
Just gonna get a little bit of wave clear and a little bit of presence after that. But the scary part is, I suppose, Consi does have the IE already on his second item. So Liyab still waiting on for that Triforce for Elion to sort of match the power.
Ooh, are they gonna jump in? That is the charm connect. You also have the Orb of Deception being popped. That is gonna be Exocen dashing in, jumping in, but that is gonna be Haze committing a lot on the champion. That is gonna be him popping the perfect execution perfectly. 5-point strike, jump in, but instead he got taken down by Olaf. On top of that, Olaf was able to flash out. The final spark is not gonna connect, and that is gonna be Bren Esports being able to win that fight. We have Esports rather being able to win that fight now. Jet at the front line, protecting Rebenga. Red team, red side being able to get one mid lane turret. Red Esports trades that off with one Baron lane turret.
Haze was really amazing there. That could have been a double kill, 1v2 in the top lane. But at the same time, Miggy was able to deny that away from Bren. Liyab, though, wanting to start this dragon to make it the second dragon for themselves. There is no jungler nearby for the side of Bren, though, as they try to walk closer to that portion. Not sure if that's going to be the priority, though, because EXO is still at the top portion of the map trying to clear the wave, so I don't think they can make it in time.
Yeah, I don't think they can make it in time too. But looks like that is going to be Nami jumping into the tidal wave here. The final spark is going to connect onto one, onto two, but that's going to be Consi being focused by one, not by two champions. That's going to be the damage connecting onto Lucian. He does first it down. Olaf says goodbye as well. That's going to be a good initial coming in front of Rebenga. The charge are going to connect onto Exocen, but the orb reception is going to be there, but Jet is just too tanky. That is going to be a 1-2 in favor of Bren. Exocen says hello again. That is to be the judgment. He is going to pop the Jet is going to jump right on Ari's face, but it just wasn't enough to finish off the kill.
Yeah, no hard CC to hold Exocen down. The fact that he still has flash makes it a little bit hard just to land in the silence and hope to see if Exocen does take the bait. It is a very close game so far. This is what the panel has mentioned. It may look to be the 2-0 trend breaker, the combo breaker of the entire fall season so far for Group A and as well as B. And with that said, though, it is go time now for Elian. He is maxed out already with his Muramana and as well as the Triforce on the board. So this is the time where Liyab wants to fight. They definitely want to fight. Rabadon's already on the board for Exocen, so it's Liyab's time to shine.
I was about to say it's Elion's time to shine, but what you said was much better. Late game, almost late game. It's now Liyab Esports' time to shine indeed. But now Nixu is just focused on clearing the wave first. If they would want to be ahead or to be able to control the main wave, that is gonna be Olaf chasing too. And it's gonna be a tidal wave connecting on the Tinas. Even Shuriken is connecting onto one. Lockjaw, say goodbye. You have the Gatling gun coming from Ellen. He's just in the back lines. Yet it's gonna come in. He is able to get one. Arthur Renekton does get first. And that is gonna jump in. Shuriken flip in. Coming in from his Haze from Akali. He does not have perfect execution, but now Elion being targeted by Jet instead. He was the one that got first down. On top of those 2 kills, Red Esports will be able to get one mid lane turret and almost took out Exocen.
This Haze, man, this Akali is gonna be a huge problem for Liyab if they are not able to find Haze right off the bat and consume all their resources for possibly Consi, then there's nothing left to hold down Haze. And with that said, look at him, Rabadon's Lichbane already on the board for this Akali, and it may potentially grow even further as Liyab. I mean, they know their spikes. That's the reason why they initiated for the fight. But if Haze is one of the last people standing, then it will be a huge problem.
And I guess that's also something that Liyab was not expecting. The fact that you just have this mid lane assassin that can, again, penetrate the back lines. I mean, yeah, Exocen, he can just charm Haze here. But the problem is Akali, she can be very, very slippery. That's why Haze was just being very patient in the previous scrimmage. Jet, hello, how are you? But that is not going to be a kill going over to Miggy. Jet was able to disengage just as quickly. And also that is going to be Nixu forced to go back because Consi really hurts a lot.
Yeah. So hard to reach with the dash as well. He does have exhaust on his kit, on his summoner spell kit, so it is very difficult if you want, as an assassin, to pour your resources and just head straight for Consi. He's just gonna exhaust you. I think now for the itemization, perhaps Zhonya's will be high value in this point of the game. That's the reason why we get to see Elian now on the Zhonya's at the moment, but we get to see Spooky Ghost as well, just to try and spot out Haze in the Shroud.
Liyab Esports, they know that Bren Esports would try and get strict. That's why they position themselves at the bush. Rebenga, you're gonna go with the face check, but apparently he's gonna go straight to the dragon. Oh no. But there's Mjan. There is also Consi that he was handling, connecting on to connecting on to the ADC. That's ridiculously going over to Elion. And you know what? Rebenga trying to win the duel, but that's double going over to this ADC. Rampage, in fact, it is going over to Haze, was able to burst down the front liner. That is going to be a 3-1 in favor now of Liyab. 9 and 8 on the scoreboard. Full lead, only 200, but in favor of Liyab.
Yeah, that is also an Infernal Drake for Liyab, so they are gonna hurt a little bit more. And now for Haze, I think that tactic of a Death Rush was very, very sneaky. And this also equates to a Baron.
Ooh, looks like they're gonna go straight with getting as much objectives as they can. They do not want to waste any more time. Charm did connect, but it was on Rebenga's clone. Is he gonna go with the steal? Here comes Tidal Wave as he jump in, but Haze was able to pop Zhonya's just at the right time. He does become golden, pops the Twilight Shroud, and was able to get away or go to safety. Nami coming with the recall, Baron is still up, and now you have Miggy just getting as much farm as he can.
Haze did a good job just stalling, just trying to stop Liyab from finishing this Baron and propel Liyab in a more comfortable spot. The Zhonya's was very high value, I suppose. No Void Staff being picked up by Haze, so he's gonna hit hard like a truck, even more. With that said, it is now a very close game. This is a butt-clenching game for sure.
Definitely, and I do not know which team is gonna win. It's just gonna It's all gonna depend rather on who gets to be picked off first, which team gets to win that 4v5, and just steamroll from there. But Bren Esports looks like they don't want any more clashes. They just want the Baron, maybe. But they also need to be very wary of Exos and dash in and charm, but also the final score doesn't become a game pop right there. But Liyab Esports, they excel in these small or tight wall fights. As we engage coming in from Bren Esports. Hello, says Lucia, but as we up going over to Olaf, move on to survive as the DH jumping in. So it's gonna collect onto one. A shot down on Olaf. Oh, the root! Light binding is gonna collect, but at the very least, he was safe. You know what? He's not because Hayes knocked him down. Double kill going over to Akali on top of the back, but he got bursted down by Corky. 4-3 in favor of Bren. On top of that, they were able to get the last outer tier to the mid lane.
Hey, what a guy here. He is massive right now, and he's using that lead so well. And even if he died, Bren still gets 2 towers in the mid lane. Means more space for the Baron. Look at the support fight though.
It's cute, I know. I do not know how long that fight will be, but I'm happy that Mjan just went back. Now Conti was able, that's actually a lot of minions. Quite the healthy wave pushing in at the Baron lane, popping in with his Proto Bell, and then just recalling. Baron is still up, and you also have the package available for taking for Elion. So you mentioned this. Late game, it's going to be the Elion game, and it just goes to show that Miggy and Nixu, they are able to protect their damage dealers and their support. Exisen, though, I was about to say he was not afraid of initiating, and there he is with another kill. And now Hayes is just forced to jump back. You have the Silent Shroud as well, and he does become golden, but that is gonna be Liyab Esports just storming in. Aqua Prison connecting on the 2, and you have just Miggy being able to take down Akali at the expense of his very own life because he got taken down by Garen. Also had the calling coming in from Lucian. Did not get anyone though. It's going to be a 2-for-1 in favor still of Liyab. 14 and 13. They're going to clear out the wave and then maybe take the Baron, but they have to be very wary because anytime Bren Esports can still get it.
Exactly, because Miggy is gone, there is no jungler, so it will be a little bit risky for this. Meanwhile, it is the Elder Dragon. This is a huge opening. 28 seconds without Liyab's jungler. So this is a huge opening for Bren to take this, or maybe even get a pick off the map, or open the map even further with his take on the tower.
Ooh, that is going to be Elion trying to defend their Dragon lane side. Bren Esports decides to let it go, but here comes Exisen. Just jumping in and then flashing out and then Spirit rushing his way into the side. Did not get anyone though, but he was able to force Conci to go back. Lucian very low, so if ever they want to go with the pick off, there won't be a definite ADC. Both objectives are still alive.
Exactly. We talked about this earlier. If especially EXO decides to go all in, he will get greeted with an exhaust. And the fact that there's a QSS on Consi's inventory makes it so much harder to try and execute the AD carry right away. And now this is all full 5 culminating over this area. And we might see a full 5v5 or maybe a pick.
Looks like it is going to be a pick because Jet was the sacrificial lamb. But that's a really beautiful title coming from Murai the boy. Final spark is going to connect, but you have the calling still. Hey, he doesn't care. He was able to get that double kill. Baron laner and the jungle. The front liners are gone. Oh no! Sports forced to go back as to be a certain percent onto the 5-point strike, being able to burst Exosen down. Death timers are so high. This is going to be a free Elder Dragon for Bren Esports.
Absolutely, and they can run straight to the Baron as a big bonus. I have to hand it to Mjan. His bindings are huge, are just so, I would say game-changing, because Exosen, whenever he Spirit Rushes, Mjan just greets him with a light binding.
That is true, and you know what? It just stops the Esports on their tracks, literally, because you do get rooted, and it just displaces them. You also have the final spark available. Tidal Wave is going to connect, will be enough. The answer is going to be no, because still, Bren Esports, they have their hands on that Baron. So, for the side of the red team, we would highlight Exosen, but now Bren Esports Hayes this guy. It is just an amazing fight at the mid lane. Now he has Rabadons, Lich Bane, Leandris also has that orb. Safe to say that this Akali is definitely someone that you should be worried about. Also has 10 kills in his pocket.
And it's just so hard to look at when we check Liyab's composition. All their CCs are hard to land. The bubble, the charm.
The bubble, the charm, apparently we did see those two skills coming through. Lux was the first one to actually get in. That Olaf does get by as well, but now Bren Esports, oh no! They were the one in the lead. EXO forced to flash out, but what was that damage as to be the first team ace of the game? A rampage going over to Akali. They don't care. They're going straight onto the Nexus, and that is gonna be Bren Esports bagging game number 1. Let's see if Jeff is gonna dance. No? Okay, he's not gonna dance.
Oh, there we go. He did a little dance, and it's very a very huge statement for Bren. Especially if this is one of the hottest matchups tonight. What are they doing? A little bit of skid here and there, but yeah, it looked pretty even at the first 15 or 10-minute mark. But then it all came together when we get to see HaZe being the star of this particular fight, and where there was no answer in, on HaZe's onslaught.
Also, there were times that Tubenga, he did not mind so much damage. Death did not mind just dying, as long as it gives space for both Lucian and Akali. Also have that, very good support that can sometimes throw some damage here and there. But the idea was you CC Liyab Esports to their ground. If possible, you just make sure that XN is away from his team or vice versa, and then you can just pick your targets from there and just commit in the fights, get 1 or 2 kills, and then win. I guess that was the game plan for Bren Esports.
Yeah.
That was so close, I swear. It could have gone either way.
It could have, but the thing is, there wasn't exactly a player from Liyab that snowballed. Usually when we see a Renekton, it was neutralized by this Garen. So, okay, that's out of the picture. Let's fall into this Ari. Let's see if that could be the answer. But Exocet has been caught in the side lanes in the early portion of things. So he was a little bit behind in comparison to his enemy laner, which, HaZe pretty much had a field day in this particular game.
That is true. And you know what? It's honestly just back to the drawing board for Liyab. We need those early game advantage. We need at least mid laner, jungler, or the back laner to snowball, because they can translate that to the other parts of the map while they wait for their ADC to be online. Elyon, he was in the late game. I really thought he was gonna run away with it, but then again, you have an Akali that can just jump at the back lines, but now we're gonna jump into the Oppo A94 plays of the game. There were also pretty good flashes from both teams. The first blood actually happened when Olaf just flashed the back lines like, nope, I'm gonna take you. And Bren Esports, they capitalized on that. Conti most of the time was in a very safe place, and MJan just being a huge problem in the map. Yet Esports, they just had no answer to that.
I know. We talked about this earlier, touched this a little bit, which was it's so hard to land these CCs. The bubble, the charm, once they miss, it is an opportune moment for HaZe to keep going. That Zonius, not to get caught by the bubble, was so well played, dashing out into the Shroud, and it's such a huge impact because you stopped that Baron take.
Also, if you're gonna observe, MJan is always in the back line before he pops his final spark, and then he just jumps in, just uses the Lucian Singularity, and then uses the Prismatic Barrier too. This was a good play by Olaf, who was able to get a double kill, but the re-engage from Bren Esports on C. The switcheroo, the way HaZe just jumps to the back and then re-engages just like that, that was so smart, so good as well.
Yeah, it's crazy. MJan just lying in wait for the light binding. And this is one of those instances where, okay, we've managed to kill off HaZe right off the bat. What are our options this time around? But what we usually see in these fights in the later stages is that the ults, the CCs are usually getting absorbed by Jeth, and this opens this opportunity for Hayes to go all out.
It was a whole new world for the damage dealers for Bren Esports, basically. It was the moment when Liyab, they knew, okay, M1 is a problem, let's take him down, let's say goodbye. But they overcommitted, they overextended. But master of the match, though, is gonna be Hayes on this Akali. Itemization, so right there, take a screenshot, KDA of 6.33, kill participation 1%, damage per minute 1,381. Yes, we definitely felt that in his 5-point strikes. He also has the barrier and a flash to be able to reposition himself whenever necessary.
Yeah, it's all about that survivability. But I gotta have to say this right while Hayes is on the screen. Hey, Hayes!
Hey!
Never mind.
That's so cute. Okay, props to Riku for thinking of that and for doing that. Hey,
Don't need to give me props. Don't need to give me props. But yeah, just gotta highlight Hayes again. He's massive. Even though, let's just say the lane was Exosense win, with that barrier, he was able to survive a little bit more, just bother the backline, annoy Elian, and as well as Exosen. And it was just the perfect formula. He was massive, already 10 KDA, and I'm looking forward to see more of this switcheroo. It was Rebenga stepping off the carry junglers, the assassin junglers a little bit, and giving the throne, the crown to Hayes this time around.
Yep, and well, also giving it to Consi since Lucian was a huge problem in the late game. But yeah, basically what happened there was Jet and Rebenga, they were the sacrificial lamb. Yes.
Lambs.
And yeah, words, you go words. And whenever they were gonna you said this earlier, Jeff would just absorb a lot of CCs, a lot of damage, a lot of ultimates, and then Bren Esports, it's go time. And then that's just when Hayes just does crazy things. And again, they were able to stop Liyab on their tracks. They were able to stop Exosen. Again, I said this, Liyab would most likely play around the tempo of Exosen. If you are able to limp him, Liyab will have a hard time. Yes, you have Elion, but again, that is just a quirk. And they a lot of damage, but at some point you're bound to catch him off guard, and this is going to be the draft for our game number 1. Again in order, so the bans were Rakan, Galio, and Lee Sin. You said this, Bren Esports, they were thinking maybe Elion will get Saya. Let's just take out Khan. Beside of Liyab, you have Camille, Gragas, and Tristan.
Gotta say, the ban on the Galio is super good because if you plan on playing assassins, it's available because Galio is just really good at punishing aggressive plays. The taunt will just be the automatic, muscle response basically. And Akali had free reign. There are only 2 CCs that are most likely a big threat to Hayes, and which is the bubble and then the charm. Maybe a little bit on Renekton here for Nixu, but I think those 2 primarily, what I've stated, is the most important ones. But with that said, removing the Galio, removing the Rakan is just really, really good. Gragas also being taken out as well by Liyab just to make sure it wouldn't be the first pick on blue side for Bren. Kinda shackled them a little bit. So with this particular scenario, if this is what we're going to be seeing again, Bren can pick another assassin jungler if they want to, maybe switch it up, a Rengar or maybe a Kha'Zix for Rebenga, and Hayes can move in with the Twisted Fate possibly, as we've seen yesterday as well.
Yeah, and to think that they banned Twisted Fate because of Hayes, but Hayes, it was the MVP of game number 1, and Rebenga is still definitely a possible pick for game number 2, but let's see what will be the adjustment Bren Esports could do. My thoughts in that game were overall, Liyab draft makes sense, but you are right, no one actually fully snowballed. I guess that's something they could do, be a bit more felt in the early game, or at least keep your ADC safely. And Exosen, even though he did try to go the risky plays, even though he got killed 6 or 7 times, it makes sense. That's because he was not actually afraid of being the initiator. He has charm. At the very least, if the charm connects, everyone can just follow up.
Yeah, he had Spirit Rush as well for the additional mobility. Yeah, Bren really focused on him. Whenever EXO just wanted to push the side lanes, the rest of Bren were there to prepare and assassinate him. Maybe a four-man roam onto a single target. But with that said, I think with that information, if ever, the vision was a little bit concentrated maybe on the whenever EXO is going to side or split push, then perhaps they can take something off of the map in the opposite portion as well. Maybe that could be an option. But with that, it is maybe an identity struggle perhaps. We've seen how Liyab has been experimenting for the past 2 days with, air quote, the standard, especially again with the roster changes. Nixu from top lane to the mid lane, he has cycled through different types of champions. We've seen him play Renekton in the mid lane, therefore remnants of his top lane experience. And then Ziggs, which is usually we see in the mid lane, and then AD carry, Lucian in the mid lane as well. So maybe this is Liyab just trying to find their footing.
Maybe they're just looking for that sweet spot and that identity that they're comfortable with. And yeah, I guess they should just touch up on that. And made me think Ziggs was open in game number 1. I wonder, Ekusen, really good Ziggs player. We saw this way back in the summer season. What could have happened if he had his hands on Ziggs? Minefield, bouncing bombs, as well as the Mega Inferno bomb. He is safe, but at the same time, he has so much reach. Maybe that's something we could be seeing in game number 2.
I think so too. Ziggs has been, I think during the first day of the fall season, there was still a threat on the Ziggs. But now a lot of the teams are comfortable letting that slip in the bans. They're more comfortable banning out these key champions that enable and punish assassins, basically. You see Rakan, Galio, and then Gragas. So I fully understand the reason why Ziggs has been not as prioritized anymore. But now, today, I feel like the theme of today is the Olaf. And sadly, it hasn't been working so well.
I'm gonna say it. This is why he did not have a good win rate way back in the Summer Super Cup.
Yes.
But yeah, still liking. Well, Olaf did get a handful of kills in the previous game, so I guess we will still be seeing more of him. But guys, come on. Yeah, maybe it's time to just pick up few champions. Maybe explore a little bit. I do understand the Olaf ban, but the picks on Olaf so far for today is not yet good. So we've been talking about the possible changes or adjustments for Liyab. What about Bren Esports?
I think they can just do the same thing. I think they're very comfortable early game up until even going the distance in 20-minute games. I feel like we have the long games we have are when it's Liyab versus this team, or the Liyab games are pretty long so far in the fall season. And yeah, they've pretty much covered everything when it comes to the different phases of the game, I suppose. But if there's another option, I guess if we have to go back to maybe Rebenga, the mid and jungle synergy on game number 2 to switch it a little bit, even though they really don't need to fix anything because of their performance in game number 1. Yeah, Haze on something that can potentially snowball, or Rebenga on a carry jungle that can snowball as well.
Well, that is a possibility. Let's see if, your analysis, your predictions has been on point so far. So let's see if we'll be seeing more of that for this game number 2. So guys, I know you're excited, but of course, we are just waiting for game number 2 to start. And yeah, this is day number 3 for the fall season. Just the first week, a lot has happened, but you guys know what hasn't happened yet? A game 3. So let's see if we'll be seeing a game 3.
You said that really creepily. A game 3.
Right? I did not know why you had to hype that one up, because I guess I really wanted to see a game number 3.
It's almost as if you were threatening people. Come on. Let's get a game 3, okay?
I'm not
It's
happy.
almost as if it's like that.
Almost 2-0. Come on, guys. But yeah, that also goes to show how much our teams improved over the season. I know it's all 2-0s, but to be fair, those are pretty close to 0s, as close as game 1 was in this series.
I know, 10 minutes into the game, it was just a 1k goal deficit, a difference rather, and it could be a different swing. Maybe Liyab will switch it up. Maybe will change something in their draft, in their approach. I feel like we will see the return of the Ezreal Corki. I have a strong feeling we get to see that return for some reason, because looking back at the summer season, it has been their go-to to secure 2 O's in the South Luzon group stages. So it's just a feeling, but I could be wrong.
Double ADC. I like that thought. I mean, you just get another really good damage dealer, another champion at the back line that has quite the reach, and Fusion Barrage, of course, a Gobo ultimate can chase anyone down and can also be a really good initiate skill if they want to. And yeah, Bren Esports, what I'm thinking though is we might be seeing more of Lucian, maybe, and more of Jet's Garen. Death on this Garen has been very good aside from his Darius. He is just basically that sponge that gets all the damage, but at the same time, he can poke you here and there and just wither your HP down, and then alley-oop your Benga, Consi, or even onto Haze, and then they will take you down. So it's just Bren Esports knowing how to pass the ball or pass the target to their advantage.
Yeah, I know this Garen pick has been one of the, I wouldn't call it low-key, but very important picks to neutralize teams that have a lot of great top lane players or that can easily snowball. I think Renekton coming into Wild Rift really shifted more importance on towards Garen picks. As there is, I think it's the safest route to sort of neutralize the lane, other than having to pick up a Darius, maybe. But with that said, something that we haven't really seen as much anymore is the Fiora. I think she pretty much fell into importance. I could be wrong, because we've seen the Akali. It will definitely depend on the player and their comfortableness on the champion.
That is true. And yeah, no Fiora so far, even though she's still pretty okay, but I guess our teams have different priorities. Riku looking so hot.
So I'm sorry, because I realized there's already a word for comfortableness, and that's comfort. My brain sort of blanked a bit and made my own word when the word already existed. Anyway, continue, Yuko. You were saying.
Don't worry, guys. It's okay. Riku, make up a word. Just comment that word, and it is now National Riku Day or something. But yeah, going back into the draft, usual picks here and there, and aside from Fiora not being seen in the meta, I saw in the comments they were saying Renekton tends to be picked up a lot. One of the counters for Renekton is Wukong. So maybe we could be seeing a Baron Lane Wukong, question mark. I mean, we have been seeing a Wukong in the jungle, but that's possible. You know what? We have crazy teams here in the Philippines. So I'm not gonna deny that just yet. But yeah, Wukong picks will definitely be more prominent in this meta, given that Renekton almost always gets picked up, and in the first rotation picks, honestly, either in the blue or at the red side. So speaking of lineups, we'll be seeing what kind of adjustments will our two teams show. I kind of want to touch up on the support plays. So what were your thoughts, or what do you think happened in the support side for game number 1?
I think Liyab had a possible, we're a little bit torn to deny Nami or pick up a Seraphine for their Olaf. Usually we see, usually you need something that can propel the team and join an Olaf when a Ragnarok is pressed. And that means movement speed. So the tidal wave actually works well, but at the same time, they didn't want a Lucian and as well as a Nami on the opposite side on towards Bren. So they had to deny that. And therefore, they were pretty much stuck with a Nami and Corki. But it feels like it's not doing as a good job as having a Seraphine on your team with an Olaf.
True. And looks like this is going to be the pick and ban for game number 2. So we'll talk about the bans in a bit. But of course, Bren Esports still gonna stick with their guns. They do want to have their hands on that Garen, given that they banned out Galio, which opens Lucian. And, well, Senna is open now. They want to pick that up. Oh, they're gonna get a Kali too. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
this is
mad.
so spicy. Yeah, this is like, okay, my Ari didn't work out, so maybe Exosen will use this Akali. Maybe not, maybe on Nixu, perhaps, but I feel like this is gonna be Exosen. I highly doubt that's a Rammus, though. I could be wrong.
Okay.
Yes, okay. Because I know back in the summer season, everyone, when Rammus was allowed, we were looking forward to that pick. So this now, Bren saying, okay, we don't want the Nami support paired with Elian there on the Lucian, so we're gonna take it for ourselves.
They're gonna deny the possible support, but Janna is still available. So obviously, they already have one ultimate for disengage. On top of that, they have Xinjiao. Could be a good initiate, could be a good disengager. So for Bren Esports side, they could pick up a core key if they want to. Kaisa is available as well. Kaisa plus Nami. And a Ziggs is open. Diana, I haven't seen it. If they do lock that in. They did. I have not seen Diana in the longest time. Hello, welcome back, dear friend.
I know, you're right. It could be a Corki too, because this may be a range versus melee matchup. But instead, they're going to take on the challenge, put EXO here on towards this Akali. And therefore, it's going to be an assassin versus assassin in the mid lane. And this is another spicy matchup, Yuko.
Yep, these two teams really living up to the hype. So we hope you're enjoying this draft just as we are. So again, highlight is going to be the mid lane. And now we'll be seeing another Janna. But looking at top lane, looks like that's going to be a pretty quiet matchup. Again, of course, Renekton alongside Garen, the usual stuff. But I'm loving this Wukong and Xinjiao. Let's see who will be able to, get up on top. And for the ADC side, for the Dragon Laner side, who just gets to go online first, or who gets to reach the power spike earlier on? Lucian. You know what? The culling is only one way. I mean, he cannot change his guns. Kaisa can killer instinct her way into the backside or reposition herself.
Yeah, that's the thing with the killer instinct, and I think that's the reason why too they decided to pick up the Janna for Moraita Boy. Just to make sure that Elion has the necessary peel and safety, especially if they've got a Diana on the opposite side, and as well as a killer instinct to dive into the backline.
Yep. Ooh, he's already being visited by two, but looks like he is just gonna survive just fine. He also will be able to clear out the waves, but still a pretty standard early game for both teams here.
Yeah, it's looking good. It's looking pretty stable so far. Having the Janna on your side for a Lucian means that your aggressiveness is gonna be a tad more restrained, I suppose. But this is a switch. This is very interesting. Now we get to see Nixu having to take the blunt of the pokes from Hayes, though. So he has to survive at least. Maybe level 3 will be comfy. But this is good, because when we think about Miggy being their jungler, means that it's so much easier to get a gank and to have CC in the mid lane.
But let's say, okay, they actually are running this 1-2-2 lineup with XSN up on top, will be up against Jeff, and Hayes is just forced to duel this out or survive in this 1v2s. The early game was so intense, I broke my glasses. That is gonna be XSN just jumping in, was able to pop that Twilight Trap. But now Miggy looks like he's gonna focus on getting the Rift Scuttler, and now you have Kaisa just maybe focusing her guns, focusing her all of her damage onto either Lucian or Janna. But looking at the Baron lane again, you have the trick and flip being popped by XN. Still no kills for both teams. Rebecca being able to pop that clone. Clone does say goodbye, and that is gonna be Liyab just rotating this early on.
Yeah, it's still Liyab, the upper portion of the map mainly, the 3-man, this very scary 3-man with a lot of damage earlier on with the Xin Zhao, the Renekton, and as well as the Akali. They're trying to find these early game kills because they're just so good at the skirmish, and it will be propelled more with when level 5 comes for sure. And the little bit of switch from the lane swap, it's mainly because Hayes has more range. Exo will definitely get poked out, and I think this is a very good decision as well.
Oh, nice dive coming in from Ekosen right there, but he was also able to disengage just as quickly. I thought they were gonna fully commit there, but apparently they want to play it safe. That is gonna be Nixu being pressured by Hayes. Nixu, he could just focus on ramping up on damage unless he lands the stun, and he did, but Hayes is just gonna be fine. He still has the ultimate available, but I guess he would want to save that on 2-5 triggers. They're not gonna connect. 5-point strike is gonna connect. Nice bait coming in from EXO. Also being able to pop that fire shroud. Jet, however, is still alive.
Yeah, he's still fine. He does have Ignite though, which is I wouldn't call it interesting, but I feel like it was basically needed since the rest of Bren will not have Ignite. So I feel like, okay, Jeff, you're the one who's gonna carry it instead. But in the meantime, EXO does not have Flash. So I feel like Bren will have eyes on EXO, and this Flash will not, I assume, will not be available on the Infernal Drake if ever Liyab will force the issue.
The Lich Bane though are being picked up by Exosen, and now Liyab Esports is gonna make their way towards that dragon side. Of course, they want to get their hands on this first Drake, which is an Infernal Drake. Very important for snowballing and getting that extra damage. So, Bren Esports, you have M-Jan just lurking at the sides. Aquaprison is gonna connect. You also have Rebecca. He has ultimate. He still has smite. You also have Elion. I did not know why I mentioned that with an accent. Elion focusing on the dragon. But now both are they gonna go with the dragon dance, or are they just gonna go with the 5v5? Looks like Rebecca jumping, but it's gonna be accelerated on the 3. What was that? Yeah, he's jumping in. That is gonna be the beauty. EXO, but the first has been taken by Renekton, by Nixu, and now that is gonna be Nixu taking down, jump in, flash in, tries to assist by now, just a tad bit too late for the party. Hayes forced to jump back. Jet, will you be able to secure the trick? That is gonna be a yes, no, maybe, no. Double kill onto Elion, a kill and a kill on the dragon for Liyab.
That's a huge bonus. Liyab cashing in. I feel like this is really going to be the combo breaker. I know it's still early. It is just 5 minutes into the game, but the kills went to important targets. We've got Elion already with a 2-0, and as well as getting the Infernal Drake. So that is extremely important. One thing to note is that Mjan used the Spooky Ghost quite early and did not reserve it for when Exosen entered the fight. So with that, I feel like they were already in a tad of the back end, and Exosen can play around with the smoke a little bit more.
Oh, Rebecca just gonna focus on getting that buff. Rift Herald is gonna be up in 21 seconds. Nixu still alone at the Baron alongside Kaisa. I mean, I'm not sure if they should duke it out. Maybe no for Consi. Just focus on the full-on 5v5s, and Elion is just gonna clear out the wave. He could recall, he could just wait for another wave to jump in, but Rift Herald is gonna be up in a bit. Miki and Moraita Boy is already there to maybe take a feel on the map. Are there other members from Bren Esports? That is gonna be a no so far. He's being very preoccupied against this Akali, and Jet is gonna, I thought he was gonna recall, but he is just there holding his ground. That is gonna be Conti being jumped in by Nixu, Slice and Dice. Does not have the ultimate. That's gonna be EXO being exhausted. Shadow Wave has been popped. Aqua was connected there as well, but that's gonna be the alley-up jumping in. EXO so close, but he was finished by the Ikaten Rain.
Mjan's bubbles. I mean, first in game number 1, the light bindings, and now the aqua prisons are so on point, and it's to the same target. It is towards Exosen again, and this was Liyab wanting to get 2 objectives off of the map, a kill for EXO and as well as the Rift Herald. They're able to achieve 1 objective at least, and more gold from top side tower takes.
Okay, so looks like Bren will be able to please defend that turret. 20 in the scoreboard, 2k gold lead in favor of Liyab. Just 7 minutes in, itemization is up there. Liang is already up or already available for X, and you also have that Roa already available for Diana. And both teams still spread pretty thin on a quiet map. Fonzie just waiting for maybe another item before Bren Esports decides to give this a go. And here's the thing. Liyab, yes, they're in the lead. There are chances they could get this game number 2. But the comeback potential from Bren Esports is still there. We saw this in game number 1. Maybe you'll be seeing this in game number 2.
Yeah, there is a huge possibility, because when we talk about Kaisa, it can turn into a huge late A monster. And, Nixu eventually, with the Renekton, will eventually fall off, especially the fact that, he couldn't get ahead in the game just because he's up against a neutralizer such as a Garen. Xin Zhao as well, once he dives into a fight, then he's just gonna be melted down by the rest of Bren come late game. So Liyab, for sure, they're gonna welcome this point of the game where they are 2k gold ahead, but at the same time they have to speed up the process a little bit more.
Oh, okay. That is going to be a 3-man roam for Liyab. The next strike is going to be up in 15 more seconds. But now Nixu, he is pretty separated from his team. I think Liyab Esports could start grouping up now. Plate of the ranking already being picked up, already being bought by Nixu. Hayes being the target. He was forced to flash out. Maybe a tad bit too near the turret, too near for comfort, but at least Hayes was not able to pop his ultimate earlier on. But now Liyab Esports, they are running these 4 champion run. Vision already being given, and Bren Esports looks like they are gonna rotate over to the mid lane. They could target Nixu. Let's see what's gonna happen next week. Nixu is just gonna fall back.
Yeah, it's gonna just fall back for now and play it a little bit more safe. Watch for the waves and kind of guard that area. At first, it was Liyab having that advantage over the top portion of the map because the wave is slowly building, but now it has stabilized. Liyab, though, wants this dragon.
They do, and that's Nadir Benga jumping in, flashing in, but apparently it was already perceived by Liyab, but that's TP also coming in from Ace as well. Kinjo does get bursted down, but you also have, oh no, Nick to the front line, Dopaku going over to Renekton. He wants more blood. He smells it, he got it. Triple going over to Nick to killing spree. Diana gets taken down. That is gonna be a 2-4 in favor of Fred.
Oh, I gotta say it again. Yes, in favor of Liyab, and I gotta say it again. We are looking at the 2-0 combo breaker. We might go into game number 3 if things continue to propel for Liyab. They are currently in a 4k gold lead, 5k gold lead already, and this is looking like, Bren, how will they be able to slow it down? Because that fight, while it looked solid, Bren was still not properly equipped to take on that fight. Exosen basically had free reign, just getting the shurikens on board. But now let's take 2 on this Mountain Drake.
In a while, let's see what's gonna happen next. Is Liyab Esports will be able to win the skirmish, or will Bren Esports find their tempo? A knockup on the 3 being followed up by the tidal wave, but now Red Team has stolen the Mountain Dragon. Here comes Liyab Esports, and that is gonna be Akali being popping in golden. That's Midopaku going over to Lucian. Diana gets pressed down. Rampage going over to Elion, but still he got taken down by Kaisa. Let's be a shot down on the ADC. And now that is going to be a 2-2 in favor of no one. So close. Super close. But now looking at the board, that is going to be a 4k gold lead in favor of Liyab.
Yes, still Liyab in a comfortable... Whoa, Jet though.
Oh, that's it. Is he going to do it? Is he actually going to do it? Come on, I want to see the highlight plays. But Lazy was killed by MJan right there. Able to shoo Liyab Esports away at the expense of their own turret.
Yeah, I think they wanted to bait something there. I think since the rest of Bren were pretty much alive, I think they were trying to force Liyab to pull an aggressive play, tower dive, because the tower was pretty much dead. But, Liyab, disciplined as well, is not going to take the bait. They're very happy with just taking the tower, winning the fight from earlier, and as well as stealing another dragon away from Bren.
Exosen now alone at the Baron. You also have Prone Belt being picked up by Nixu. Baron still up, and now Bren, I like how they come together, or they just move as a unit. But now the damage that Liyab and the peel that they have is just so good. Miggy is usually the first one to jump in, and then everyone else will follow. At some point, Bren Esports, they tend to forget Exosen. He is still right there at the side, still waiting for an opportunity to strike, and that is just when this very slippery assassin makes all of those plays. But now the red side, Liyab is just marking their territory in the Baron area. Both wards from both teams are available. Ace?
Mhm.
No? Okay.
No, not yet, not yet. I do like the point that you brought up because, yeah, slippery Exosen is, but there again is the same problem that we saw in the Liyab side to deal with an Akali. There's only the bubble for that hard CC and as well as that Cyclone. So it is gonna be tough to hold down Exo as he's gonna be slippery once more.
Ooh, Rebenga, okay. Just use his clone as a decoy, but Jet is alone. I don't think Liyab is gonna focus on Jet though. They would just want to push the minions in. Rebenga, they decide, yeah, they could force this honestly. There is a tidal wave that is gonna be the ebb and flow connecting, healing, and then damaging the enemies. And now Fonzie, he already has Bork and Static Shiv, but now red side, Liyab, they would just want to hold their ground in the Baron area. Nixu still pretty separate from his team, making sure Hayes will not be able to do anything funny. Hayes was forced to flash out. Nixu, where did that damage come from? Oh wait, it came from the triple kill he had earlier.
Yes, yeah, he's massive, and he's even having a Serac. So I don't think Hayes or no one can actually deal with him right now. And this gives Liyab space to take the dragon 3-man and assemble this 1-3-1 scenario. Look at Rebenga and Consi though.
No, Mega, Fonzie, I thought they were gonna pick someone off there, but they did get seen by Miki as well as by Murai the Boy. Now Jet is gonna duel it out against Nick, so that means there's no sturdy frontliner for Bren Esports should Liyab Esports force that fight, which they did not. They're gonna play this one safely. Dragon is gonna be up in 23 seconds. Maybe Liyab Esports is gonna prioritize that. Lucian, I thought Lucian was gonna get that buff. And you have the recalls coming in from Exosen. Jet still being the very tanky Baron that he is. Both teams just taking their time. We are at the 3-minute mark. Mid-game. Almost the late game.
This is, again, a Liyab game. We are expecting this to go, what, 20 to 25 minutes, especially the pace that we're going or seeing between these two teams, where they're hesitating in engaging the fights. And now, look at this though. Bren has doubled Zonias for their carries. And now Diana will fall back into this more a setup to follow up with a Cyclone that Rebenga will set for the squad. And Consi is basically there as that solo carry, the solo damage source coming from Bren. And that's a lot of pressure right now with the current game state.
True. I mean, one mistake could cost you the game. That's why no one is fully committing just yet. They're waiting for that window. They're waiting for that one mistake by their opponent. You know, I kind of miss the charm coming in from Ari. Could have been the perfect opening for Liyab, but that's okay. They have a Kali now. That is Nabir being caught out. Miki being locked in the activism, but now you have Exosen jumping in. He does become golden. Rampage is going over to Nixu, and oh no, Red Team able to take Diana down. Instead, Amjan is the only one left alive. Kaiser gets first down by Lucian, gets gunned down. That is going to be an unstoppable Nixu. An ace going over to Liyab. They could and they should just make their way down at the mid lane. They could get one more turret, they could get the inhibitor turret, and maybe just get the Nexus. What a play, what an initiate from the red side.
Exactly. This is 16 seconds on the clock. They can do this right now.
They're in. They are going to jump in. No hesitation as well. That is going to be game 2. Being bagged by Liyab. Hey, we were right. My threat worked. We have a game 3 for day number 3.
I know. This is a spicy, spicy series, everybody, because, yeah, the first ever game number 3 we're seeing in Group A, at least in the fall season. And now look at the rest of Liyab. Immediately, Coach Ed's planning the next move to secure game number 3, and it's a pass of Akali. It's one of those things where, okay, I'll be the Hayes is the Akali first, and then it was EXO being the Akali as well. And but this time around though, it wasn't the Akali shining. It was Nixu on that Renekton.
You mentioned this in game 1. Renekton was not able to snowball as much, but I like how Nixu was able to step up, jumping into game number 2. Basically, his team just allowed him to just, get the gold, get the XP, get that triple kill, and then capitalize from there. And I like how you brought up the Akali. Maybe Akali could be the lucky charm of the day. I don't know. She has quite a good win rate so far in this fall season.
It could be a possibility, maybe even a ban. I feel like Akali is gonna get banned
or because the reason why I can see it could be banned, which I think we will discuss further once we see the second draft later on. But yeah, looking at that game, it was Nixu getting those early game kills and was able to transition that in the 5v5s. And at that said, because the Diana wasn't as impactful, we didn't get to see Hayes have these scary Moonfall setups combined with a Cyclone. It was basically all up to Consi to make things work, but it was already pretty much too late.
Actually, Diana is a good champion, but you just have to use her Moonfalls as an initiate, and I have not seen that from Hayes. Maybe because he was being kept at bay by Liyab Esports. But speaking of the plays, highlights being kept at bay, here are the Oppo A94 plays of the game. Also, I have to say that the ultimates, the Moonsoons coming in from Muraito Boy helped his team a lot in that late game, as well as the Howling Gale.
Yeah, there's a lot of peel on the side of Liyab, which made things a little bit hard to set up, because whenever a Cyclone and as well as a Moonfall is initiated by Bren, a Monsoon will just interrupt and try to reset the fight for Liyab. And it is, look at this. Nixu is massive after this fight, basically. It's 3 men, and it's just huge and is able to propel and win the game for Liyab.
Yep, and you also have, well, there were times that MGen's tidal waves really made things happen, but the follow-up was just not there. You can see Nixu, he is just at the back line, and then when everyone is low, alright, let's go, I'm gonna jump in. You also have the dash in from Elion. Did use the calling, but he got bursted down. So it's, again, those alley-oop of skills, and the esports just prioritizing their target.
I know, it is this formula where Exocen will just go to the back line, click Zonius, hide in a shroud, and Bren is basically sandwiched between the upcoming Exocen from going golden, and as well as Nixu chasing them down on this Renekton pick.
And speaking of Nixu, he is the master of the match on that Renekton. KDA 12.00, clear participation 60%, damage per minute 1008. The moment he got the Duran King, and also has a proto belt for extra engage, he just made a lot of things happen. Also the stuns, nice and dice. The ultimate is a huge problem for Brent Esports as well. And yeah, that's just what happens when Renekton snowballs from the early game.
Exactly, and I feel like this would be a go-to by Nixu. He seems very comfortable with this champion. Game 1 didn't work out so well for him because he was up against a Garen, and the early skirmishes basically did not work out so well for him. But game number 2 is the charm. Third time is the charm. It could be though. Maybe we get to see Nixu again on this champion. But yeah, high expectations. Really love the lane swap. He dealt with a ranged matchup on paper with the pokes of the Diana from Hayes really well.
And I guess that's just we highlighted this earlier on. Liyab placed Exocen at the Baron lane, and then Nixu was against these very squishy champions. And even though they are ranged, Nekton has that very small lead. Whenever Hayes would jump in, he would just get stunned. That's why Hayes was not able to do anything that he wanted. So again, we have a game 3. I'm so happy.
Yay!
I've been waiting for this. And Liyab, I just can't highlight this enough. They just improved a lot coming in from the summer season and well. But yeah, Bren Esports, a new team in the fall season, new but not really. And they just have a lot of things to show us at the table. Them showing us the first ever game 3, it just is such a highlight for the Icon series.
I know, the first ever game 3, and it's a spicy matchup too. It is Bren and as well as Liyab. Both of these teams started their journey in the preseason, but unfortunately, Bren during the regular season of the summer season, there's so many seasons, didn't get to qualify, so they were basically absent for in the Wild Rift Icon series for quite a while. So it's nice to see them in their new form, and there are a couple of roster changes as well. And for Liyab, their journey was basically a ramping up process for them. Second place in the South Luzon group stages, couldn't beat Omega, and then achieving third place in the playoffs, right above or below Secret, and then now with the roster changes, they look pretty solid. But at the same time, what is their approach to game threes? How will they finish this is the biggest question.
I feel like they should just keep on putting Exocen in this very high risk, high reward champions. And here is the draft for game number 2. So Riku, do your thing.
Okay, I had a thought earlier. Okay, I think I remember the thought that I wanted to say. Okay, I feel like next game Akali is gonna get banned because a lot of the answers to aggressive assassins are out. No Galio, no Gragas, no Rakan. So I feel like the lack of threat is making Akali shine once more. So that is just a feeling, though. I could be wrong again. I mean, I said that game number 2 could be the double marksman that we used to see in Liyab back in the summer season, especially, EXO is playing in this particular series. Maybe a cute throwback of Ezreal and Corki once more, perhaps, or let the Akali go and put Elion on a self-peeling AD carry, which is Azaya.
Maybe. You know what? Again, we have been highlighting side time and time again, and now this is the game that Liyab definitely wants to win. Why not put the ADC in a champion that he is much more comfortable with? And again, take out Akali. I like how you highlighted that. If ever they're gonna go with a Saya, at least that's -1 burster or -1 assassin already. And they can just go back to default with Nixu, with that Nectin. You also have Migi and that Xinjiao. Just, you have that wall before anyone reaches your carry.
Yeah, it's I wonder what the options are going to be for the bans. So if ever Akali is going to get banned, what would you want to let go? I feel like maybe the Lee Sin is forgivable. Maybe the Twisted Fate is forgivable. Of course, Liyab doesn't want to let go of this Camille ban because we've seen how Rebenga is just so proficient in that champion. It can enable the scary mid and jungle synergy that we've seen from Bren, especially yesterday. So I wonder what their approach is going to be. Either ban the Akali or get an answer against the Akali and leaving it open.
I feel like they're not gonna let Twisted Fate go because Haze has so much power on Fate. That's why it still got banned in game number 2. Lee Sin, I do like what you said. They could let Lee Sin go. However, Miggy is a very good Lee Sin player. Let's highlight that. So it made me realize maybe Bren is just gonna get Akali in game number 3. That's another possibility, and just force EXO back on this Ari maybe, or Ziggs even. If that's still up for grabs, Ziggs has not been banned in a while. And yeah, these are the possible things. And it's just gonna be which team gets to pick this good champion first, or which team gets to get the good combo first.
Yeah, that is the biggest question, I suppose. Whoever's gonna be blue side and red will be absolutely huge when we look at the draft. And right now, Lucian has been a little bit 50-50, I suppose. But I think the Shining, the reason why you mentioned, the Twisted Fate will be surely banned is, not only because of Helios, but because it just combines with so many good picks with the jungler. If you pick up an assassin jungler like a Kha'Zix or a Rengar, it's perfect. You have supplied an easy single target stun where whoever Kha'Zix or Rengar will decide to pursue is basically that. It's a red target on your head, except it's gold. Wait, no, that's on TF's. That's on TF's head. I got confused a little bit there.
It's okay. The Destiny connecting onto the gold card, so that is true. And yeah, there's a lot of possible combos. Wukong, I think, will still be a pretty good pick for Bren Esports if they want to keep on doing that. and Liyab, they could stick to the red side just so they can have that 2 picks to counter either the first pick of Bren, or they can just get 2 champions that they're comfortable with. And Saya pick apparently is still not pretty good, but Fonzie Saya, he did what he can. It just so happened that he could get easily bursted down by, again, probably at some point even Renekton. Mid lane though, maybe we could be seeing Hayes in a new champion, given that Diana did not work as much. Which champion he used though?
Let's see.
Harry.
Okay, Ari could be a possibility. It also again checks the list of the single target CC we were talking about. I guess it all depends whether or not they're confident, or he is confident with landing the charms. I think another option that is, I wouldn't say it's out of the box, but it has been picked by Hayes in the past, which is the Yasuo. If they're gonna pick up this Wukong, I think Yasuo would work well, but the ramp is slow. They wouldn't be able to do the usual things where if they want to snowball early. I mean, it is an option, but it's much harder to execute. So maybe that is another thing that Hayes can pick up if ever Rebenga will fall back into this Wukong.
That is a good point. And I actually like that you touched up on Yasuo, possibly. But if Bren is, I guess you also said that Yasuo takes a lot of minutes, a lot of games, just kidding, a lot of minutes before to ramp up on damage. Might not be the best possible mid lane just yet. So yes, Ari definitely the one on top, and Akali still. So let's see which team, which team will be able to get Akali. Jeff, though, I believe he's still gonna hold his ground on that Karen. Again, a neutralizer. Looking back into game 1, he is just very squishy. Not because he was not able to build up on defense, but because Liyab had this insurmountable lead when it comes to the damage.
Yeah, for game 1, we saw Jet. I mean, even though he would die first in the game or in a fight, it was mission accomplished because it was Liyab pouring all their resources, all their CCs onto this absorber, a sponge. He is the sponge. Jet basically is the sponge, and it works well with the dynamics of the team, especially when we look at who do they want to propel, who do they want to highlight, either Hayes or Rebenga usually, and Kansi being that late game insurance if things don't go well, if things don't snowball in the first 10 minutes of the game. So I really like the composition Bren has in mind, including with their roster and their plans. For Liyab, I wouldn't call that they still have an identity crisis. Game 2 really worked with Nixu getting ahead on this Renekton, and then EXO just bothering the backline. So maybe, remember, Liyab also likes their cheese. If they want to get ahead into the standings and make sure and nail again this win into a 2-1, maybe we get to see more cheese from Liyab from the summer season, rather.
I like that you mentioned cheese picks. It's been a while, today we haven't been seeing much cheese picks. So Liyab, or maybe even Bren, you guys can definitely surprise us, because again, this is going to be the first game 3 of the entire, I will keep on highlighting that I'm just so happy for the season. And yeah, Lucian still of course going to be there, available at the table, most likely going over to the side of Bren, unless Liyab leads them to it. But yeah, the illusion from Bren's side is really good as well. Just so happen there is no solid follow-up, or he tends to be picked off. And yeah, I'm gonna say this again. The Monsoon's Howling Gale, Eye of the Storm coming in from Janna really helped a lot. Even though she became a quiet support, I mean, no flashy plays, no flash in Zephyr in that game number 2, but you can still feel the lead that Liyab got because of that chance.
Yeah, the peel and as well as the monsoon, whenever Bren would just basically go, press the go signal, it is that disengage that helped Liyab reset the fights. But yeah, this is game 3 is incredibly important.
Mhm.
The fact that these two teams are equal in the current standings, at least they were both 2-0, and now they're both 3-0, I guess, when it comes to points. And that means it's so important. Whoever wins this will get a sigh of relief, because again, only 2 teams each group will move into the playoffs, and that is the reason why every game counts, especially as the days go by, and especially this is the last day of the first round robin before group A and B will have this break and wait for C and D to transpire, and then they're back on the board again. So that's in 2 weeks. So this is incredibly important for both of these teams.
Stakes are definitely high at this point. And again, you did mention that 1 week break. So of course, you might want to spend your break with smiles, given that you knew that in your last series, you guys won. Again, do not forget to tweet your thoughts. Why did you think Liyab win? Why did you think Bren win? And what are the things that our 2 teams could and should do to be able to bag game number 3? I'm already hyped to see what will their tweets be, but also what will our panelists say. Autoluz is probably forming some high level analysis as we speak.
I know. He's trying to guess and see what's gonna happen, but look at the bans, Yuko.
Twisted Fate, Lucian, Lee Sin, Rakan, Camille, and Galio. No one still letting go of that Galio and Bren.
Gragas is open.
Liyab, they would want to get their hands on this Akali, and yes, Gragas is open, so most likely going over to Bren Esports, given that Liyab first picked Akali.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Gragas, we get to see a Gragas Janna and a Gragas Braum in this scenario for Liyab. But in the meantime, of course, strong red side pick, a Renekton and as well as a Gragas. We don't know where the Gragas is going for though. Actually, it is Bren on the red side, it is Liyab on the blue side, and they're going to be sticking to their guns. This is an Olaf pick for Miggy.
Olaf and Lulu, the usual combo. So, okay, Olaf will be the front. Again, we keep on using this word against Olaf, for Olaf, but he's going to be the frontliner, Lulu for the shields, for the speed boost and all that. But we talked about Yasuo. Again, Riku prediction. Right there. Still, the win streak is there. So proud. That's my partner right there.
Shucks, Yuko. But yeah, it is going to be Yasuo, so I'm not going to be surprised if they finish this off with a Wukong Rabenga. Now, Liyab, this is forming to be very, very interesting. Interesting, why? Because usually when we see an Olaf, either you want to pair it with, again, we mentioned a Seraphine, a Lulu, or maybe a Nami. But the Lulu is there as an option, as a disengage, or as something to put to Miggy for more survivability. For Bren, though, looks like they're not going to opt for a... I was talking about a Wukong, but of course they already have a Gragas and a Renekton, so it is going to be a Gragas in the jungle. So this 2-man, it is there again. The synergy is there with the knockups from the body slam and as well as the casks. So Hayes is definitely going to look forward to that.
Also, we have been talking about this champion on Elyon. Finally, he will have his hands on this Saya. Will be supported by Murai to Boy Studio. So we're gonna jump into the game in a bit. But this is gonna be the draft for our final game. This series number 2. Garrett, Olaf, Akali, Saya, and Lulu. Pretty solid front line. Same goes to the side of Bren Esports though. Renekton, you also have Gragas. So for the initiates, for the knockups, that is most likely gonna go after Gragas's ultimate, the explosive cask, and Yasuo will probably have a lot of choices. Just pick your target, pick your poison, and then just pop that last breath in.
Exactly. It is the body slam that will possibly also open up Hayes with the last breath. And now the biggest question is, how will Exosen sort of slow down and snowball? Well, that is a little bit contradicting. Rather, slow down the lane and then snowball via skirmishes. Especially your jungler isn't exactly, air quote, the ganking type. Miggy is going to be farming. So Exosen has to stabilize, and we see that now. That's the reason why he has barrier on his kit.
Yep. And also Rebecca, he tends to just gank in the lane. So more help for the side of Brent Esports. So the Liyab Esports, they need to be a tad bit more careful. And Mjan is back on this lock pick, by the way. So let's see if he'll be able to land those very noteworthy light bindings. It is okay, right on time. Then that's gonna be the roots connecting. Gatling gun already being popped, but the damage is not just there yet.
Yeah, it's a barrier pop, exactly. So that is incredibly important in the early game. So Mjan Kwanzi will have a little bit of a leeway.
That is going to be the wind wall or the being powered by Hayes. Ekusen, I guess he has a small lead this early game just so he can constantly harass Hayes with a 5-point strike and a shuriken flip. But Hayes could just poke this Akali as well. Miggy, like what you said, he is just going to farm in the first handful of minutes in this early game.
Yeah, level 5 I assume to be an important point of the game is that where Ragnarok is open. Well, never mind a tower dive though.
Ooh, Miggy jumping in, but that is going to be the Valkyrie already being popped by Hansi. Still under turret. It was a nice try, but at least Bren Esports, they were able to preserve their heads in that very small, not skirmish, but small peak from Miggy. Rebecca was able to get off the very least. And now you have Right Boy popping some speed boosts here and there, helping out Ekusen with the clear. That is gonna be Jet struggling for a bit, but Nixu was able to pop in with that judgment, and he is gonna target his first turret at the Baron lane.
Yeah, Jeff now doesn't have a honey fruit, so he has to be careful. Something that he shouldn't worry about though is that Miggy was last seen at the bottom portion of the map. The thing about the tower dives though, you don't exactly have CC.
That is going to be a knock-up. No follow-up, just hit by Hayes. Also, that's going to be the exhaust already being used by Ekusen, but Ekusen is still going to be alive.
Yeah, still a double exhaust setup actually for Bren. So they're anticipating either Miggy going in with Exosen. So they have one exhaust apiece, I suppose. Actually, one exhaust already has been working for Bren in the past 2 games already. So having that double exhaust will really help deny any sort of burst that will come in from either Exo or even stall out Miggy when he presses Ragnarok and attacks the backline.
That I have to agree with. Oh, Hayes already has his static shift though. Jeff still being shoved by Nixu under his turret. Now you have Rebecca coming in with the recalls, and that's the Tear of the Goddess already being picked up by Konsi. And Exosen already popping in with the Twilight Shroud just to try and scare Hayes off. And it's going to be the mini tornado being popped by Hayes. But Exosen has a bit of a better wave here. That's why the mini wave just kept on pushing towards the side of Hayes. First Dragon is going to be up in 8 seconds. Lux would place some wards here and there. That is going to be the ward being placed by Hayes. But now Miggy, being very disciplined, he would want to get his hands on this Mountain Drake.
Yeah, so far Bren though is late to the reset, so I don't think they'll reach unless Mjan is able to land a very good binding.
And see if he'll be able to land a very good binding. That is going to be the bottom smoke connecting onto one. You have the exhaust coming in as well. But here comes the Valkyrie for the side of Brent Esports. And that's going to be the first one being secured by Liyab Esports. Liyab Luck is the first one to get taken down. Exo on the back line. That is going to be Corky forcing flash on the, but you know what? That is going to be the kill going over to Garen. A double kill going over to Nixu. Mabenga being chased down. And it is going to be a 3-1 in favor of Liyab Esports. However, Bren was able to get the dragon.
Yeah, what an interesting, chaotic fight. Everybody else had their own target priority. I think the fight was basically split into 3. One in the blue buff of Bren, one in the dragon, and one somewhere near the mid lane, I suppose. But it was a very messy fight that Liyab definitely welcomes. Look at the kill on the board as Nixu actually got a 2-0-1.
Miggy jumping in. That is gonna be Jet. Okay, he foresaw a possible gag, but there is still a main wave. Will he be able to survive that? Will Muhaita Boy and Elyon be able to survive this? It is gonna be a yes, no, maybe. Okay, it's gonna be a yes. Rebecca did not have explosive task in that small skirmish, but here comes Exo, decides to join the party. Will be able to defend his teammate, at least Light Binding is gonna connect. EXO just clearing out the wave with a 5-point strike plus a Twilight Shroud. Light Binding still gonna connect coming from Mjan. The predictions from this guy.
Yeah, Mjan and Consi's skill shots have been on point in this series, and I feel like that is what Liyab has to be careful during the laning phase at least. Elian though just subbing in at least for the mid lane to make sure that Hayes doesn't push further and further, or rather has rotated for the Rift Herald already. Meanwhile, Bren decides to get First Blood Tower instead of contesting for this Rift Herald.
Like they just want to play the objective game. Nixu though, juggling that 1v3. Will you survive? The answer is gonna be no. But at least he got to clear out the wave. That is to be I guess, a turret going bye-bye for Liyab at the Dragon Lane. But Miggy will be able to secure this Rift Herald non-contested. And Liyab Esports looking at the Baron lane, they will also be able to get the turret.
They're getting First Blood Tower. I think it's a race to get First Blood Tower, but unfortunately, or rather fortunately for Bren, they're still able to make the most out of that move. And Liyab almost had two things. They almost got away with two things actually, the Rift Herald and as well as First Blood Tower. But looking at the itemization for now though, it looks like, of course, Consi's still wanting to wait for that Triforce to have a more comfortable fighting power. In the meantime, it is a Zhonya secured already by EXO, so he will survive a little bit longer once he enters the backline and, you know, does the usual of annoying basically the rest of the Bren backline.
Nixu was able to get that Rift Scuttler, and now Bren is just in this 3-man hunting team. 2-man, 3-man hunting team. Just seeing if they could pick off Miggy, maybe even Moraito Boy. But I guess they have their targets on Ekusen, given that Akali is going to be the main damage dealer this earlier on. But I guess that's just why the Zhonyas or the Hourglass pickup makes sense. Just provides a bit more survivability for this champion Consi with the Gatling gun, clearing out the wave, usual stuff here and there. Next Dragon though is going to be up in 25 more seconds. We're in equilibrium in favor of no one, but at the Baron lane, Ekusen is just doing his best to push the waves in further to the red side. 4-1 on the scoreboard, 2k gold lead in favor of Liyab.
It's still pretty stable. It's looking like game number 1 actually, where the first 10 minutes of the game, it is pretty even. Only a 2k, 3k gold difference. And so far though, it's looking really good for Liyab. They got the first dragon of the game. They have the Rift Herald. And now they also have first dibs on this area once more. Bren only has a little bit of vision working, which is on the brush near the bottom lane.
While they give this Dragon that it's going to be the Light Binding connecting Jet at the backline as with the bounce being popped by Concept of Greenspear going over to Nixu. Oh no! Kite's roots coming in. That is going to be Ekusen popping in with the Hourglass, but he still gets ramped down by Jet. That is going to be a 1-1 in favor of no one. But now Liyab, they're going to go back to Dragon. A flash in from Rebecca. The follow-up is there as well, but now Nixu trying to defend. Yasuo was able to burst down Saya. SMG flash in coming from Hayes. Dash in as well. No follow-ups, and the Consi a tad bit too far to where the fight is. That's going to be a round 2 for Bren Esports trying to get the Dragon non-contested. Yes.
Yeah, losing, it was a 1-for-1 exchange on that Dragon fight, but losing a support versus your mid laner is so huge. Bren Esports had that full-on confidence to just hammer down the pain against Liyab. And that's what we saw. Liyab, though, had a really interesting start. Nixu again on a killing spree. All the kills basically going to him. And Exosen did his job, but Liyab wasn't able to rack up more kills. And Elian was basically all alone and separated from Moraita Boy. And Hayes was able to get 1 kill off of that.
Baron Nation now up. Triforce now available for Consi. Static Shivan IERD being secured by Elion though earlier on. And now Nixu, even though he is on split push duty, he can just be a huge threat in the map. That is going to be the ultimate being popped by Rebecca. 1v2s. Will you survive? He is able to flash out. Lux is going to be there in a bit, but at the very least, Nixu is still alive. That is one explosive cast used on this Garrett.
That is a cask and an ult of Haze and Rebenga in exchange of the flash of Nixu. So if ever they decide to take a second visit at the bottom portion of the map, if Nixu decides to overextend, they can make their second attempt on his life. But the thing is, he's pretty tanky. He's stacking up on all these armor, and therefore he is gonna be pretty much very hard to kill with double AD with Consi and Haze. But they at least make it up for damage in the form of Mjan and Rebenga on the Gragas as their jungler.
Hayes is all alone now. I guess Bren Esports, they're still struggling for that very good initiate, given that they need to have the explosive cast from Rebenga to make things happen. And Liyab Esports, again, clearing out the wave, but Bren Esports, they would want to force their way into this turret. Renekton being isolated though by Nixu. Rebenga was able to meet with Jeff and other members for Bren Esports. They're going to become together. Rift's Cutler has been taken. Baron's still alive. We are almost at the 12-minute mark. Gatling gun from Consi is starting to hurt. Light binding not gonna connect, but we still have the Ragnarok coming in from Olaf. Should Liyab Esports want to surprise Brennan? That is gonna be a surprise indeed. That's Wild Girls connecting onto one, connecting onto two, and that is gonna be so much knock-up. Olaf does get first set down, but is gonna connect onto one. That is Nix with the front line. That is gonna be Exen jumping in with that Twilight shot, but he got first set down by Consi. They are still going with the follow-up. That's the Intropical going over to the ADC. Killing spree indeed. A shutdown on Garen even. You have the wave at the mid lane, but Liyab Esports, they are just gonna focus on figuring that out, just so no turret will get taken down. 3 to none in favor of Bren.
Yes, Consi, look at this guy. He already has the 2-item power spike we keep talking about. Triforce and Muramana all maxed out, and he managed to get 3-1-2. Liyab basically ate everything, all his shred, all his rockets in the world, and now they get the Baron as a big bonus. A little bit worried for Bren there earlier, because Hayes did manage to ult someone, but it was towards Nixu, one of the tankiest member of the team. But they still had this fallback. They still had Consi to rise to the occasion and give Liyab a hard time.
Oh, okay. So now Liyab, they're much more comfortable now, but they need to regain the loss that they had. Bren Esports, they are just more comfortable now. They were able to force Migi to pop the Ragnarok 7 seconds before the next dragon is going to be up. Most likely, Bren Esports can pick a fight now at the dragon area.
Absolutely. I fully agree with you there. And it's an Infernal. They managed to bait out the Ragnarok at the perfect time. So that means that's not going to be available. And Miggy, with the reset, with the late reset, means this is free reign. There is no one from Liyab that can try to slow this down. And as we look at the movement of the map, they are going to give this up.
And Liyab Esports, I was supposed to say they could just get a turret that is going to be the polymorph onto Jet, that is going to be stun connecting onto one, onto Migi, but that is going to be the Wild Growth being able to save their team. And Rebenga still has explosive cast. And now Bren Esports, they are closing in on the base of Liyab Esports. Still pretty early, ward has been placed. Baron buff minions making their way, pouring their way into Liyab Esports' base, but they'll be able to clean that out very quickly. Mid lane though, there's also a wave there, as the wind wall being popped, Fire Spark being used as well. Silence connecting onto Renekton, beautiful explosive cast connecting onto the last breath. SCB flash out on Yasuo as well. Fire shot being popped, Jeff does flash in, Exen jumped in, but was able to jump out, and that still no casualty for both teams. A lot of resources has been popped.
I know, Bren is still surviving. Not resetting early and just maximizing this Baron buff. And they're able to maximize it. It is 2 towers already down in the base of Liyab. So that is pretty much open. And now we get to see Jeff pick up this teleport. So he will be doing split push duties, applying pressure at the opposite portion of the map, and just activate that teleport whenever Liyab decides to start a fight and take advantage of the small window that is a 4v5.
Nexus, helping with that judgment. Jeff safe to say that he can just soak in on that damage hit again. There's one or two wards being placed by Bren Esports in the base of Liyab, but still Liyab, they just need to go back to the pick-off game. I mean, if you can win a clash, that's good as well. You can just make your way at the mid lane. Baron is gonna be up in 20 seconds, but Jet chasing down Nixu maybe, but you have Konsi waiting for his next target. Exen
Oh
is
my
right there, but hi, hello, picture maybe. But Miggy has been seen by Rebecca. That is gonna be a jump in from Konsi. Gatling gun is gonna hurt a lot. The missile is gonna connect, but was not able to finish off.
Yeah, this is a second Baron. This is a second free Baron for sure from Bren because Jet has been so busy pushing the bottom portion of the map. So Liyab has no leeway to go to the Baron unless this could be their last stand. Look at them. They're going at it.
They need to go all in. Exen able the steal be successful. That is gonna be a no. Baron Nash has been secured by the side of the enemy. Probably being bursted out as well. Rampage going over to Forky. Ultimate coming in from Saya, but Saya got taken down by this Gragas. A double kill going over to Hayes. Just in the front line. 4 champions already down. Cute emojis here and there. Nix is the only one left alive. A lot of minions pouring onto the base of Liyab. It looks like Bren Esports, they will be able to bag this game number 3.
What a series! Bren now conquering the first ever Game 3. Look at the the poses. Bren incredibly happy. What a performance! What a consistent performance coming from Bren.
Can I just say that the team that dances after a win, they're the ones that won the series so far. I'm seeing a trend here, you know? I'm seeing a trend.
I know it is them releasing all their energy, their happiness, I suppose, and showing everybody that, you know, they are at the second top of the standings. They're currently in second place, right next to RQ in Group A, and that is a very, very good morale booster, especially that this was, you know, the last game for Group A in the first round robin.
Indeed. And yeah, what a way to end series number 2. If we're gonna look at the draft, Liyab Esports' draft does make sense, but I guess it just so happened that Rebecca being the slightly more proactive jungler, it was the one that gave the advantage to Bren Esports, and I'm gonna say it, Rico, I'm gonna say it, Olaf got picked. But yeah, Olaf and Lulu combo, we see the logic behind it, but I guess you need to have a certain draft to complement their duo. You need to have this certain power in the early game to make it work. Hayes, by the way, will be the MVP of that game. 5 and 10 on the scoreboard. Elyon, we finally see him back on the Saya, but was not able to snowball. Konsi had the time of his life in the late game, though. Just goes to show how comfortable they are with their draft for this game number 3. And Oppo, this is going to be the Oppo A94 plays of the game.
It is this one of those things where Nixu got these early 2 kills. He was basically on a killing spree. But that's the thing. You want the kills to go to Exosin. You want the kills to go either to Miggy as well, to enable the potential snowball that an Olaf has. And when Akali can basically create chaos in the backline and just destroy the squishies. But we didn't get to see that. All the win conditions basically weren't in Liyab's hands. It was Bren getting their win conditions on the board instead. Hayes was able to get early game kills. Konsi was able to wait for their 2-item power spike, no threats whatsoever, and then get the killing spree that Konsi needed as well to speed up the process, being that scary 80 carry for that Corki.
The triple kill or the killing spree that Konsi had in the earlier highlight, I think that was just the moment that Bren Esports was waiting for, you know, just your ADC popping off, just being very crazy. And we actually saw Egusen did try to go with the Baron Stealer, at least tried to take someone out, but it just became a problem for their side because the Exos and the CCs coming in, they were not able to wiggle their way out of there. But this guy was able to wiggle his way into the master of the match for week 1, day number 3 in this series. Hayes on this Yasuo. Exhaust was flash, player stats 9.00, kill participation 60%, damage per minute 1072. We talked about this. Yasuo takes some time to ramp up, but this guy changed my mind. You know, it's okay. Pretty strong even in the mid game. I'll give you that.
Yeah, don't even need a Wukong. The Gragas was basically open. So, okay, Gragas is open in the draft. Might as well just pick that. Complement that with a Yasuo pick. And it just worked out for Bren. And again, it was very patient. They felt like, okay, we didn't need to do anything much. We failed in the first attempt of a 5v5. We basically don't have our spikes yet. We didn't get to see Jeth snowball on this Renekton, but you had your other options as well, which was Consi, Triforce, and as well as the Muramana, and then that was basically the go signal for Bren to be more confident in the fights.
Patience is definitely a virtue, but for the Icon series, the virtue is the series win. So, Bren Esports fans out there, congratulations, because the team that you're supporting is still in their win streak. However, for the fans of Liyab, do not fret. That was a beautiful series to watch. The game could have gone either way. It just so happened when it comes to the split-second decisions, Bren Esports was just kind of ahead. Again, Liyab, they're a very strong team. You know, looks like the men in black and yellow, they're the ones that won this time around. What were the other things that you think Liyab Esports could have done in game number?
I think there is a very Olaf, the Harbinger of Death. It's not like he's a bad pick. There is, again, that snowball potential. It's just that, I suppose, very hard to execute now. Before the beginning of the summer season, Olaf was the flavor of the group stage. It could basically speed up the game, and then it's all up to you to finish the game and get that early lead. And with that said, unfortunately, that wasn't the answer this time around. Exosen didn't have the best game on the Akali for game number 3, and it was Nixo and the Garen this time around. All the kills went to him. I don't know, the Olaf maybe. The Harbinger of Death slowly seeping into the fall season still.
Again, guys, the Olaf. But yeah, that has been series number 2. Thank you so much for watching alongside us. We have been your casters. I'm Yuko alongside Miss Riku. Don't worry, we have 2 more series. We're gonna hop into a very, very short break. So sit back, relax, and wait for us to come back.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy. Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss. I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Pull up and take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The end to it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get that, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like I'm Ansel Adams. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Develop film, not feelings. take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Welcome back. You're watching the Sea Icon Series PH Fall Season, and Bren Esports and Liyab Esports give us our very first Game 3 after 2 days. After 2 days, finally here. I called it. I knew it. This would be the Game 3. And Bren Esports, of course, eventually takes the series. I see Otto.
I know Otto lose dinner. Okay, I got it. I got it already. Either way, you're still going to get dinner, but yeah. You won for today, but who knows?
Not yet, not yet. To be fair, you still have a chance to even up, right, on match number 4. So we'll see.
That's true. The day's not done yet. But in the meantime, Bren Esports adds 75,000 Globe Cup points to their winnings. I just have to say, I just love that every time Bren wins, we get a different dance from Jeff. We get a different kind of shimmy or anything. I feel like somebody needs to turn that into a GIF of some sort. But anyway, checking out the series highlights from our very first 3-game series. You know, this was I feel like this was one of the closest games that we've had yet at the fall season. And we were just talking about the spark from Bren Esports, and ta-da! Lux is the key to their victory, as it seems. And here we go. Yeah, seeing that final spark right there. I am so eager to hear your thoughts on this, because this seems like a very, very tight rivalry that we have here with Liyab and Bren.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like if this happens again, like even if it happens again tomorrow, it will still go the distance because Bren Esports and Liyab Esports, as to how it showed during this entire 3 games, they're evenly matched on paper on every single lane. I feel like it all comes down to the late game decision making. Every single game really went the distance, and I really like what you mentioned about that you opened up the Lux pick. This is MJ, right? He plays the champions that wants to deal damage. That's just the MGen signature, and I feel like it's not going anywhere, or it's not really going to be a meta, but more of a comfort pick for MGen alone. For game number 1, though, I would say that I'm deeply impressed with how Consi and Hayes is able to dish out the damage. Remember, Hayes was on the Akali, and the response by Liyab Esports was to take it away and to give the Akali on the legendary assassin player in XFZ.
Yeah, and considering also that you are playing on a Diana, I mean, I believe in Hayes' potential. It's just that for Diana, the second time that we're going to see it, not as impressing as how it should be, or not as how explosive as how Dragon really played it out. So so far, yes, Liyab really played it well at game 2. They with Negi, with the priority target, they want to jump into the backline alongside with XSN. So you want that kind of approach. You also have Janna in terms of your movement speed. So you are free to roam around, free for those re-engages. For game 3, it's we saw Jeff on Renekton. So we're talking about this that it has been the Garen man, but he knows how to play Renekton and played it at the exact moment that he's needed, because this is the match point for them. And so far, the Corki and Lux, we saw it again, the rockets, the lasers, everything went well. Even Hayes, he played Akali, but this time a Yasuo, pretty convincing. And of course, an Olaf for Liyab, so I'm not sure if that's really a good idea.
Okay, I just want to clarify that we don't hate Olaf here. Like we don't hate him, but you know, yes, he has the nickname the Harbinger of Death. Teams just can't seem to maximize the pick. I don't know. He's a good champion. He's a good champion, right?
The problem about playing fast is it puts so much pressure onto your team. Like at this particular time, we have to be doing this, we have to be doing that, and one setback will set back your team miles. It's not just a small distance. It's very hard to really push the tempo, especially in this level of play. I understand that the Olaf pick is very good, especially when at the hands of a player that really can go aggressive. We saw how Valdez used it during the Summer Super Cup finals, right? He was everywhere. He was just going ham, going to V1s, and I think that's the confidence that you have to have if you're going to play fast.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's weird. You only have Renekton, Yasuo, Gragas. You have few displacement, but in terms of route, it was only Renekton and Lux. So you're supposedly ramming down the back lines, but it seems that Liyab, they didn't have that kind of firepower or the follow-ups coming in for that Olaf, just like how Team Secret utilized it way back at summer season.
Yeah, I love what Autolus mentioned. It's kind of like snowballing, but in the opposite direction. If you don't get the timings right for this hero. But of course, congratulations to Bren Esports for giving us our game 3. No, just kidding, of course, for winning the series against Liyab Esports. And now we move on to our third match of the day, and it will be Galaxy Racer versus Action PH. Now, Galaxy Racer, this is another team that's been experiencing a lot of success with their new and improved roster, with Pau getting more screen time this time and the addition of Anyway. Now, the fact that they were able to take down Team Secret isn't to be taken lightly. The Galaxy is most definitely to be feared, I feel, here in the fall season. Wouldn't you guys agree?
I definitely agree in that. We don't know what version of GXR will come and surprise us. Is it the GXR of day number 1 or GXR of day number 2, which we saw did really pan out? But overall, if you look at it in a macro perspective, I feel like they have improved a lot. The swag of JC is still there. Pao is still doing Pao things, just going in, just going ham on that Kaisa. Zivs, though, on the Baron lane, we saw him solo kill Azar in the Baron lane, but yesterday he was targeted, right? And that I think is one of the pains that they have to grow upon as as the season progresses, because it's not too easy to incorporate a player that just roll swap onto a totally different lane.
Yeah, Galaxy Racer though is doing really well in that regard. And again, recalling the North Luzon group stage, they were already getting into this rhythm, and they ended. I feel like if the North Luzon group stage prolonged just a bit, they probably would have gotten there, with the Next Play Esports, with Team Secret. Press F for Next Play Esports, of course, but I hear they're doing quite well, it seems. And yes, Galaxy Racer here, there is so much potential for this team. Checking out their lineup once again. Osiris, you were in the middle of something. I apologize. Let me know your thoughts on this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, I just love how they are switching everyone out. And then they were trying really to step it up yesterday's game against UCFC. It's just that the aggression, it is all about Galaxy Racer and Team Secret, mostly into the leaning more on a type of a controlled or disciplined approach towards the game. So they are not used to the meta breakers, or the ones who's exploding all around, which is UCFC. But as much as I want to really show how UCFC is really good, we don't separate the fact that it was Galaxy Racer who scored 1 point against Team Secret. And
not just
go,
1 point, 2 points.
yeah, I mean, 1 point overall, 1 win. So JC, I wanted to put him on to the spotlight because JC has been one of the consistent mid laner that we have in our Icon Series Philippines. KDA 8 with the kill participation of 76%. So this guy also, yes, he might be playing on a core key, but he can explode anytime. This guy can play those assassin comps, can play on in. I'm not gonna be surprised if he's going to use Riven on the mid lane, because he is really that good in terms of doubling or 1v1s, and he is also one of the players who maximize the Aurelion Soul.
That's right. I actually wonder when we can see that, when we'll be able to see that back in the lineup of Galaxy Racer as their we'll say summer season mascot or good luck charm, good luck charm maybe, and then fittingly so, of course. And I do remember that JC did perform exceptionally well on the assassin, so it would be nice to see him back. I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing Katarina or something back in here. Maybe in a few weeks
Please.
we might catch him on the Aurelia.
Please.
Who knows? Who
No,
knows?
Katarina, I believe, is a signature pick for this person. I think he's
Yeah.
like top 20 in the whole
He's-
server, so maybe, hopefully.
The same as
Someday.
Tatsuri way back at North Luzon. I believe he pulled out a good Katarina play. It's just that flashy. That's Tatsuri.
Yeah, yes, indeed. And of course, they will be up against Action PH. Now, Action PH, this is a team in dire need of a fresh start, and the fall season is that fresh start, almost an entirely new roster. So this is quite tough for Action PH because unlike the other teams in Group B, they don't have much of a foundation to build on. They're almost starting from zero here. And we previously talked about them building on Yamada, but I'm not sure that's entirely working for them. It didn't quite hit that synergy in the summer season. They're still having trouble finding it here in the fall season.
Yeah, and considering also that it feels like they are all over the place. Yes, they got the win condition. It feels like the execution is not fairly as solid as how it seems. But I wanted to touch also that Kazuya on the mid lane somehow putting a lot of those good numbers, good plays. It's just that, as well as Yamada, it's just that everyone is not on the same page. I'm not, of course, to be honest, I'm not hating. I'm a fan of them, and this is an underdog story. It's just that I want to set everyone's expectations because we've seen their performances. It wasn't really as how good it is. But on the lighter side, they are showing signs of improvement. So there's still a lot of room for them to grow, especially that you got on the side, you got Chinelas as a former execration who's really got the experience coming in. You still got Yamada and Kazuya, consistent carries, and Eli and Ryzen. They still need to step up. They need to look for those key points wherein they can maximize their strengths and complement on their weaknesses.
Cyrus, Mika, it's Yamada's birthday today. So
Yay!
maybe
That's
we have some
right.
storyline
Birthday
to
buff.
do.
That's right.
Happy birthday, Yamada. I'm
Happy
still in
birthday,
awe of your
Yamada.
plays. So yeah, while we're waiting for the stats to show up, I would like to feature Ryzen. Ryzen is basically a player that has been winning for a long time, right? Having interviewed their coach, Abe, he said that, you know what, this jungler is a perfect fit for APH because he's been winning multiple times. And the peak that he reached was top 9 in the challenger board. So you can say that he's hell of a player, and the connection between the coach and the player is very important every single time. If your coach is a jungler and you're a coach as well, there are, you know, skills that are being transferred along the way. So we will see as to how Ryzen will help his squad, help his teammate Yamada celebrate his birthday in a very, very good fashion. Cyrus, I wanted to ask you about Ryzen. Do you think he's hungry enough for this win?
Good question.
You know that Ryzen has been always hungry because he's the father of Eugene. So for the viewers, that was a Ghost Fighter reference. But Ryzen indeed is one of a hell of a character to consider on.
Yeah, 94% kill participation. Look at that. That just means a lot, right? Just 1 kill away from being, you know, almost everywhere, every time. That just goes to show that I think APH action plan is to revolve around the jungler, let Yamada do his thing, and have the 4 players be solid. The damage per minute 493 with preferred champions, Jarvan and Pantheon. Hopefully we will see some Lee Sin plays, maybe Kha'Zix every now and then, or maybe even Rengar from Ryzen the Hungry.
Maybe if he's hungry enough, you know, he goes for that Rengar, he goes for the Kit Kat, ready to pounce on anything. Of course, we don't want to say any it's impossible. Of course, we of course cheer for the underdogs here in the Icon series, and we know that Action PH has been a long time underdog here. So we are definitely cheering for them. We're closely watching their improvement and what adjustments they make in the roster and how they execute their strategies, and hopefully they get that win. And even more here in the fall season. Now, checking out our Globe Key Player Clash here, we are going to focus on the backbone of the teams, oftentimes the unsung heroes, of course, the support players in Draw and Chinelas. Panelists, how do you think this Key Player Clash is going to go down?
Well, both very experienced. Draw, to those that do not know, is a former teammate of Just She and LoL PC. So you can say that he's at the helm when it comes to shot calling and, just doing support things, I would say. 3.75 to 2.3 is not too shabby. I really prefer to mince the minds of the support players because I feel like Draw has an advantage slightly over Chinelas.
Yeah, and of course, they also have a fairly close kill participation, means as a support, they are really doing a great job. It's just that Chinelas by 1% ahead onto the damage department. But KDA-wise, it has been Raw, who's putting a really good performance with all of the tanks, with all of those catches. So I believe that the supports are gonna get closer on that Dragon Lane fights.
Yeah, we're gonna see indeed how well they can influence the rest of their team members as we head into our third match of the day. Of course, you guys can make your comments and reactions known simply by heading over to Twitter and using 2 magical hashtags, #CIConSeriesPH and #DominateTheRift. And we will feature your tweets over here on our panel sessions, and we can discuss, what you guys think, and we'll read them out shout-outs, and you get to be featured as well. And of course, you can head on over to the PPGL community Discord server where we watch the games together. We talk about many other things, sometimes outside the Rift, sometimes within the Rift. Sometimes, maybe afterwards when we all gather to eat or something. Kind of like our little replacement LAN party, so to say. So I hope we see you guys over there. I've been a little quiet there today, doing other things, but Otluce and Osiris will be entertaining you guys. Indeed, we had some guests over a while ago. I believe Infinity is in charge of manning the room right now. So please keep the baby boy company. We have one tweet over here from Brother Geoff. Brother Geoffy 8.
I think that's
Correct?
Joff or Jeff.
Joff. Brother Joff. Okay, all right. That took way more time. But he says, fall season, day 3. Close matchup. Nice win at Berbenga. GGWP to Team Liyab. Ang ganda ng laban, and of course, all of the hashtags that we have. We totally agree. That was the closest match that we've had so far here in the fall season. I'm looking forward to more. I'm looking forward to seeing this matchup once again when we hit that rotation. I believe it's in a couple of weeks because we move over to groups C and D first next week.
Rivalry incoming.
I
What do
know.
you think?
I think this is a rivalry incoming here, and then of course and in Group A, RRQ is just watching them first. Okay, who's going to go and challenge me in the meantime? Coach Kaigu there with the rest of RRQ, just waiting and seeing who is going to be the one to step up. At the moment, it seems to be Bren Esports, but again, that was so close. I mean, going back into that series, I believe that the gold lead wasn't even that significant. Like it was between 2-3K at most. So it wasn't that far off at all. We have another tweet over here from this person.
Oh God.
This unknown person here who we do not know at all, but at AutoCast says that dinner is waving at Osiris.
You can have your dinner if you want right here, right now, man.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
I
I mean, we're
swear.
going to have dinner anyways. I mean, with all of these good games, I wanted to have my chicken wings beside me because we are seeing good matches all the way.
Ah, that's a good dinner indeed. So dinner is waving indeed to Osiris. I swear, this new feature here on the
I got your dinner.
This is gonna turn the panel sessions into some kind of a comedy or laugh or something. And we do have that stronger FT. Mainit na ang tarima. Bren versus Liyab. Game 3, let's go. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. This again. This is our little rivalry brewing here.
That's stronger from Omega.
Is that one?
Is it actually stronger?
That's Renel. Yeah, that's stronger.
Happy
He's
viewing,
stronger.
Omega.
He's
Oh
stronger.
yes, he is indeed.
Of course. I guess he's of course, reviewing everything, and I guess the rest of Omega Esports are ready and raring to go. We will, of course, be seeing them next week. Exciting stuff indeed. I love it. I love that the players are getting in and we're seeing their tweets and everything. Maybe you guys can hop onto the PPGL community Discord server as well. We've got some great tea going on there, and Infinity is in charge of manning the room, and you guys can watch the games with us. We'd love to hear your thoughts, of course, real time as we watch the games together. So hope to see you guys there. We will actually be moving on over there to our fan voice room, and as we get into the action, this is match 3 for you guys. Galaxy Racer versus Action PH. Let's step into the rift.
Minions have spawned.
Here we are. Welcome back, everyone, to the fall season Icon Series Philippines group stage. And now it's going to be Action PH up against Galaxy Razor. I'm Infinity, and together with me today, it's going to be Liyab for the third series.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this battle. It's very interesting to see that these two teams lost their battles yesterday, but something that we really know about is what Galaxy Racers did in game number 1. They beat Team Secret, and that is something that they can really be proud of and carry along with their name. But here, I really want to look at the team team Action PH. They haven't won a series yet. Day number 1, they lost. They lost their battle. Day number 2, they still lost. So this is gonna be a very important series today. I hope they step up. Here are the face of the battle right now. Very interesting. Galaxy Racers. I still am monitoring how anyway. It's always very intriguing whenever a Korean player plays the game, because that's already up there. The Koreans are somehow very, very good, and that's already part of their label. I'm still going to be looking at anyway in this fight. Infinity, do you have any inputs about this battle right here?
Yeah, definitely. I think Action PH, you talked about how they were not winning anything yet, and I think this is where they can make it back into trying and winning their very first series. I mean, history dictated that we have 3-game series in day 1 and day number 2. But earlier, Bren Esports and Liyab Esports made it into 3 games. And I see no reason why history cannot be changed once again for this series alone by Action PH and GXR. And the jungle. You talked about jungle for GXR. Very, very dominant, very, very prevalent in the Rift. He is able to control the game in the favor of GXR, and I like to see that happen once again. If Action PH gets a hook onto the jungle of Galaxy Razor, I think this is the beginning on how Action PH can make it back and creep back into a win.
Yes, the strengths of Anyway right now is their Jarvan 4 pick. It's gonna be very interesting if we see another Jarvan 4 right here, because that's one of their lineup that really they used to defeat Team Secret. I think they're gonna go for that comfort pick right there. Action PH, I know they always ban Ziggs, and there it is. The bans are already up. Olaf is not gonna be there. Ziggs is not gonna be available, and so is the Galio. But Zed, Senna, and Camille. The Zed ban is gonna be very interesting from Galaxy Racers. But here are the picks. Renekton, power pick, that's still available up there. That's going to be picked by Action PH. I like that pick so far. I don't really know if there's a strong counter for that. So that's a safe first pick right there. But there it is. They're going to be... Galaxy Racers is going to go for the Akali, go up against this Renekton. I think this is going to be a very hard task for Akali. She's going to be split all around the map. She really wants to join team fights, but also knowing that there's a Renekton who can go for split pushes, I think Akali will have her hands full in this game. Very interesting so far.
And to match with that aggression from GXR, you have the Lucian and Nami from Action PH. At level 1, pre-level 5, Lucian and Nami in the duo lane is very strong. And even if Lucian comes into the mid lane later on, when Nami already has the level 5, the tidal wave, that can match up on how aggressive Galaxy Razor was in their day 1, day 2 matches. So I think this is where Action PH wants to go. With GXR now picking up the Twisted Fate and Pantheon, they want to be globally present in this game 1.
I like this Nami pick already because you have the Pantheon onto GXR side. You know that they want to get in with the body slam of Gragas with the Akali. So this Nami tidal wave is going to be very, very important in team fights. That's something that we want to look at during the team fights right now. But here, Action PH is going to go for the Xin Zhao, right? This is very interesting. We saw Pantheon by Anyway already before. I'm not really sure. Sorry about that. It was more of a Jarvan 4. But yeah, this is going to be interesting. I want to see how Anyway will bring this Pantheon into this team fight. The picks are already done. We have a Fizz in the mid for Action PH. I'm not really sure if that's going to be very good. But initiation power of Fizz is always there. I think that will help them during the fight, and then Renekton can always go in. There are tanky champions on the side of GXR, but the Renekton will have the has the capabilities to really shred those tanks. So this is going to be very, very interesting as we go inside the rift.
And that is reflected. Xin Zhao being picked up by Action PH. We talked about how they can be very aggressive prior to level 5. And Xin Zhao is known to be a very, very good duelist at level 3 alone. So at level 3, we can expect some hyper aggression plays from Action PH up against GXR, maybe in the dual lane, maybe into the mid lane, because you have so much CC available in their kit.
Right, definitely. Here, a few trades here and there from the mid on the mid side. It is gonna be Kazuya who will take a lot of damage at this point, and you saw that he's now backing away, trying to play safe at this point. Good trade by GXR so far. JC winning the mid lane here at the top lane. This is what I'm talking about. Yamada on the Renekton. This is a very, very powerful pick. I think it's safe to say that Yamada will have an easy lane at the top side.
Yeah, we just have to look in the history of a Renekton being picked in day 1 and day 2. A Renekton has keep on getting those wins, has high win rate, and now it's gonna be mid lane where Action PH is going for the dominant place. First blood though is going to the side of GXR. JC is 1 HP. The slow is getting on to Ryzen as Ryzen will fall down. That's gonna be the 2-0 in favor of Galaxy Razor, and that will be a failed attempt on the early aggression of Action PH.
JC reversing things. I thought that he was gonna die first, but he was slick enough to survive that, and they get a buy one, take one for free. That would put them 2-0, and with a 2k gold lead for Galaxy Racers, this is trouble for Action PH. They will have to find a way to get back into this game. They still have that capability, so I still believe in this Renekton pick right here. This is a very good lane for them. But looking at the lineup once again, I think Galaxy Racers, if they really want to, the game plan here is really to go for a split push. They have the TF, they have the Pantheon for the split push capability, and with the global presence, they can always join team fights if needed. So I think that's the plan for Galaxy Racers right here.
Yeah, a good potential to happen in the Rift. Galaxy Razor got the 2 kills, and yes, it's a 2 kill that will give you 1k gold lead, but still, Action PH can make this back. It's still in the early game. 2 minutes into the matchup, we still don't have the first dragon, we still don't have the tower first blood, and I think these are sort of the objectives that Action PH needs to pick up for them to make it back with the 1k gold deficit that they are currently experiencing, and we can see it with Ryzen going into the mid lane. Now that's gonna be the ultimate from the Fizz, connecting on from to JC. That's gonna be the knockup. A kill comes through for Action PH, but the 1-for-1 will be traded down. Anyway, will come through, go for the aggressive take here against the Fizz, but will no longer get in range, and Action PH will get away with a 1-for-1.
That's the initiation power of the Fizz that gives you a lot of advantage in team fights, but good job by Galaxy Racers. There's a fight at the top, hold the thought.
2v1, Renekton will fall down. I mean, he has nowhere else to go because JC was there, Anyway was there. Pretty much 3-man row from GXR up against 1 member, even though if Renekton is a Renekton, he cannot match it up in those 3 roam and 3 gangs for Galaxy Razor. So another kill for GXR.
All right, it's important to say that that rotation right there was made possible because Galaxy Racer got double Scuttler. If ever Action PH would have gotten at least the top Rift Scuttler, that would have helped them detect that rotation. But Galaxy Racer was able to take the Scuttlers. That is why Scuttlers are very important early in the game. There's a gold card right here that's going to be connecting. I think there's going to be a fight, but Ryzen will be A-okay. This is going to be very challenging, even if 4-1 on the board for Galaxy Racers. Xin Zhao is known for that early game power, but here's a fight in the mid.
Overextension for Kazuya, but a quick flash will be forced away into the mid lane to go away from GXR. But this is a huge detrimental move from Action PH because now Kazuya cannot just go in those team fights wherein he needs to dive to get those damage up and running. But here, we have Ryzen jumping into the Dragon's Pit, tries to go for the steal, will not connect though. Tidal Wave will be forced away as well as Action PH will try to initiate against GXR. But GXR will still continue to fight this out. That's gonna be the 4 kill for Galaxy Razor in trade of only 1 for Action PH.
All right, this is trouble for Action PH. At this point, the snowball is already starting to be imminent. Galaxy Racers are starting to make Action PH bleed. Action PH will have to find a way to stop that if they want to win this game or even this series. Game 1 are always very important. 2-8 on the board, and we're looking at a 4K gold lead onto the side of Galaxy Racers. This is not that big, but when team fight comes, you will feel that as a team if you're in the deficit side. So here is Action PH trying to force the issue. Here's the fight.
Yamada will get sized down. He will get one kill. That's gonna be the flash away from Draw, as Draw will fall down even then because the Lucian will be there to take it back. But we have anyway going for the stun onto the Lucian. Lucian will be forced back away as well. That's gonna be the slow. Sinjo comes in for the dash, but the stun will come through. Action PH will go back away happy with the 2 kills.
Yes, that was a 2-for-1 trade right there, but I like what Action PH did. They really did not give up on trying to get a kill. They are still fighting. This shows you that they're not giving up, and I like that. There is still chance for them to get back to this game, but they will need to get more of those. Rift Herald is already available. Galaxy Races are already here, and I think this is not going to be a challenge right here, or there will be. Nami sends out ult, and there's
Tidal wave connecting onto 1. That's gonna be the knockoff onto anyway, but Akali will now go in. 5-point strike will deal massive amount of damage. Anyway, we'll go for the Aegis as well, negating so much damage coming from Action PH. That's gonna be 2-for-2, but Galaxy Razor in the end will get the Rift Herald. 1v1. We have Zivs up against Sin Jiao. Sin Jiao goes for the knockoff. Redemption will be there as well to try and deal off damage, and that will be the return kill. Action PH will get 3-for-2.
All right, Kali right there. Zivs thought that he will be able to get a kill of his own, but he bit off more than he can chew, and he gets punished for it. 7-11 on the board. Action PH still was on top of that fight right there. They got a 3-for-2 trade. They need more of those to slowly get back. Talking about slowly getting back, look at the gold lead right now. It was just at around 3K earlier. Now it's still around almost 3K, 4K to 4K. They're still able to somehow stay in this game and stop the snowball of Galaxy Racers. There's gonna be a catch right here, and there's gonna be a fight.
Explosive cast to follow through with the flash from anyway, which was a wrong move, but the Rift Herald spawned on top lane means that Galaxy Razor wants to get the tower for his blood, and Action PH is looking to contest this with a trade into the bottom lane if ever GXR wants to give this through. But JC goes for the golden card, goes for the stun onto Ryzen. Ryzen will continue through. Pantheon with the ultimate to go for the response, and Joe with the ultimate knocks on the enemy, but the golden card once again connects onto Ryzen as Yamada will be there onto the sidelines to go for the response as well. Destiny will now be forced away. They can make it back alive, and GXR will continue to pressure into the bottom side of the map as they really need to contest on how Action PH wants to go aggressive in the same lane. Now Tidal Wave will connect onto 1, go for the knockup as well. Does Tidal Wave will be sort of the key valuable ultimate, which will now be lost. Galaxy Razor will come back in. That's gonna be the Yamada falling down, and he will overextend. Zivs with a 1-for-1.
All right. What was that fight? I thought Zivs was gonna be okay. Galaxy Racers were already on top of that fight, but they got punished with a Zivs skill. But that's still okay at this point. Galaxy Racers somehow can afford those kinds of mistakes as they will be taking the second Drake of the game. It is gonna be Ryzen who will stay in the area, but it is going to be too late. Action PH will not be able to contest that dragon take right here. Galaxy Racers now has 2 dragons and 2 turret downs, and that is shown in the gold right now. We are looking at a 6K gold lead in favor of Galaxy Racers, and the snowball is again online. Action PH will have to change their plans at this point. And right now, I think they're offer a plan right here. They're gonna go for the chase onto Zivs. They know that Zivs is easy to kill at this point, and there it is.
Ali is there, Ryzen is there. That's gonna be the Zonia's forcing away, and anyway we'll go for the ultimate as well. Go for the response, but that will be Fizz's ultimate. Go for the knockup onto the Pantheon. Sinjo will fall down. That's gonna be the 4-1 in favor of GXR. But Destiny will now be forced. Golden card will be ready. Goes for the stun on top side of the map. Nami will be there, pinned down by the enemy team. GXR wants to go for more. Another gold card will finish it down. Nami will fall, as that will be the 3 kills. But into the mid lane, as Action PH gets a turret into the mid side of the map. But no, we do not have the return kill. The Galaxy Razor will get the kill onto Yamada though. But we have Lucian still stay alive. Tier 1 turret will be sighted by GXR.
All right, that was a big paycheck right there for Galaxy Racers. I like what they're doing right now. Action PH tried their best. They really wanted to force issues. They went for the Akali hunt at the top lane. When that failed and they were losing the fights, they went for the mid turret take. But I like what Galaxy Racer is doing. They're responding properly on the aggression of Action PH, and usually that's always demoralizing for Action PH. Whenever they try to get something off and then they get something out of it, they are always stopped. 9-16 on the board, and the snowball is still there and still getting bigger. We have an 8k goal lead, and they're not done yet. Galaxy Racers will catch one at the top.
Ryzen will try to match this up. This is gonna be the 1v1. Fizz will try to go win, but Explosive Cast will actually disengage as Tidal Wave will connect onto 2. Calling will now be forced away. Not enough damage to bring it down as Galaxy Razor will come out with 2 kills.
All right, and with those kills, this will open up the window for Galaxy Racers to take this Baron, and I think this is gonna be free. There is not a thing that Action PH can do about this. Just wrap it up. This is gonna be a gift but from Action PH. Now Galaxy Racers, on top of the gold lead that they have right now, they're gonna go even more aggressive with... Oh, there's gold card and it's gonna connect. It's a fight, man.
Stun onto Yamada. Yamada will just walk away, run away against a JC, which is actually quite fed. And Galaxy Razor will just be happy to gain the Baron buff, not overextend, which is clever of them.
All right, and then Galaxy Racers are gonna be evening out the wave push right here. This is very good for them and bad for Action PH. When this happens, I think there's gonna be fight. Hold that thought, friend. I think there it is.
Ultimate onto draw. That's gonna be the knock-up. Tidal Wave will also be done. That will be 2 ultimate. None and gone for Action PH, and Galaxy Razor actually can match this up because you don't have 2 ultimates from Action PH, which will be valuable in terms of CC potential against them. So what they can only do is to try and go for the damage, which they can't handle, and Galaxy Razor will gain another turret into the mid side of the map as they also pressure in the Dragon lane.
All right, Galaxy Racers in full throttle right now. Both tier 2 turrets on the mid side and the bottom side of Action PH is already down. They're pinging towards the top side right here, but Galaxy Racers is gonna opt for the take on the mid inhibitor turret, and I think they have a very good case right here, and I think this will be a fight for the defense. Here we go.
Ultimate knocks up 2, but now will not be enough to continue this fight. Fizz will jump in. That's gonna be Zonia popped away because he is in danger. He is gonna get pinned down. That's gonna be the kill for Galaxy Razor. Make it a 2 as they get another 1, and that will remain for Action PH in the hands of Yamada, Eli, and Tsunalas to go for the defense. Inhibitor turret will fall down into the mid side of the map. Galaxy Razor will try to punish this down. Explosive cast to zone them away. Another inhibitor falling down from Action PH as Galaxy Razor will open up 2 lanes in their favor.
And they're not done yet. They're cleaning up the jungle on the side of Action PH. Not just that, look at the Dragon Pit. There is a Wind Drake there. It's not yet the Elder Drake, but if Galaxy Racers get this for free once again, this is gonna spell trouble for Action PH. They have not stopped the bleeding. In fact, the wound is getting bigger and bigger at this point. I don't know what they can do at this point of the fight. They will be needing a miracle at this point. But one thing they can surely do to turn the tides into their favor is to challenge this this Elder Drake and this Baron that is going to be coming up. Because if they give that up, it's going to be game over. This is going to be very, very hard for Action PH. Hopefully they have an answer up their sleeves. Let's see, as the top turret is being pressured right here by Galaxy Racers. I think there's not going to be a contest right here. Action PH does not have the itemization, does not have the levels right now to really put a stronghold onto this turret as GXR is pressuring this one. And I think this is going to be the last hold right here, man.
They just have to leave it open because they understand that is going to be the weak side of the map for Action PH. Now the explosive cast will be disengaging Action PH. Sinjo comes in, but he will force to back away. That's going to flash in. Desaya better storm in because he wants to get the kill. But Action PH is too quick, too swift to try and get that true shot in for Galaxy Razor. That's not gonna be there. Culling will be forcing away GXR as this will fall down, as that's gonna be 4v5. Action PH, that will be the trade. Galaxy Razor will get the double kill, and is looking for more. That's gonna flash Daddy Sam onto Delusion as he wants to go for the defense. But Eli will be the only one remaining as Twisted Fate will get the last shot in, and Action will bow down as Galaxy Razor will get the first game of the series.
Well played right there by our friends here on the side of Galaxy Razors. What a fight right there. There was the Baron available. I thought the Baron will be their key to win that game, but that top defense, it was Galaxy Racers. They know that they are already on top of this fight. They forced the issue and forced reaction onto the side of Action PH, and they were able to wipe the team out, brute force their way in for the victory. Galaxy Racers wins game number 1.
What a wonderful series, what a wonderful game that we have just started. GXR came in a very dominant play. I mean, this is what they were known for. They were very aggressive in their day 1 and in day number 2, and they brought it in for day number 3, which is very, very dominant. Get those aggression, and they've got those 3 dragons to match against Action PH, where at that, they lost that game because Action PH built in the early game. They have Ryzen, they have Nami. These are early aggression champions, wherein if they were not able to utilize this composition in the early game, they will just fall down in the hands of Pal and also JC, which has a strong power spike in mid game, late game.
Right, definitely. You mentioned about dominance, and here we go. Anyway, I was watching him in this fight. You saw him all over the map. Whenever teammate is in trouble or an objective is in trouble, their turrets or the dragon, he will go in with the ultimate. But more about that in a bit as we look at the Oppo A94 play of the game. This is the early part of the game where this was a buy one take one for Galaxy Racers right here. I thought it was going to be Action PH who will take the first kill, but no, it was Galaxy Racers who cleans that up for them. And here's the fight where Action PH forced the issue at the top, but Galaxy Racers with a very good response right here will be able to punish Action PH right here. Here's the bottom side skirmish right here, and there we go. They're being pushed away by Galaxy Racers.
Also, do take note, Galaxy Razor has 2 global ultimates in the form of the Pantheon and the Twisted Fate, which they can use in those team fights that Action PH keeps on forcing, and that's the reason why they keep on getting those trade-offs and responses that Action PH goes for the pressure and goes for the force clash, and that is what I love about this composition. If you leave Pantheon and Twisted Fate away for Galaxy Razor to pick up, it's so difficult to get the gag for your team up and running.
Yeah, so
this is where Action PH just fall down.
Right, definitely. You mentioned earlier about the global ultimates right there. I like it very much. Whenever there is someone in trouble, even the Twisted Fate goes in, but they also used it for offense, for being aggressive. We saw that earlier. There were instances where the Destiny is going to be used, like this one right here we're seeing on the screen, just to look for pickups. Whenever they see one, they will go in aggressively. There were instances where they failed, but it is still their game from that point on. Well played, and here is the master of the match. It is going to be Anyway. Still, I'm going to be looking at Anyway in game number 2, how he performs. But here in this game, look at that. KDA 22. That's crazy numbers right there. That's godly numbers. In fact, it's very hard to reach 20 plus KDA in this game. Kill participation is going to be 63%. Gold per minute is 974. DPM 1063. DTPM 952. You don't give a snowball potential on a Pantheon. That's a no-no. And here, because Action PH gave a lot to this Pantheon, Anyway took over the game.
This just reflected on how Pantheon, or anyway, was able to utilize the global ultimates, right? We keep on talking about it when we had the replay of the Game 1 highlights, because this is just so important when you have the Pantheon in the hands of a very potent jungle that is really, really strong and really, really aggressive. It can pair up wisely and very, very well on these two, player and champion. So
Right.
Pantheon having the stun, having the Aegis can support his teammates, and not just that, not just how much he responds onto those team fights that is being forced out by Action PH, but also in added value, how much objectives that he was able to gain.
Right.
3 dragons for GXR, Baron Nashor in the 10 minutes of that match, wherein they were able to force away Action PH. They were forced to recall. GXR got the free time onto the Baron Nashor, and they just had a great time utilizing that as well, because they were able to take 2 inhibitor turrets against Action PH with just 1 Baron Nashor.
Right, definitely. And I think I will say this. I think this is the era of global ultimates. We have Pantheon, we have TF, even the Galio is usually at the top of the picks already. It just gives you so much options in the game. You can always go for a split push with the Pantheon and with the TF going in. You know the passive of the third skill of TF is going to be very important when it comes to turret takes right there. So that's one option that you can do. But also for team fights, you can always do that with the global ultimates that you have. And whenever the opponents force a team fight onto your teammates, you can always help. And I think that is why global ultimates are very big right now. Here are the picks already. This is the review of the picks earlier. Again, the bans. We've noticed this from Action PH. They really don't like the Ziggs to come up and the Olaf. These are usual bans. One global ultimate was banned in the form of Galio, as GXR banned Senna, Camille, and Zed. Not really sure about the Zed ban right here, but I think it's part of their strategy to avoid split push also.
I mean, it's just a respect ban overall, because they placed Twisted Fate into the mid lane. And if you place a Zed against it, Twisted Fate will not have a great time, because Zed can just poke in with the shurikens and can also burst Twisted Fate down with the ultimate at level 5. So I think that is just a respect ban, and also reflective on how GXR wants to mold their composition in this game number 1. As we
Right.
talked about a while ago, Renekton is a very strong champion, because I want to move forward. This is a champion that has high win rate, not just in the Baron lane, but also into the mid lane, because it has been picked elsewhere before in day 1 and day number 2. So it's really just that flexible, and I think that is the reason why Action PH has picked that up. But they left Gragas open for GXR, and I
Right.
want to hear your reason, Leoric, on what you think this may be for GXR in both Action PH.
Actually, not just the Gragas. They left the Akali open also. You banned the Olaf, and I don't think Olaf is one of the power picks right now. There's always a risk if you are the first pick in the draft, because you will be giving up 2 powerful picks onto the opponents, and GXR capitalized on that. Galio was not available. That's a good ban right there, and the Ziggs. But the Olaf made Akali open. Akali is still considered a very powerful pick. They gave it to GXR, and the Gragas, one of the power picks right there. I think that's a fair trade, getting a Renekton go against Gragas. But you opened Akali for the pick, and I think this is where GXR won in the draft in the first 3 picks alone.
Yeah, I mean, leaving these champions open, gonna be very, very flexible. So maybe GXR and Action PH has something in mind with their draft, right? And I think banning away the Olaf, yes, it has been not that great recently in the Summer Super Cup as well, but I think it has sort of this cheese type of strategy wherein it can counter how much CC Action PH can bring out. But as you stated, I think it's not going to be as high of a priority. Currently, there is a Gragas that can be much more value against GXR, which is hyper aggressive, because either you pick it up or you ban it away.
True.
And Action PH decided, you know what, let's just leave it open. Let's ban away Olaf, because maybe GXR is comfortable with this champion. So now moving on into the second rotations, we have Illusion, Nami for Action PH, and GXR picked up Twisted Fate and the Pantheon. And Leoric, another question, why is that the picks? Why is this the draft here for Action PH and GXR?
Yeah, I see the plan right here of Action PH. Renekton and Lucian have power spikes in the mid and even into the late game. If ever this game dragged into the late game, they are usually unstoppable. The power of Renekton shredding up tanks. You can always go into the back lines. So that is a very powerful pick right there. GXR knows the win condition of though of Action PH. They will need to snowball in the early game so that this Lucian and Renekton will not reach their power spikes, and they did a very good job onto that. Action PH, good plan on trying to drag this into the late game with the Renekton and with the Lucian pick, but they will have to do a better job in protecting their win condition, especially for these picks that they have.
Yeah, it's about the step-by-step process, right? I mean,
Right.
not necessarily a step-by-step on what specific objectives, what specific action that they're supposed to do. But what I mean by step-by-step is there is a certain condition that they need to achieve first before they're able to get their winning condition after, right?
Right.
These are sort of the check marks that both Action PH and GXR needs to pick up for themselves to get that win, to get that security into the mid-game, late-game fights, where
Right.
GXR was just able to check their marks first against Action PH.
Right,
Because
and
Action
this is
PH
sorry. Go ahead.
was really hoping for the early game.
Right, and this is where I see where the Nami pick is, right? They want to drag this game into the late game because that's their power spike for Action PH. The Nami is a very, very good disengage champion, especially if ever Akali will try to force a fight and go in, or the Gragas goes for the body slam. Nami can send out the tidal wave so that their champions are going to be able to survive and do that frequently, that they can drag this into the late game. But once again, Action PH was not able to deliver on that action plan, on that game plan.
Yeah, definitely. But here's the question right now. Since we know that GXR is very comfortable with these two global ultimates from their team, picking up the Pantheon and the Twisted Fate, and we have Action PH sort of giving up the Gragas to just go for the Renekton and banning away the Olaf, Ziggs, and the Galio. The question would be, what else can Action PH do to take game number 2?
Yeah, remove the Olaf ban, ban the power picks, and then you don't really have to get the Nami at the top of your draft. So if ever they feel that GXR is gonna go for this kind of setup once again, they can get one, even maybe the Pantheon away on the side of GXR. That's something that they can do. I don't like the Fizz pick right there because in the early game they don't really want to engage in the fights, and Fizz usually is gonna be has a very good engage. Maybe that was something that really triggered them to join the fights, so it was counterproductive for their game plan. Maybe a control mid mage will be very, very useful for them instead.
Interesting you said that, because yeah, I do believe these sort of picks, this sort of champions can really just affect them greatly, and now maybe build into the mid-game, late game. I think this is what you're saying, right? Remove the Fizz, maybe remove the Sinja and the Nami, because these are early game champions, and maybe Action PH can match it up into the mid-game, late game against GXR with their hyper aggression, played very passively when it comes to early game. Play at level 5, play at team fight. So I think this is what you're saying, and maybe I sort of agree, maybe 50% agree on that, because this is the question, right? GXR can go very hyper aggressive in the early game, get the early lead for their team, and pretty much dominate in mid game, late game. If Action PH goes for the mid game, late game as well, considering how much aggressive GXR is, this is not going to be the best end for Action PH. But if GXR is not going to be able to get that early game, Action PH will now be even against GXR in that mid game, late game. So pretty much I think this is a good step. This is an option for them to take in to go into the mid game, late game. But considering this thought in mind, what type of champions are you expecting? Mid game, late game champions, what do you think on top of your head?
That's very tricky. I think Action PH has a good draft right here. They just missed on the Olaf ban. They have a good plan on the mid to late game with the Renekton and the Lucian. I think they would have won this if they removed the Gragas and changed the Fizz. That would be a very. This is already a very strong pick from them. They already have a good draft right here. I think they just missed on one ban. They will. I think that's the key for them to take game number 2 for Action PH.
Banning away those comfortable champions, right? Remove
Right, true.
the picks of GXR, remove what they were known for in the past in day number 1 and day number 2. This is sort of the download information game. You already have the data, apply that data.
True.
Right? From day number 1 and day number 2, you already have everything that GXR has onto the table. Maybe some cheese picks from GXR that they can bring out in game number 2 to really just secure the 2-0, because this is it, right? Every single series, every single game matters a lot. Because
Right.
we have now changed sort of the system we're in. We have the double round robin. We're in, if you get the 2-0, you get 3 points. If you get the 2-1, that will be separated. So I think it's a matter of utilizing this strategy to really be able to think, you know what, we have this lead. We can get the advantage later on in deciding if ever there is a tie in points and series accumulation for the full season Icon series in Group A and Group B. So definitely, I think taking the 2-0 GXR, that will be the goal. In Action PH, goal is to make it back alive. Make it
True.
so that they have the counter play, they have the reflection against GXR and what they are doing in day 1 and day 2.
Yes, definitely. But this is some very interesting. Even if you take out the Pantheon, the Jarvan 4 is still available in the air. We saw how strong anyway plays that Jarvan 4. So this is gonna be very tricky for Action PH. That's something that I think is gonna be boggling their mind. If they take away the Pantheon, Jarvan 4 is gonna be available still. So maybe I would say just take the Pantheon for yourself and then create a plan to go up against a Pantheon on GXR side. I think that's going to be a very good action plan for Action PH. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, this is a matter, right? 3 bans will be sufficient enough to go for the target bans, right? Taking away for the Pantheon for yourselves means that you are actively replying to what GXR has been comfortable with in the prior games.
Right.
But are you comfortable picking it up for yourself? Is this your
True.
active practice champion pool wherein you can play it in a high proficiency? Right, so this is still going to be a question wherein if Action PH can really just get the bans away and have maybe an extra quote-unquote ban with picking the same champions. The GXR is very, very proficient in playing in that game number 1.
Yes,
so
good point.
If they would play Pantheon as their first picks, steal it away against GXR, this will leave Renekton and Gragas open. Are they willing to leave it open for GXR to pick up? Means that they are very, very dominant in this aggressive playstyle that they keep on doing.
Yes, definitely. That's a good point right there. But this separates the boys from the men, right? If ever you have prepared for this big tournament already with your champion pool depth, if ever you can get the Jarvan 4 or the Pantheon for yourself, that means that you have prepared. If not, then bad luck, I would say. But yeah, preparation is really a very big part of this tournament, especially at this caliber.
Yeah, definitely. So it's a matter of playing the mind games.
True.
Right? Are we gonna play the chess championship? We're in the draft. We're doing, you know what, put the pawn up first so we can bring out these sort of piece that can really swipe in against the enemy front lines and get that back line up and running. So it's a matter of utilizing this mindset, utilizing your knowledge, picking up a draft that is very, very good and flexible. Because if you think about it, Akali and Gragas are 2 flexible champions. And I think this is where GXR is strong against, right? GXR is thinking, let's pick up the Akali, let's pick up the Gragas. If ever Action PH picks another mid lane, picks up maybe the Pantheon that we are thinking about, we can still put Gragas or Akali into the mid lane, right? It's a matter of flexibility, adaptability in the draft of GXR that they were building up. And Action PH does the same thing, wherein they first pick Renekton to then go for Lucian and Nami. And
Right.
Renekton, as we've seen so far in day 1 and day 2, can be placed in the Baron lane and also the mid lane. So
True.
I think these are sort of the trends that is currently happening. Get the flexible champion because later on, we do not know what the enemy team is going to pick up after.
Yes, definitely. That's a very good point right there. There's so many dimensions really on the theories that we have right now. I really usually want to place myself onto the seed of the players. If I was GXR and I saw the Renekton pick early on, the threat of Renekton is real. So you have to create a lineup to really counter that Renekton. And I like what they did right here. They went for global. Even though they have the Jarvan 4 as their comfort picks for anyway, especially they went for global ultimates on the form of TF and the Pantheon to really counter the split push potential of the Renekton. So I think that's one of their that's what they're thinking when they went in for the draft. I could be wrong, but I really love what GXR did in that draft. They were passive aggressive. They know that they can defend against this, and if ever the option is to go aggressive, they also have that option, and even split push of their own. So many things that they can do with the draft. But that is game number 1. It is what it is. It already happened. Let's see what will happen in game number 2. Ziggs Pantheon is going to be banned by Action PH this time, and the Galio. So they removed 2 global ultimates. Even the Ziggs, the ultimate is considered global also. But Zed, Senna, and Camille are going to be still the bans for GXR. I'm not really sure about the Zed still yet. I can't see the purpose for that. But Olaf is going to be taken by Action PH. They are going to be getting the Akali and the TF. So they already removed majority of the global. Wait, the ban is Galio, and Galio is picked by GXR. Is this do you have any idea about this?
It's a Jarvan 4. It's a Jarvan 4 instead of the Galio
I
as
see.
the third ban for Action PH. So this draft is going very quickly and it's going very swiftly. Action PH have picked up Olaf, Akali, Twisted Fate, and Galaxy Razor has picked up Galio, Gragas, and Yasuo. Galaxy Razor at this point is saying, you know what, remove our Pantheon, remove our global ultimates, we're gonna pick up a wombo combo situation. We're gonna go back to Classic and pick up the Kai'Sa for ourselves because we plan on diving in. And Jarvan 4, with that away, Wukong can be picked up by Galaxy Razor if they want to match up on the initial setups for the Yasuo to really go ham in this matchup. Vayne Lulu picking up for Action PH states a signal to me that they want to go late game, and with that, the answer for Galaxy Razor will be a Fiora to match up with a 4-1 setup in the late game potential.
All right, so very interesting right here. Action PH gave up the Renekton pick, even if Renekton is up there. GXR even did not opt to get the Renekton even. But Action PH, we see their plan. It is going to be the Lulu Olaf pick. That's a classic combo right there. They got the Akali and they took away the Twisted Fate, who is a hard counter onto that Akali. So far, I am liking this from Action PH. Very aggressive pick right here, but they are going for the power wombo combos also. If you the ADC is going to be the Vayne, so I'm not really sure about that, but Vayne is really strong at this point of the tournament, so I will give this Vayne the benefit of the doubt. But here we go. Game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, again on Action PH versus Galaxy Racers. As early game, no shenanigans right here. Ward is gonna be spotted, but I really wanna look at this Fiora right here, the pick for Galaxy Racers. Fiora has already fallen off the meta. If you've seen that in the tournament, there is not a Fiora. I'm not sure, but almost there is no Fiora pick in this tournament. So this is going to be very interesting, definitely. So junglers are going to go for the usual paths. Olaf is going to start on the Raptors, and the Gragas jungler onto Galaxy Racer side is going to go for the red buff first.
I think it's not a matter of if a champion is in the meta. I think we talked about this yesterday. Every single champion can be utilized very well. I mean, Liyab Esports went for the Ashe and Vayne before, they were able to utilize that very well. So it's not a matter if a champion is very strong in the meta tier list, because there is no such a thing in the pro team, right? There is the high priority picks, there is the high priority bans, but the overall consensus is that there are champions that can really be a comfort pick for these individual players. It's a matter of,
Right.
are you comfortable playing it? Are you high proficient in this specific champion that you are gonna pick up? And
True.
I think Zivs being picked up by Galaxy Razor with a 4-1 setup later on can match up the Olaf Vayne Lulu pickup, because Action PH is gonna go late game in this draft.
True. It's gonna be a late game, definitely for Galaxy Racers too. This early game is gonna be very hard for that Zevs, especially with the Fiora nerf, where Fiora's HP was lessened. Was that 40 or 60? Not really sure. But yeah, there's a fight here at the bottom. Very good by Galaxy Racer so far.
Actually, anyway, went to try and go for the body stamp, but it did not connect. Action PH was able to go back away, but Eli forced the flash away. And Action PH was not gonna get the good end of that trade there, because Galaxy Razor will now burn those spells in 2 minutes time, wherein Action PH will not be able to go aggressive in this state of the game.
Yes, definitely. Also, I like the TF pick right here on the Action PH side. Fiora, you know the threat of Fiora, especially in the mid and late part of the game, the split push. The TF will be able to mitigate that with Destiny and to mirror the Fiora. So I like this from Action PH. The draft, I'm favoring them in this draft. Hopefully they can deliver on the game plan that they have in this game. Still 0-0 on the board, 2 minutes and 45 seconds in. Pretty even on the Scuttler take, one on the Action PH side at the top. On the bottom side is going to be Galaxy Racers. I think the thing that will break the status quo of this game is going to be this Drake right here. This is going to be very interesting. It's going to be spawning next 1 minute of the game.
And I'm glad that you mentioned this first dragon, because this is the Mountain Dragon. Yes, it's not going to be as high of a priority, but when you looked at the draft of Action PH, they can utilize this Mountain Dragon to gain more defensive capabilities onto Ryzen specifically, and later on, give more defensive structure onto the rest of the team. Because this is what I don't like about the draft of Action PH, is if Ryzen dies, their only potential to go for the defensive capabilities is the wild growth of Chinella.
True.
And that is if it is not been casted onto the Ryzen at that point in a 5v5.
Right.
So GXR is so tanky with the Gragas, with JC able to go for CC, Zivs and Draw to go for the sustainability, means that Action PH needs to adjust and needs to adapt. And what they need is the Mountain Dragon.
Yes, definitely. So that will definitely increase the value of the Mountain Drake right here. It is going to be Galaxy Racers who takes the second Scuttler here on the Dragon Pit. So that's going to be into their advantage. You know that when you have the Rift Scuttler ward, it will add, when you are standing in the area, it adds up to your movement speed, and that's going to be very important during the team fight for this Dragon take. You already mentioned once again the importance of this Dragon, especially for Action PH. Let's see what their response is going to be. Akali will still stay at the top. Akali is going to be very important in this team fight for the Dragon, because Akali will be the one to dish out a lot of damage in the team fights. Good job by Fiora, getting priority at the top side, keeping Akali busy. And if Akali is here at the top side, it's going to be a very hard fight for Action PH taking this Dragon.
Yeah, it's pretty much Yamada having two choices. To match up against Zivs, because Zivs, when left open in the top-sided map, can just split push against Action PH does, getting the tower for its blood. But GXR being hyper-aggressive in the bottom-sided map means that they really want to get the Mountain Dragon on top of the tier 1 turret in the Dragon lane. So Action PH needs to think, what are we gonna do? It's now going to do a 1v1 top-sided map. Yamada is actually going in, trying to get the kill, but that will be the grand challenge. Zivs will take the kill, getting the first blood. Galaxy Razor will take the advantage in the 5 minutes of this match.
Well played right there by Galaxy Racers. They know their win condition for this early Dragon take. You have to keep that Akali busy and keep him out of the fight, and they were able to do that. Galaxy Racers are on fire right now, and that is your Glow Dragon Slain moment. And not just that, Galaxy Racers will take the first turret at the bottom side as their bonus reward. Big paycheck right there. 2k gold lead, 5 minutes and 55 seconds in.
Olaf though, Ryzen will be overextending as Galaxy Razor will hover themselves in. Top quadrant of the jungle. Rift Herald will also be alive. Action PH really wants to take this because this is what they need to try and match up with GXR taking the first turret already. Right, 3K gold lead for GXR in the first six minutes of this match. So pretty much, Action PH needs to think on what objectives they need to take it back against GXR.
Definitely, and the answer to that at this point of the game is the Rift Herald right here. But once again, it's Galaxy Racers who is controlling this game. Action PH will have to do better in their micro game, especially when getting priority at this point. Top turret is already very down, and here's the fight.
And this is what I'm saying. With Action PH, not having 2 tanks at the very least means that if Olaf is low, they cannot go in. But here, another fight will occur. A Galaxy Razor will start the Red Herald in. Action PH does not afford to get this for free for GXR as they are now jumping in. That's going to be the Galio going for the ultimate, zoning out the enemy team. That's going to be 5v4. That's going to be the 2-man con from Draw, and that will change everything as Action PH will fall down. That's going to be the triple kill, but 2 in return for Action PH.
Still Galaxy Racers who come on top, but the story of that hold that thought there's going to be fight still.
Too much to handle. GXR pressuring all around as they get kills from kills to another kill. And they get the tier 1 turret into the mid side of the map because they don't have anything else to be afraid of. But do think about this. Rift Herald was actually stolen by Action PH in the hands of Ryzen.
Yeah, that's something you can think about. That's an option for Action PH, but that was devastating for Action PH. The sequence of events in just 2 minutes of the fight put them in a very bad position. There is going to be an aggression here at the top, and it's going to be 1v1 fight right here, man.
But Yamada will just hide in the shroud. JC will follow through though. That's going to be the Proto Belt now forced away. We have Ryzen coming into the fray. The ward there will give information for JC that he needs to back away. Given that information, he doesn't have any member of his team near him. And he understands that he is on the weak side of the map. So he needs to go back away against Action PH.
Right, very good so far by Galaxy Racers. I was saying earlier that 2 minutes sequence for the Rift Herald right there gave a 3K gold lead. 3K, but that basically doubled the gold lead of Galaxy Racers at that point. And here, looking at the game right now, it is already that's a 6K gold lead onto Galaxy Racer side. So still very, very good position for Galaxy Racers at this point. I like what Fiora is doing in this game. The split push of Fiora is keeping Akali busy, and Akali is forced to mirror that Fiora and try to answer the wave pressure there. Here's the fight right there.
Destiny will give the information for Action PH whether Action can actually put this through. But that's gonna be the ultimate from Galio going for the 2-man knockup. We have the stun here from the Twisted Fate, but will that be enough to match it up against GXR as Yamada already fell down? That's gonna be the trade-off from Twisted Fate, getting the 1 kill onto Pao as the ADC will fall down. GXR will also go back for a retreat into their very own jungle, but JC is happy to go for more. He wants more bloodshed, zoning out away Action PH to then go for the Ocean Dragon.
Yes, this is another free dragon for Galaxy Racers, and once again, Action PH is caught in a very, very sticky situation in this game. Again, the pressure is on for Action PH to really win this game number 2, to try to get this into game 3. Right now, they're giving so much for Galaxy Racers. I don't know if they're giving, but Galaxy Racers is taking a lot in this game.
Taking a lot, I think, is an understatement because GXR currently having a Mountain Dragon, Ocean Drake, 6K gold lead in 10 minutes of this match. It's just too much, wherein Action PH needs to think a lot of situations wherein they are able to make it back. Infernal Dragon will be the next dragon, and the Baron Nashor alive means that every single kill at this point will be so valuable, and Action PH needs to be risk tolerant matching against GXR, because if they don't, GXR can just pressure in, get the kill, get the Baron Nashor.
True, very good point right there. Action PH, they're bleeding bad at this point of the game. They will have to do better. Baron is already available, but the map control of Galaxy Racer is very strong. Here's the Rift Herald forced to be summoned here at the bottom side because they really could not use this at all. It was very good for them to for Action PH to have taken that away, but they could not use that even with the Rift Herald. Good job right here. The Galaxy Racers, they know they have the map control and pressure is on the Action PH side, and it's gonna be fight.
Forcing away the Ragnarok in that early matchup means that GXR can now go to the Baron Nashor because no one can go for the aggressive push. Now Ziz will be noticed into the bottom side of the map. Flash will be forced away. Kazuya will be ready with a gold card, but Ziz is too mobile to catch him up as GXR will now get the Baron Nashor for free once again.
That's the power of the Fiora right now. I was underestimating the Fiora pick in this game, but so far so good for Galaxy Racers. They erased my doubt on the Fiora pick. Good job by Fiora pressuring the bottom side, and with that, even Twisted Fate was forced to react, went in with the Destiny, but the gold card did not connect, gave enough space for Galaxy Racers to take the Baron, and with the Baron buff in their hands, let's see what more damage they can do onto Action PH.
And they understand Action PH is low on health, so after they take the Baron Nashor, they go straight into the lanes, pressure in, tier 2 turret. If they've done getting it, they can go back away to buy some items for their team and really gain a head and an edge against Action PH. At this stage, when GXR is predominant in every single objective and pre-phase in this matchup against Action PH, and you're looking as Galaxy Razor will try to match it up. It's now going to be the Destiny giving information for Action PH with the flank from Yamada coming to the backside of the map, tries to go for the 5-point strike, but in the end will get the kill for GXR. They will take 2-for-1 trade-off. Draw will fall down though, but here we have Eli, tries to go for the steal, tries to go for the trade. It's now going to be JC coming to the backside, goes for the kill, goes for one more, as that will be the ace. GXR now will take its lead against Action PH.
I guess, can they brute force their way in for this win? I think they have. Kaisa is here. He deals a lot of damage onto the Nexus, but here's the Oppo team ace for you guys. Heimer is already off the bat. This is game over. Galaxy Racers sweep this series 2-0. Well played by our boys here.
Hyper aggression paid off for GXR. I mean, in every state of that match, we talked about when it comes to the game, if GXR will take it down, they will win this fight because of how late game they are building it up against how Action PH initiated that call with the Vayne pick, with the Olaf pick, with the Lulu pick, but they were lacking in tact, and that just crumbled down Action PH, enabled GXR to dominate that game number 2.
Definitely, the Gragas and the Yasuo combo usually is very strong. I didn't see that in the early parts of the game, but the last skirmishes that did the fight for them. Well played by good picks right here from Galaxy Racers, winning this one with their pickups. I was favoring Action PH on the draft, but Galaxy Racers were more clear with their plan, and they really know what to do. They executed on it flawlessly.
Yeah. Flawlessly, wonderfully, amazingly, gracingly. I think this is pretty much every description that Galaxy Racer has in their favor because of how they played this specific game. And 5-11, yes, it's not as big as we think it is, only 6 kill difference. But what changed everything is the amount of objectives Galaxy Racer has secured. They have the dragons, they have the Baron Dasher, they have turrets. In that state, where in Galaxy Racer already has the gold lead, it's too much. And when the Olaf of Action PH only has Black Cleaver in the Seraph Cage, it will not be enough on how much healing potential and damage that Galaxy Racer has on top of the true damage from Zivs just penetrating onto defensive capabilities from that Olaf. And we could see much more of this and what had happened in that game number 2 from the Oppo A94 plays the game.
Yes, there it is. We saw that earlier. Akali died onto the Fiora when Akali should have the better matchup there at the side. I think that was one of the key for Galaxy Racers to really win in this game. But looking at the highlights right now, this is where Action PH tried to force the issue here at the bottom side, but Galaxy Racers was able to really turn the tables of this fight. Well played right here from Galaxy Racers. They are down. They don't have one champion present right here, but they still won the fight. That was a 5v4 win for Galaxy Racers.
Yeah, and this is where Galaxy Razer had the Baron Nashor. They were forcing away Action PH, and yes, Akali got a good flank against Galaxy Razer, but it's just too much. Anyway, is there to defend Pao in that engagement, so it was difficult for Yamada to just get the damage out for GXR and win that fight. In the end, they have lost that game. And master of the match is going to be Pao from GXR using the Kai'Sa.
Yes, it's a 8.0 KDA with 50% kill participation. Not a lot of numbers in this game. This boiled down to the macro gaming that Galaxy Racer have. Hats off to this team. They have really outshined themselves in this tournament. Well played, Pao. Well-deserved master of the match in this game number 2.
And look at just the items, right? BRK, that is supporting the idea of going for the percentage damage, which Olaf with the wild growth only increases your HP, increases your sort of defensive capabilities. But BRK really just secures that as a counter item, and pretty much this is the base build for a Kai'Sa, right? And unlocking the Ruinous Hurricane means that he has already unlocked and leveled up onto the Kaken Rain and the Supercharge as well, which increases the survivability overall. So GXR really just played that very, very well. He has played it by his team, and what they were known for in day 1 and day 2 is to be very aggressive and very risk tolerant against Action PH.
Yeah, very good point right there of the on the BRK right there. You mentioned the weakness of the pick of Action PH. Their only possible tank in that game is the Olaf. Stop the Olaf where Kai'Sa with the BRK is the natural counter. Once you stop the Olaf, it is gonna be an easy fight for you. So I like the itemization right there for that Kai'Sa. It was a very, very good fight by them.
Yeah. It was wonderful, though I commend how Action PH was trying different things, various things to match how GXR played that game number 1. They were trying to adapt into the situation, and this is what I like about them. So Action PH, commendable plays, commendable moves from your team as well, trying to initiate those actions to really try and disrupt how GXR likes to play the early game. And so more of these hype games and exciting matches, those intense gameplays and 5v5 clashes later on. I'm Infinity and this is Leoric, and when we come back, it's gonna be the panelists that's giving us more insights on what had happened in series number 3.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras.
Sekreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy. Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss. I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Pull up and take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get that, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings. Develop film, not feelings.
Welcome back. You guys are watching the Sea Icon Series PH Fall Season, and Galaxy Racer brings us back to 2-0 City with another win. And that is 75,000 Globe Cup points more to their winnings. Now, Galaxy Racer here really improving on what they built during the summer season. As we mentioned earlier, they ended the summer season on a high, and they're continuing that, especially with the new additions to their roster. Let's actually check out the series highlights because I am eager to know your thoughts on this and what this could possibly do to boost the Galaxy Racer even further along, this upward path that they have.
Well, they are in a very strong position to maintain that top 2 spot. Remember, the magic number, I believe, to qualify for the playoffs is 4 wins. So they already have 2 wins in their sleeve, and yeah, just probably getting those 2 more wins will secure them a spot onto the playoffs, which is a very big improvement from the summer season. For Action PH, though, I know it's a very rough start, but it's not yet the end of the road for them. We will see them again come week number 3. And I believe that they really need this break, right? Action PH, in general, looking at how the games are trending. Game number 1, the game 2 kills away to Anyway. Not a knock against Anyway, but I feel like they could have, controlled the early game more to their favor. They picked Xin Zhao. Ellie was doing a good job. So, yeah, now I think is the time to reset focus on the micro and then think about the macro afterwards. Because if you're losing your lanes, if you're losing the early game this bad, even if you pull out the miraculous fights, it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, and considering also that you can see Ellie on that vein, we've talked about this Autolus that it's in terms of micro, they're having problems. He got solo killed, so 1,000 gold behind around that was the first tower also that the bottom lane got destroyed, so they are having a hard time answering everything because of the gap. I mean, right now it has been Galaxy Racer whose foot is 3 steps forward, so it's just Action PH. They're having a hard time picking their small small wins. They keep on losing the war as they can really transition those small battles into small wins as well.
Yeah, they just can't seem to get the ball rolling just yet, and all of the other teams so far that they have come up against, they're always one step ahead of Action PH, and sadly, this is also what we saw from them in the summer season. Now, on the side of Galaxy Racer, this can only mean good things for them as they are getting more and more points ranked up. As you mentioned, Autolus, we could see Galaxy Racer in the playoffs, which is going to be very exciting for them. And you know what? This is the last episode of this last series rather of Galaxy Racer. Before we take a quick break, head on over to Group C and D. What does this mean when they come up against Team Secret and UCFC Esports? Again, before we head on over to the fourth match, I just want to see like this little forecast, I guess, for Galaxy Racer, because I think they're in an interesting spot where they could possibly swing things. They could possibly take away that other spot from Team Secret, or they could take down UCFC. It's very possible.
Well, a lot is hinged on this particular matchup, because if Team Secret wins this against UCFC, then we have a rock, paper, and scissors combination, right? Because all of them will be tied at first place with 2-1 in terms of record. Now, really, when talking about GXR, or when talking about those three, on paper, Team Secret has represented Philippines over the Summer Super Cup. UCFC has been on point. GXR has shown improvement. So it's definitely harder to predict as to who's really going out of this group. And that's a good problem to have, especially for us panelists, right? So I feel like GXR, they already have proven that they have, they can beat Team Secret. The question is, can they do the same thing again with General James now back into fray?
Yeah, and you know that UCFC playing a hyper-aggressive playstyle, they are having a hard time answering that. So GXR is in the middle. So he is on a bit of a go home or go big situation, because when Team Secret is online with General James, you know that there's a gap in between separating the champion as the one who's going back to fall season. Yes, there are a lot of improvement, but UCFC, even though they changed the brands, they are still consistent in terms of performance, and Team Secret also show that they still got the fire that they have from the last season. So GXR might be in the middle once again, might be end up on third, but hoping of course for the best.
Yeah, I feel like they're the kind of like a swing vote here for Group B, and I think I like it when groups are difficult to predict, and that's why I'm liking what we're seeing here in Group A and Group B. And speaking of things that are difficult to predict, indeed, on my end, Autolus might have seen this coming, but UCFC Esports is definitely looking like the wild card pick here overall in Group B. As we head into the last match of the day, we will be seeing UCFC Esports versus Team Secret. So yes, we have Galaxy Racer, we have Team Secret, but UCFC, I think it's really fitting that they come from, of course, a football club, because they have this really brutal, like brute force style that's making them stand out in the Icon series. This is really unique for them.
I'm just waiting for a basketball club to join us here, calling out, the fan favorite Kangkong. Let's go! But yeah, let's talk about UCFC for a second here. Nasjo and Renzi has been the most recent addition but we have seen them over the course of summer season, and they were an addition that really multiplied their confidence and their play style to the highest level. Nasjo, very reliable, always on tanks, I would say. I don't think I would request for him to go on the duelist side, because by having so many things on, so much damage for your team, it will probably be a recipe for disaster. I love Renzi on a more aggressive champion. Pantheon, Rengar, everything about this guy, Renzi Frenzy in the jungle, has revolutionized UCFC's playstyle. And of course, we have their most reliable twins. Yes, Diang, they are twins. These are the Dahao twins, Dragon and Demon Kite, as the carries of UCFC. Dampier, Hero, interchangeable. Both of them has very, very deadly Senna. So I'm so excited to see how they will match up with Team Secret.
Yeah, and you can see how well they are running that kind of the hyper aggressive playstyle that we kind of miss. It was really transitioned by them, and right now they are going to face a well-disciplined team that can also pop off anytime. They can't also go on par with the hyper aggression, having also the power of Czar, having in the likes of Tatsuri also in terms of Snowball. And what will be one of the big questions right now is the Riven of Tatsuri. Is there any chance that we might see it again just to counterplay the mid lane of Dragon? Might be a Diana versus a Riven, which is fairly good, as we are going to see melees that goes on par with each other. But so far, I believe that everyone at UCFC is well equipped in terms of being the ones to stop the top group or the top team in this group. So yeah, I mean, I really love how they play.
Yeah, and I feel like, I feel like, of course, we have our solo player highlight over here in Nasjo. And previously, we did see him, doing really, really well indeed. Already an impressive KDA here on the Baron lane. And, Nasjo, we have seen him, of course, perform really well in the summer season. He's carrying that over here in the fall season. And again, this UCFC esports just have found the perfect synergy to even take down the likes of Team Secret. So I feel like, there's nothing, it's nothing but upwards here for UCFC.
Yeah, you got the kill participation 57%, but so far, most used champions. The only champion that he is using, the Renekton, and yes, he is delivering. But I am curious also if he wanted to go back on his Darius pick, if he wanted to go back also, or he wanted to experiment with an Aurelia or even a Riven just to take away from Tatsuri. Yes, it's not a big factor, Riven yet, but if you want to mix things up. But so far, as you are playing on a star-studded lineup, you want Nasjo on that kind of on the like third man, while other is enjoying their spotlight.
I also just realized I kind of jumped the gun there. I said UCFC esports, they can take down even Titans like Team Secret. Not yet. We're gonna see. We're gonna see if they can, of course, because this is going to be a battle for supremacy of Group B. Mm-hmm. And again, a UCFC esports is a clear threat to Team Secret. Let's check out once again a Team Secret's lineup. And this battle, I believe, is going to be a statement. Like Audlus mentioned, is rock, paper, scissors right here. And we're going to see if indeed Team Secret can actually establish and assert dominance over here in Group B. Of course, I'm sure we have all of the supporters ready to lend their energy. I had to put it in there. It's not going away now. Chewy just gave us something so good to work with.
Mm-hmm. It's not going away. I think even for next week, when they're not playing, we'll still use it. I don't know. It's just so much fun. And I believe that yesterday they won the game against Action PH, but you can see their faces during when they were shown a celebratory cam, I would say. They weren't really celebrating. So I'm not sure if it's a good sign or maybe it's not. I saw Team Secret as a band of players that really just wants to have fun. Every time I see them during the celebration matches, except for James, he's always serious. But you can see in their faces they're having fun, right? Tatsuri, Chewy, almost always laughing, Azar as well. I don't know, maybe it's a good sign in the good direction that they're all about business right now after suffering that first loss. And this will prove to many viewers and analysts as well as to how ready really Team Secret is for the fall season.
Yeah, and considering also that everyone is on point when there is James, I would like also to emphasize how Trevor, our solo player highlight, who's really doing a great job in terms of making sure that objectives are being cleared out. He knows with the setup or how to set up with that Xin Zhao. He is making wonders with that champion, which is somehow rarely seen. It was also seen way back then at summer season under Liyab, but this time around it was Xin Zhao, not on the complicated champions, just the man who's going to spearhead in, and then followed up by the other members such as Azar, such as Tatsuri. That was 71% kill participation, which is really looking good.
And because we brought up the two porters over here, I want to bring up our Globe key player clash between, I believe it's going to be Demon Kite and Chewy. And again, you know what? These two, they do have a very, very, of course, different styles as they come into, as they face off against each other. And Demon Kite, I just feel like he is the kind of, ADC that basically just moves forward. And the entire team needs to move forward with him. This guy is just capable of such crazy things, while Chewy is a bit more of a more of a team player who knows how to hang back and all. Would you guys agree? And how do you think this Globe team player clash is going to go down?
I think that's the thing with Singed, right? And Demon Kite has selected Singed twice, Vayne twice. Move forward, right? Focused.
Move everywhere.
Demon Kite's numbers right now is showing that he had better games so far. 5.42 KDA, kill participation at 78%, but damage per minute we can say that there's a huge disparity over there as well. 1,357 to 874. But then again, we're talking about Demon Kite. So far in those 4 games, we only saw the Vayne and the Singe. What other champions will we see from this guy?
Yeah, it fairly reflects how well the hyper-aggressive of UCFC, Demon Kite playing in. 78 kill participation talks a lot for the reason that he is standing on a 1,357 damage per minute. So this guy is participating every team fight. He is mostly seen, and there's a usual no downtime whenever he's playing on his lane. They wanted to push the pressure against the Dragon lane, and this is where supposedly General James should shine, because he wanted that kind of discipline, making sure that Demon Kite isn't going to be the demon to kite them out.
Kiting, he does really, really well indeed, especially on the Finch. I'm really, really interested to see how this matchup is going to go down, especially since when we did interview UCFC the other day, I do remember that they teased a few strategies that they have up their sleeve, and they are up against Team Secret, and yes, that is his pose indeed, and another memorable pose. Team Secret, of course.
I'm
another
the twin.
one not to shy. I think I'll be Nas Joe. I'll be Nas Joe. But yeah, Team Secret, and of course, known for the unpredictability, known for the out of the box strategies and all. UCFC slowly catching up there. So I wonder how this is gonna go down. I think it's gonna be really interesting. Maybe we're gonna see something really, really weird here in the fall season. Of course, you guys can let your comments and reactions known as well here in our panel sessions. You guys can help us predict whether or not Team Secret or UCFC Sports are going to bring out something really, really new. All you have to do is tweet and use the hashtag SISPH and hashtag dominate the rift. And while you're at it as well, come over and join the PPGL community Discord server. I'm about to have dinner actually while watching this match, so maybe head over there and join me while we all watch. Otlus and Osiris as well will be there, and maybe
Stronger.
some other guests. Yes,
Yeah,
we did have a representative from one of our other teams, of course, in the Mega Esports. Come in and join us. Let us know his thoughts. And
also the manager of Leonites, who's going to play also for Group C. So, you know,
Yes,
everyone is there. Come on, guys, jump in.
yes, indeed. Our representatives from Group C and D are already getting a head start and letting us know a little bit of insights as to what's been going on. We've been catching up with the Mega Esports. We've been catching up with Leonites as well. All right, you guys. So, I feel like this is going to be a difficult one to predict, but which way is it going to go?
No!
UCFC Sports or Team Secret? Otalus, you first.
Okay, so just wanted to say that earlier, during match number 3, there were no predictions, and we were kind of hoping, me and Osiris, that we can, escape this thing.
Yeah, the same
and
as the
not
previous
give
game.
out the prediction. Okay, so now that we are here, we have to predict as to who's going to win. UCFC looks very strong, but Team Secret, on paper, I believe that the experience advantage will finally show now that General James is now back in the fold. So I'm guessing Team Secret will be getting this win over UCFC.
Well, this is the first time they're going to fight each other because they are playing on a different parts of the Philippines. So way back then in summer. So this time, I still want to go with the Kings of the North as they are really crowned and of course the representative of Philippines. So I still know that they got the power. James is still there. So I wanted to see them play their best.
Okay, that's good. So we join together whether we rise or fall, right? That's right, Osiris.
Rise or fall in the fall season, and I am probably think this is going to go for Team Secret. I have never wavered in my loyalty. I have to say. So it's got to be Team Secret. It's got to be Team Secret over here. But let's get into the action. This is going to be really interesting indeed. We have two very, very experimental, not afraid to do these creative out-of-the-box strategies teams. Ready and willing to step into the rift. We have our final match of the day, UCFC Esports versus Team Secret. Let's jump into the rift.
Minions have spawned.
The undefeated dark horses of these group stages so far are going up against the Kings of the North. Who will prevail? UCFC versus Team Secret. I am very excited to know, as this is definitely an epic matchup. Once again, this is Leoric. With me is Infinity. My friend Infinity, what are your thoughts on this matchup?
I think it's going to be exciting. I think it's going to be intense. And I think this will be a heated situation. As the panel has talked about a while ago, UCFC Esports and Team Secret is a very creative players, is a very creative team wherein they can bring out those unpredictable champion, unpredictable composition that can really just change things up in this fight and in this series. And there's a lot of questions in mind because UCFC, yes, they are undefeated, but Team Secret has a lot of experience. Who is going to be the better team today? And this will be where we find that out.
Yes, but here are the faces of the players right now. Speaking of experience, VVV before UCFC is VVV before, so they also have the experience, but not the caliber of experience of Team Secret. So that's a very, very good thing that we will be looking at in this game matchup. But here it's going to be a very hard matchup. I believe so, because UCFC, we've seen them play. They have very strong team fights, but so does Team Secret. So what are your thoughts? What are the keys in winning this matchup?
Keys into winning this matchup, I think it is understanding what these teams actually are comfortable in picking.
Right.
Are Team Secret comfortable with picking up the Surfing, Sona, and Olaf? If you ban it away, what else is the choices that Team Secret can pick up? And elsewhere, if you're looking at UCFC, you also need to look at their day 1, day 2, and their prior stages. As you talked about, Leoric, that UCFC has already brought in the whole roster of VVV alongside with Physics. So I think this will really be a match with experience, a match with composition. Who will be the better team today? Who has the better adaptability and flexibility coming into the series?
Yes, very good point. I think this will all boil down into this draft. So it's going to be very exciting, because if looking at the papers, both teams, team fights, cheese strats, whatever you need in the game, macro, micro, both team have it. I think they're even on both on all those things that we look at inside the game. So this will boil down into the draft. Speaking of the draft, what do you think is going to happen in the drafts right now?
In the draft, I think there is a lot of selection. I think there is a lot of pickings here for both Team Secret and UCFC Esports. Right, we talked about the old school vintage type of strategy wherein Team Secret has the potential and has the option to go for the unkillable composition. And if they don't, they can bring in what they have brought in yesterday in day number 2, wherein they won against Action PH with the Lucian, Sinjao, Riven, Senna, and Galio. And yes, in the second game, they brought in a different draft, but they stick with the Sinjao and brought in the Akali, Pantheon, and the Nami alongside with the Lucian. So I think this is where the Team Secret's flexibility is. Now UCFC needs to think, are we gonna ban away the Olaf and then ban away maybe the Lucian and the Sinjao, so that Team Secret will be forced to pick something else aside from their traditional type of strategy, wherein they're bringing in this sort of early game champion in the form of Sinjao, Nami, and Lucian that is very, very strong, that can lead them into the mid game, late game. And then they could pick up the Gragas, they could pick up the Galio for themselves. This disengaged champions that can potentially counter how Team Secret's aggression is in their prior stages, in their prior games.
Yes, definitely. You mentioned the Olaf pick. That is still very viable. We saw that in the previous matches of this tournament. Is it going to be a threat for UCFC if should Team Secret get it? So I think that's going to be a ban if ever they think so, that it's a threat. But one champion for sure both teams have played in this game is the Vayne, and they dominated their games where they play the Vayne. Who will get the Vayne in this game? Who do you think, Infinity?
It really depends, right? Because Vayne is a champion that is untraditional. Mm-hmm. Yes, it has been a successful champion for both UCFC and Team Secret, but you need to understand that Vayne in the early game is just a ranged champion. It's just a ranged champion that deals of a little bit of damage, just true damage in that early stages, wherein he can really poke down those tanky champions in tanky composition. But when you're looking at it, it's not really that strong in that early phase. So if Team Secret or UCFC, either of these two teams opts to go for the late game or the mid game, or that snowball type of composition, they can now go for the Vayne. And I think Team Secret and UCFC, any of these two teams are proficient with this champion.
Yes, definitely. One key point I always see UCFC, their strength is the early game. Is that something that we will be seeing here, knowing that they're going to be going up against Team Secret, a very strong team? Are they going to go for that comfort pick? That's going to be very interesting as we go into the drafts. The bans are here. What do you think about the bans?
Camille, Gragas, Olaf. These champions, I think UCFC wants to go for the early game, considering that they have the Lee Sin, and they're banning away those disengaged and tanky champions that are really strong in late game. With Galio, Pantheon, and Renekton ban away, Team Secret is forcing UCFC to really just be on the corner on what champions are picking up. And that is the reason why they picked up for Team Secret on the Lucian and Akali to match up the aggression of UCFC.
All right, definitely. So yeah, Renekton is not going to be available. Galio is not going to be available. Pantheon. So the global ultimates are almost out of the question. Only one left. That's the TF, and there it is. TF is going to be hovered over again in this tournament. Global ultimates are very, very effective in the team fights. UCFC has one in their hands. What do you think about the TF pick?
It's strong. I mean, Dragon has played this before, even Demon Kite. He can go and put it into the dual lane, so I think Twisted Fate is a good pick for UCFC. Now thinking Team Secret needs to visualize what is UCFC going to do with this Twisted Fate. The reason why they picked the Cyan Rakan is this is a dominant dual lane. With Kaisa and Nami being picked up by UCFC, they want to match up this great duo from Team Secret in the dual lane. And considering the Team Secret has the double marksman in their draft, no tanky champion in their composition as well, means that the Kaisa, the Nami, the Twisted Fate can deal massive effect against Team Secret. But Sinja being there, this is going to be a clash in the early game.
They gave it to Azar. That's interesting. I'm not really sure if that's going to be the final draft right there. No, there it is. It's going to go to Trevor. So I thought that was another cheese pick right here. But the double ADC that you mentioned, double marksman, I think they're trying to build for an early dragon in this game. We mentioned UCFC's strength is in the early game. Dragon is the first Drake is always part of the early game. I think they're building towards that. So here are the picks already. Infinity. I want to play a little game with you. I like this game. Who do you think is gonna get the first blood on who? If you guess this right, I owe you dinner, man. So who do you think will get first blood on who?
It's actually quite a difficult question, right? But I believe maybe first blood will come in for the Saya, potentially, and Chewy, as we all know, is a very proficient dual lane in the Dragon lane for this game. So maybe Team Secret gets first blood.
First blood on who?
On Demon.
Alright, that's gonna be our. We'll see that in a later part of the game, as there is gonna be early aggression here. Just to wave clear for UCFC on the mid, and everyone is off to their respective lanes.
Yeah, this is gonna be how they're gonna play this out. The early aggression, the early pacing, as you look at the Tsuri, just being very, very aggressive in this early matchup. Now, Lee Sin first went into the red buff. Sinjel reflected that with a red buff as well, that patting their way downside for Team Secret, and UCFC patting themselves topside. So I think this is where Team Secret will get ahead into putting pressure in the dual lane against UCFC later on.
Yes, definitely. Again, we emphasize on that double ADC, double marksman build for Team Secret. I really want to look at that, as there are going to be love taps here at the top side. Two champs are already here on both sides and the mid side. And action all over the map right now, as Demon Kite is already chunked down. This is going to be very, very bad, but the Mystic Fruit is still there, and everyone is going to be A-okay.
A-okay indeed. No one's gonna get hurt, no one's gonna get killed, and only one spell burned by UCFC thus far. Team Secret is going on a lot.
Alright, here, Dragon on the mid side is already half HP down. Rift Scuttlers are already up, so I think it's gonna be even for both sides, as Lee Sin is already up at the top. Everyone in Team Secret will be helping to secure this bottom Scuttler. Oh no, I think they're gonna go for a dive. No, it is just gonna be a Scuttler take. Pretty even so far.
Hear this out. UCFC having the Lee Sin and the Twisted Fate, this is going to be a very dangerous duo. And now Tatsuri needs to think about where he go, because if he gets the wrong step in against UCFC, Lee Sin can come through, Twisted Fate with a kick, Twisted Fate with the stun rather, and Lee Sin with a kick. Instead, that would so much damage coming from UCFC.
Yes, I just realized we have the same matchup as the earlier game. There is going to be the Fiora and the Akali at the top. So, Nasjo, I think the way to win this is really keep that Akali busy right here at the top lane, so that Akali could not join the team fights. That could be something right now, but there is the split push potential of UCFC with the Fiora, with the TF in their hands. That could be something that we want to look at later on in the game, as we are pretty even on the dot on the gold, 2 minutes and 40 seconds in.
Renzi, though, hovering on top side of the map, he has seen Trevor patting himself onto the Raptor. this might be a deadly move, but Renzi thinks that you have a support coming from UCFC.
Oh, there it is. The man has gold card, and it is going to be the Kali who gets first blood here at the top side. On the bottom side, it is Team Secret who will want to take a kill of their own, but they are not going to be given one. Well played, UCFC.
Yeah, and taking that first kill means that they are now in the lead, but not so far, not so fast, because Team Secret is matching the pace down. 12.4k for Team Secret. UCFC has the same gold. So commendable plays here, and high commends for Team Secret for evenly matching it up against UCFC.
All right, definitely. But yeah, UCFC did get the first blood already at the top, and that will put Fiora in the advantage at the top. Again, one of the key right here for UCFC is really keep this Akali busy. And with this Akali already down in the gold and in the level department, this Akali Azar will have his hands full for this Nastio, and that will be bad if ever they don't mitigate this. I think the jungler on Team Secret will have to try to balance this lane as the first Drake is already up.
Yeah, and Ocean Drake will be very key here because that is extra sustainability for Demon Kite, for Dragon. These champions can utilize the Omnivamp very well. Team Secret can do the same thing, especially on Azar, which is a diving champion, and also Chewy and Hamez. So I think this is going to be the first clash and maybe the first contest for both UCFC and Team Secret.
Yeah, very good. I think this is going to be a very good clash right here. Team Secret knows that they have the Xin Zhao. Again, Xin Zhao has that early game potential for the first Drake, and I think they know about it. They're already trying to gang up in the area, but no priority on that Drake as of the moment. Xin Zhao will try to rotate. I think, no, just the D wards right here. Xin Zhao will start the Dragon. That's going to be the Void Seeker connecting. No, that's going to miss right there. Dragon is already half HP down. Team UCFC will have to have their aggression right here. That's going to be the tidal wave casted right here. Dragon is already very low. Who will take it? It's going to be red team for the Xin Zhao. But at one cost, Liyab will ultimate in. That's going to be Lee Sin who goes down. And this is Team Secret coming on top of this fight. Even that is going to be the Shaya going down. Good job by the Kaisa so far on the backlines. Akali will try to get a kill on his own, and he will be successful, but he will go down himself. Kaisa has a triple kill, and you don't want that early in this game. It is going to be UCFC chasing Trevor. Trevor, you need to get out of town, but you will not be able to. He will go home in a body bag. Dragon Slain in favor of Team Secret, but the fight goes to UCFC.
Now, let's break it down. Team Secret was forcing out the Dragon, but the tidal wave connect onto two-man. Team Secret was forced to come in, and they were going all in onto the Ocean Drake, enabled UCFC to gain the better positioning, and after that, it was all down from the history as UCFC has dominated that engagement. Now, UCFC getting the 3-kill lead means that they are now at the lead against Team Secret. With the Rift Herald now alive, they could actually take it down for themselves. Team Secret got the Ocean Drake though, so maybe they could go for the mid-game, late-game to match against UCFC.
Yes, definitely. That's a good point. Rift Herald is already alive, and everyone is here because they know where the next party is going to be. Good job by Renzi right there to get that blast phone right there to avoid initiation with a surprise. There it is. Sonic Wave is not going to be connected. Tidal Wave is going to be casted right here onto the Xin Zhao, and this is bad for Team Secret, but the cavalry is here. Everyone's still alive. No, Xin Zhao is going to die without doing anything in this fight, and this is bad. But Renzi does go down still. But the gold card is going to be connecting. That is going to be Kaisa popping off in this fight, and this is bad once again for Team Secret. UCFC will not go for the Rift Herald. They want bodies down, and they will be able to take two, and they come up on top once again 7 minutes in. Rift Herald is available, but I don't think they have the HPs to take this.
Team Secret just needs to play the mid-game, late-game because Renzi will fall off in mid-late. And that Lee Sin, we need to look out for in this early match. We talked about how this is going to be an aggressive playstyle for UCFC when the draft was occurring for these two teams. And Xin Zhao was picked up by Trevor to match this up. But now, we see how Renzi is just able to mechanically outplay Team Secret.
Oh, there it is. Destiny is going to be casted right here. They know that the Rift Herald is being taken. Tidal Wave is going to be on point. And this is going to be bad once again for Team Secret right here as everyone goes in. Franchise Akalis is going to be connecting. It is going to be the Fiora goes down. Double kill already on this Akalis. This is bad for UCFC. Team Secret somehow holds, and they will win this fight around. And just like that, it is even on the board, 8-8. And it is a win for Team Secret 8 minutes in.
But what's not even is Team Secret now has the gold lead in the Ocean Dragon. Yes, UCFC got it down for those 1 kills. But remember, Team Secret was also able to steal the Rift Herald away from the hands of UCFC. So pretty much Tower First Blood got another one from the top side of the map, and the gold lead is skyrocketing for Team Secret. And this is where it's at. One mistake can change the game.
Yes, definitely skyrocketed. It is a 6k gold swing earlier. Now Team Secret is on a 3k gold lead. It was a 4k gold lead earlier. 2 turrets down on UCFC. That is bad. That went south so fast for UCFC. Let's see if they can get back into this game. They definitely have the firepower to do it. What can they do at this? What will they do at this point?
Nothing as of yet. There are no objectives on the clock. Team Secret can force out a fight. UCFC can do the same thing, which will happen on top side as we have 4-man roam from UCFC.
Right, that is going to be very, very hot out there and there. The root is going to be coming in. Tidal Wave is going to be the wombo combo for UCFC, but no kills so far. They will just settle for this top turret. A Windrake is already available right here. None of the teams are in position so far, so Team UCFC is just going to settle for that top turret.
Clever move for Team Secret. They understand the 2-man is onto the bottom side for their team, and UCFC got the 4-man roam on top side, so they need to get a secure trade, which they got in tier 1 bot side. And now, Destiny will be forced potential all-in for UCFC.
Yes, definitely. Destiny is gonna give the information for UCFC. They know that everyone on Team Secret side is eyeing on this Cloud Drake right here. That ultimate from Team EF is going to be enough to deter Team Secret, but Team Secret are persistent. They are still going to start the Dragon already. This is a fast one. Dragon is already half HP. UCFC, do they know about this? Twin Shadows are going to be casted for their information. Tidal Wave is going to be casted right here, but the Rakan with the ultimate onto the backside. This is falling south for UCFC. Dragon is already taken by the Xin Zhao, and one more champion left, and this might be an ace. Baby, they've done it. Team Secret with the first Oppo ace of this game.
Once again, understand, Team Secret was the one forcing the Dragon, which means UCFC is there to contest it. If they are hindered by their actions on wanting to go all in against Team Secret, they are gonna get a bad position. Which happened in that game where Team Secret got the Dragon because they forced UCFC to really just hinder themselves down and just translated it into 4 kills, which made them go into the Baron, secured 1 more for their team. Now 7k gold lead for TS, which they can utilize, gain the core item lead against UCFC to now pressure in tier 2 turrets.
Alright,
away
see
from UCFC.
Yeah, true. The Baron buff is in the hands of Team Secret. I think they're evening out the waves on the middle side. Akali is going to be here on the bottom side. So it's going to be a 1-3-1 push, I believe so. But everyone is sliding into the middle side. Xin Zhao will go to the bottom side. So a 3-2 push most probably for Team Secret. But definitely they have the advantage of this game. They have the control. UCFC, the pressure is on. Are they going to be able to defend this? They cleared the wave once. Trevor is already in the position for the flank. If ever that was going to be a clash right there, he's going to be spotted by Renzi, but the mid turret is taking a lot of pounding right now, and I think this one is going to go down. 1k, 500, 200, done. Mid turret is already down. Everyone sliding on the bottom side. Oh, Nasjo, you are in a bad position, my friend. Rakan's grand entrance is going to be on point, but that will be negated, but the bottom turret will be destroyed. Mission accomplished so far for Team Secret.
Now they want for more as we have Team Secret now looking to mid-side of the map with the inhibitor turret now pushing down.
There it is. Rakan is going to go in, but he will fall after that entrance. That was disastrous for Team Secret, and that is their signal to go back home. UCFC Destiny is going to be cast right here, and the man has a gold card. It is going to connect onto the Shaya, but he will take a lot of damage himself. Akali's in a good position, and the backline just erases Lee Sin just like that. Kaisa also goes down though. This is good for Team Secret when it looked very bad for them. We have a godlike on the Kaisa, and they will be able to take the inhibitor turret on the mid side. They're going to brute force their way in onto the Nexus. Nexus already taking a lot of damage. Two champions here on the UCFC side. Is it going to be enough for this defense right here? The Nexus is almost down. 300, 200, done. Team Secret has taken game number 1.
What a start to this series as Team Secret made it back in the mid game and dominated the late game. And we need to look at that late game fight from both Team Secret and UCFC Esports. Team Secret, yes, they got the numbers disadvantage, but UCFC Esports overextended. They were creeping into Team Secret's territory. Destiny in and Twisted Fate had no one else near him, which enabled Team Secret to now counterattack, gain the even level playing field. And at that, UCFC, we need to understand they have the 10k gold disadvantage. And Team Secret just dominated with their core lead items, with their Dragon buffs as well, which just enabled them to just finish that game with a sweeping finish.
Definitely. I thought Team Secret had a rough early game, but kudos to the team keeping their composure, got it going for them in the middle part of the game, and took control over the game in the later part. Well-deserved win right here by Team Secret. The question is, game number 2, who will this go towards? Because it's gonna be this is a very important matchup. But before that thought, here are the numbers of the game. MVP of the game is gonna be Tatsuri on the Lucian right here. 4, 1, and 8 on the board. Well played, well-deserved MVP right here. So the storyline that I really want to bring up right here is that UCFC is already 2-0 in this group stage, while Team Secret is 1-1. Right? Anyway, if ever UCFC wins this series, this will further their lead in this group stage, while Team Secret is going to be lower down. Before that, here are the highlights of the game. Oppo A94 player of the game is happening. That's the first dragon take right here. That was Team Secret's take. That's the power of Xin Zhao in the early game. He can go in, ultimate, push everyone out, and take the dragon for himself. They were killed in exchange for this Drake, but nonetheless, the dragon was very helpful for them in the later part of the game.
Yeah, let's put the watch back into this match, because how Team Secret was in a huge deficit against UCFC, but they were able to make it back because of the good positioning that they were able to take. Their team fight in that mid game was phenomenal against UCFC Esports, right? This is the true sensation of Team Secret matching against UCFC. If you looked how the Feather Storm was forced away, Yesaya died in that fight because he was able to really just go back away with UCFC now pressuring in. But in this late of game, only 1k gold difference, Team Secret just over in, good positioning, able to take down one, numbers advantage of 5v3, UCFC cannot do anything after. And gaining that lead, gaining 2 turrets, getting the 4k gold, means that UCFC, even if they go for the 5v5, they cannot do it because Lee Sin falls off late.
True.
And Sinjao is there to go for the defense as attack for Team Secret.
Yes, definitely. Xin Zhao was very powerful in this game. Very, very effective in the team fights. This was the part of the fight where I thought UCFC is going to be able to punish Team Secret, but instead, Team Secret kept their composure and they went for the re-engage, killed 3 champions in the process, and with 2 champions left on the side of UCFC, there was nothing much UCFC can do at this point. There it is. Akali will take the brunt of the Nexus damage, goes gold, and that's the win. Master of the match is going to be Tatsuri once again on the Lucian with a KDA of 12. Very good numbers right here. Kill participation is going to be 46%. Damage per minute is going to be massive, 1,405. Very good numbers. Well-deserved MVP by Tatsuri.
Yeah, I mean, he played very well. He was waiting for his team to come in first, go for the front line, tank every single damage from UCFC Esports, and Tatsuri will act as sort of the glass cannon, wherein all of the damage output from Team Secret is majority taken up by him. Look at the damage per minute, 1405. And this is their strength evolution. Level 1, already very strong.
Right.
Mid-game, very, very strong. And we need to remember the passive of Illusion, every skill that it makes, 2 auto attacks come through. So who else can deal much more DPS than Illusion from Tatsuri?
Yes, definitely. That's a very good point. And also the itemization right now, the static shift adds up to that. Whenever the cooldown of this static shift is done with the damage that he dishes out, it will be spread over to the area, and that adds up to the damage overall. Very good game right here by Tatsuri.
Yeah, a very good game, and I want to see more of it.
True.
Tatsuri can play this sort of champions, can play this sort of strategies because of his teammates as well. And I do believe that we need not to leave Hamis alone onto that game and leave the rest of the members, because I think one of them being put away, being stolen away from UCFC Esports or being changed out, I think will just crumble down how Team Secret would play that game out. So I do believe every single member for Team Secret played that wonderfully. You see how Azar with that Akali has played very assassin type, wherein he goes to the backside, kills of those glass cannons, especially on Twisted Fate. Wherein UCFC with Twisted Fate gone can only rely on the Nami with the tidal wave to deal CC in a team fight.
Right.
So what else really can we look forward to from Team Secret and UCFC in game number 2?
Here's a review of the draft right here. I like the what do you call this? I like the TF pick right here of UCFC. It's just that usually the TF is picked to counter Akali during the clashes so that you will spot the Akali. It's just that I feel majority of the fight, TF was too aggressive, uses the Destiny before the clashes happen. When Akali goes in and goes for the Shroud, the Destiny is not there anymore, and the counter potential of TF is already erased. That's what happened in team fights. That was the reason why we saw Akali popping off, able to get into the backlines, and I think that was utilized wrong by UCFC.
Yeah, definitely, right? So I think it's just really, really a strong initiative here for both Team Secret and UCFC Esports. Now, my interesting take here is, what if game number 2, UCFC takes red side? They can now be able to get those duo cheesy picks. They can now bring in maybe the Gragas for their team, then pick up the Lucian for themselves, forcing away Team Secret to pick something else.
Sure.
Or maybe something more difficult. Twisted Fate Pantheon was successful a while ago. They can bring it once again into their very own series, apply it from what the other team has played a while ago. So pretty much I think it's just adaptability, flexibility right from this game. I mean, they played Pantheon and Diana from yesterday's matchup against Galaxy Razor and just won it clean sweep 2-0. And I think this is where it came from. The Pantheon, Twisted Fate, the global ultimates that are really, really just dangerous when it comes to those responses, those team fights, wherever the map or wherever the fight may be, they can initiate.
Yes, definitely. You saw it in the bans. The bans were on point, where you have room to ban an Olaf. No more power picks were almost available. Only the Akali. I'm still contemplating on the Olaf, on these Olaf bans across the tournament. But against Team Secret, I guess that's a viable ban. They UCFC gave up the Akali because of the Olaf ban, so that's something that they have to try to live with. But this is very good pick for Team Secret. Again, the Fiora, it's not really that strong. The Fiora game plan was really to try to keep Akali busy, but they weren't able to do that. So I think that's one of the key points how Team Secret won this game.
Yeah, you just have to look at the passive Team Secret. History dictates the Team Secret is very proficient on the Olaf. They are the team that really just popularized this unkillable type of composition and popularized Olaf being placed in the pro leagues. And I think banning away Olaf by UCFC Esports against Team Secret is a viable option, right? And putting away Gragas and Camille also puts Team Secret in sort of the stagnant position wherein what do we choose other champions.
Right.
What do we choose from the champion pool that will remain? Because Gragas is a champion that can be disengaging those team fight potential. So now they're forced to go for Illusion and Akali instead, with Lee Sin being the first pick of UCFC Esports. Match those early trades, match those early aggression. Now Pan, Renekton, and Galio being banned away by Team Secret against UCFC is also quite viable. Because UCFC on the Pantheon is also quite great. We saw their day 1, day 2 matches. And I think these are really just a great ban from these two teams.
I want to ask you, after the Lucian and Akali pick, they went for a Fiora and a TF. Why do you think so this happened for UCFC? After the Lucian and Akali were picked by Team Secret, the next picks, UCFC responded with a Fiora and then a TF pick. What do you think? Why do you think this happened?
Now, for one, Twisted Fate has been picked up by UCFC yesterday by Dragon.
Right.
And they are very, very great with this champion. He can respond very quickly. They are aggressive with this champion. And picking up Twisted Fate for themselves is really understandable. Now, the Fiora is kind of on a fringe edge. Is it quite viable or is it not against Team Secret? But considering that you have an Akali by Team Secret, picking up the Fiora means that you can go for those riposte that can negate how much damage that Akali can gain against those fights. And I think having the Fiora as well, with potentially having the Rune of the Undying, can make it so that he will stay alive with that much pressure from Azar with that Akali in the Baron lane. So I think Fiora and Twisted Fate is an understandable pick coming from UCFC.
Yes, definitely. And I think this expands the dynamic of UCFC when it comes to their team composition. Fiora, has the strength of a split pusher, right? And then if you get TF, you get a 2-for-1. You counter the Akali, and then you can help the Fiora for the split push. I think that was the plan right here. They have the Lee Sin in the early game. The split push for Lee Sin is also very strong. So I think that was the plan right here. It's just that they weren't able to, UCFC weren't able to really deliver on the game plan. Saya, and Rakan for Team Secret. Were you expecting the picks?
Yes, I was expecting it. I think Team Secret has played this in the past, especially in the summer season. They were very proficient with it. James, being an aggressive captain for Team Secret, also played this very well because Rakan is a champion that really just dives in on those team fights that can really make the game for their team, for Team Secret, in those team clashes, in those 5v5, 4v4. So I think having James onto the Saya and having Chewy on, having James on the Rakan and having Saya on Chewy means that they are really going to be a dominant dual lane, and Kaisa and Nami were forced away by UCFC to try and match up this aggressive type of playstyle by Team Secret.
All right. And once again, the Xin Zhao. Wasn't expecting Xin Zhao to be a meta here in this tournament. I think there are other stronger junglers right now, but this high-level teams, they really, really think differently. What do you think about the Xin Zhao getting in the meta in this tournament?
We talked about it a while ago already. Then in the draft, when Xin Zhao is gonna match up against Lee Sin. First of all, Xin Zhao has been picked up by Team Secret in day 1 and day 2. And they were very great at it. They were very aggressive with this champion, right? Team Secret on Trevor with Xin Zhao is not just negating range damage from Kaisa and those Twisted Fate initial setups, but it also can tank on damage. It can also initiate in level 3 to match it even against a Lee Sin at level 3 as well. So this early game type of setups is really what Team Secret is looking for. Lee Sin, you know what? Pick it up. We're gonna pick up Xin Zhao for ourselves. Match it up even against your team in the early phase.
Very, very good points. I was really thinking, why was this not used in the previous season? On the previous season, Xin Zhao compared now when Xin Zhao really had this power. So I had to look up Xin Zhao. I forgot Xin Zhao had the buff where the ult was extended. That was a very powerful buff. And then the second skill range of Xin Zhao was also increased. So I guess I already understand why Xin Zhao is starting to get into the meta. Very good point. Thank you so much, Infinity. What has UCFC have to do in game number 2 to try to extend this into game 3?
That's gonna be a difficult question because as I've said a while ago, these two teams are very flexible. Right, UCFC is a hyper aggressive team. They hover onto the Pantheon Twisted Fate time and time again against GXR yesterday in their matchup in a very dominant fashion. What they have not released as of yet against Team Secret in this specific game is their Pantheon Diana Sage Senna Renekton draft against Team Secret. So now they can bring that up, maybe put Team Secret in sort of a corner on what they need to do and force them away to change Sinjao, to change maybe their Akali pickup, maybe Lucian away, right? Because Sinj and Senna into the dual lane is sort of a weird type of composition wherein Senna can go for the root, Sinj to follow through, to knock him up, to the poison, deal constant amount of damage in that dual lane. To try and match that up against Hamiz and Chewy's type of playstyle can affect them greatly. So having that type of composition, they can bring in for this game number 2.
I actually think that's a very good point right there, Infinity. But the bans are already here. Senna is not is gonna be available, so hopefully that will happen. But here are the bans already. What do you think about the bans and the first pick? Again, a Fiora.
Camille, Gragas, Akali, traditional bans here for UCFC. Azar on the Akali pick was very proficient, so they need to ban that away. But this leaves Olaf open for Team Secret if they do want to go for it. UCFC understands maybe Team Secret has changed their draft now, so maybe putting Akali instead of an Olaf is quite proficient. So now Team Secret having that knowledge, Galio and Ziggs will be now picked up. They want to go for the poking potential, and UCFC will punish that by picking up the Cyan Rakan instead of giving it away for Team Secret to pick up.
Yes, definitely. But yeah, Team Secret has 2 power picks right now. Galio and Ziggs are pretty powerful in this season. So yeah, this is gonna be very interesting for Team Secret. Let's see how Shaya Rakan is gonna be able to mitigate that. Especially that Ziggs will be able to deal a lot of damage into the back lines. TF is gonna be hovered over once again for UCFC.
Yeah, and Twisted Fate will be locked in. UCFC wants this global ultimate onto Dragon, and Dragon is very high capable of playing this champion and Lee Sin to pick up to match that hyper aggression that they keep on playing early game. But with Akali banned away, with Renekton out of the table for Team Secret, Aurelia will now be hovered to go into the Baron lane. If they lock this in, this will be an amazing playstyle because Fiora is mobile, Aurelia is mobile. Who will be the better mechanical player in the Baron lane?
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, I'm just imagining the team clash right now. Aurelia goes in with the ultimate, or Sinzao goes in. Then Galio will follow up with the hero's entrance, followed up by Ziggs ultimate. That's going to be trouble for the UCFC. Let's see if they have planned for that one right here. So here is the final lineup. We have Fiora, we have Lee Sin, we have TF, we have Cheyenne Rakan. And then on the opposite side, we have the Irelia, we have the Sinzao once again, Ziggs, very refreshing, has been banned all throughout the tournament. This is gonna be the first time I'm gonna be casting with Ziggs available in the fight, so definitely that's something I want to look at. Kaisa and then the Galio, who are you favoring in this pick?
I'm favoring maybe Team Secret because I like their pick here onto an Irelia. This is unconventional, untraditional. This is potentially the first time that we see an Irelia onto the table right now. If Azar can play this in a high proficient level, this will be in favor of Team Secret because of how much damage Irelia can do in early game and mid game, late game, especially in this phase.
Did we miss the first blood? There was a first blood earlier. Yeah, I think we missed the first blood. There's already a first blood happening in this fight in favor of UCFC, so that's gonna be gold for them. And look at that, 1k golded off the bat onto the side of UCFC. Sadly, we missed that one. It was Fiora taking the kill onto the sorry about that. Onto
Galio.
the Galio. Right, Galio. So that's a big win for UCFC off the bat.
No, Galio is the support for Team Secret. So this might be the first blood, but not as big to affect those damage dealers for Team Secret in this early game. So Hamiz can now slowly build onto support items, maybe the ROA if he wants to go for the damage, if he wants to go that route, and can go for the Deadman Plate if he wants to tank for his team. So these two routes can be applied for Hamiz in this early game phase to really just funnel in onto Chewy with the Kaisa.
Yes, definitely. On the bottom side, Demon Kite taking a lot of damage right here from Chewy. So this is Team Secret owning the lane right now. The Mystic Fruit is not available, so Demon Kite will be forced to go back home. Well played so far by Team Secret. It's going to be two champions on both sides here in the mid, and I think this is going to be priority battle to get the Rift Scuttler. Both teams will get, I think, one Rift Scuttler for both sides.
Yeah, and getting the Rift Scuttler is going to be very important. We talked about how information will be key, but Team Secret now will bring 4-man roam for 7 rounds.
There it is. It is going to be the Galio who goes down first. I thought it's going to be Team Secret who will take the first kill right there, but this will end with a 1-for-1 trade as Hero and Hamis goes down. Team Secret will go back home after that mission failed. 3-1 on the board, 2 minutes and 20 seconds in.
They were playing under the turret. So that is extra damage from UCFC, and having the knowledge that Demon Kite is at level 5, the ultimate ready is a mobile champion that can really just squeak into Team Secret's initial setup, can mean disaster for Team Secret. And now 3-1 in favor for UCFC, 1k gold lead for their team.
Yes, definitely 1k. That's going to be very big at this point. 2 minutes and 50 seconds in. You will be feeling that, especially on the first objective that should be spawning in the next minute of this game. Ziggs is going to try to rotate at the top side, but I think the ward right there, the Rift Scuttler ward, is going to be spotting him. Ziggs will just opt to get the Mystic Fruit right there and will go back into this lane. It is a 3-for-1 right now with a 1k gold on the side of UCFC. Team Secret will be at a disadvantage for the first dragon right here. What do you think Team Secret will have to do to try to secure this dragon for themselves, especially that this is a wind drake?
The Cloud Drake, right? Team Secret, if they want to go for it, I think they can punish in this early phase, but I think it's a matter of what Sinja will do, what Ziggs will do, and having these two champions available for Team Secret means a lot of potential and a lot of percentage that this Drake can go for Team Secret's side, because you have Ziggs with a lot of damage in the ultimate. But 1v1 Baron lane though.
Oh, there it is. Flash is going to be forced right here. But here comes Cavalry. Sinza will be in the area. And that will push UCFC's aggression away. And knowing that there are two champions at the top, it is going to be UCFC who will be starting onto the Cloud Drake. And there it is. Rakan is going to go for the quickness right here. That's going to be on point. Hits 3 champions. Oh no! Chewy is already very low. And he will be forced to go back. But it is going to be the Lee Sin trapped in the pit. And he goes down. Rakan goes down at the same time. So this is 2 champions down on UCFC. This is bad, but they are still gonna go for the fight right here. Team Secret will get out. They are down 1 more champion, but make that 2 champions more. But they do get the Cloud Drake here on the mid side. Azar will opt for the pressure on the mid turret, will back away, but this will end on a 5-3 on the board. And even on the gold count, Team Secret does get the Cloud Drake.
Yeah, 5-3, Team Secret lost in an overall number game against UCFC, but the gold is even. Right. And Team Secret has a Cloud Dragon in their favor. Having 1/3 plate to the mid side means that Team Secret has the advantage.
We didn't see that one, but top lane, UCFC was able to get 1 champion. That was Chewy down. And here comes the cavalry for UCFC. So Team Shadow is going to be casted right here. Under the turret, it's going to be a fight right here. Grand Challenge is going to be casted. Thought is going to be connecting. And that's Rakan going down. And that's going to be signal for Team UCFC to back away. Good response by Team Secret. And they punish 1 champion. It will end up with a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, and the 1-for-1 trade means that you have Hero away from that fight in this early matchup, with Team Secret now being able to get the tier 1 turret into the bottom side of the map. Azar is just pressuring in. Tower First Blood means that an extra goal will come in favor for Team Secret. 100 gold each member of the team, and now they're pressuring in mid-side against UCFC.
Alright, Demon Kite taking a lot of pokes right there from the Ziggs, but they are going to be okay under the turret right here. But Team Secret is already in the pit, and this is going to pay dividends if they are able to get this without any contest. And there it is. I think UCFC is going to give this one up. They will just opt for a trade at the bottom side, but I don't think Nastio has the damage. Demon Kite will be joining the take right here on the bottom side, and they will be able to take this one out, but Rift Herald is going to be used right here on the mid. I don't think they even need that. That's already a turret down right there. Rift Herald is still alive, but they will leave it behind. Team Secret will slide at the top side, and I think they will go for another take right here. Uh-oh, Dragon, you're in a bad position, my friend. I don't think you will have enough to defend this one, and that's successful take once again by Team Secret. Destiny is going to be casted, but I don't think they will catch anyone on Team Secret side.
They really can't, because Team Secret has a Ziggs in their composition. So if they go top side, it will not be enough time for UCFC to respond with the pressure for Team Secret, enabling them to now have that map control for TS, having 3 turrets now down for the count against UCFC.
Right, but yeah, UCFC got 1 turret of their own, so that's something into their economy. At the very least, they will get they're able to get back in this game, considering the gold. Now they're just down 1k, so good job to UCFC hanging on to this game at this point.
And they're hanging real close. Team Secret currently is at the lead of 1k only, not that far ahead from UCFC Esports because of how much trades that UCFC is dealing against Team Secret. So now we're just waiting for the late game. Azar needs to scale in this certain level of facing on Team Secret if they really want to deal massive amounts of kills and massive amounts of pressure on UCFC. BRK building onto the Trinity Force is a good start for Team Secret on Azar, and really just putting him on top side of the map, free farming for his team, waiting for that power spike to come in. Wait for that, and UCFC will crumble down. But at the same time, you need to take note that Dragon is there as well to go for those quick responses if ever Team Secret is going for the surprise attack.
That's definitely a good point on that win condition for Team Secret. Irelia is going to be a very, very big factor right here. Infernal Drake is already half HP down. There are only 4 champions here on the UCFC side, and I think they're going to be giving them this up. They opt for split push at the top. I don't know what UCFC was doing there. If they were going to give it up, they should have gone for a trade right here. TF could have made an ult at the top side, but instead they do not get anything as a trade, as the wave was cleared by the Ziggs with the ultimate right there.
Actually, a clever move. UCFC gets that down, not being able to get a turret onto tier 2 in the Baron lane, and having Team Secret with those quick responses, Tsuri having that ultimate on top side means that Team Secret gets that Infernal Drake with no trade from UCFC. Yes, they got a turret or 2 or third plate or 2, but that doesn't really change everything because the turret count is still in favor for Team Secret. The gold is still in favor of Team Secret. And in the late game, you need to think about Azar's potential, Tatsuri's potential, Chewy, and Hammers in those 5v5. And that's going to be very devastating. And we have to look at these champions from Team Secret.
Yes, very good point. You emphasize on the late game. Irelia on Azar is going to be very painful. It's considering that they got the Infernal Drake, they are going to be dishing out pain at the later parts of this fight. Definitely, that's something that we want to look at. Once again, Azar is free farming all across the map whenever he needs to. So this is still looking good for Team Secret. But still, look at the gold. It's still pretty even. What do you think about that?
I mean, it's just a good initial composition for UCFC, right? They really are trying to do this sort of strategy wherein if Team Secret gets something, UCFC needs to get something in return. And that is where we are in right now. We're in step for Team Secret, another step for UCFC. A step for UCFC, another step for Team Secret. So they're going for the back and forth. Only a clash will change everything right now. And that clash, I think, will be the source from the Baron Nashor, from the Mountain Drake later on. Because do you really want UCFC to leave the third dragon open for Team Secret?
Alright, hold that thought. There's going to be a fight here at the bottom. Destiny is going to be casted right here. But the cavalry for Team Secret right here. And immediately UCFC regret their decision as TF goes down. There's going to be a fight breaking out at the top side. Taunt is going to be connecting onto two champions. Top third is going to go down. That is going to be a very good trade. Instead, for UCFC, they get nothing on the kills, but they will get the top turret as a trade.
Trevor.
There it is. Ziggs, you need to get out of town, my friend. But Ziggs was able to take down Rakan. So that's something. Shaya also goes down. So this is bad for UCFC. Already 4 champions dead onto the side of UCFC. And this will spell the Baron for Team Secret. What's a disaster. All TPs are already coming in to UCFC. They know the urgency of this. So they will try their best. Gold card is going to be there. But they are going to be turned over. Baron is already down. And 2 kills on top of that. UCFC, they are getting destroyed in this game number 2. 7-10 on the board with a 3K gold lead. Team Secret all the way at this point.
This is the late game that we're talking about. Team Secret is now in a state that they can go 5v5 all in. And that was a wonderful flank from Team Secret as well, having Trevor coming into the bottom side of the map, into the mid lane, to come in top to really await UCFC and hug them with their hands. And that is something that we are really looking into. This late game is going to be very devastating, and now Team Secret having the Baron Nashor will really put in more pressure against UCFC because of how much pressure can now be taken away in each and every single lane, because Aurelia can just go for the split push because he is very mobile.
Oh, hold that thought. There is going to be the taunt right here. We'll connect him to one champion, but look at that damage from the Ziggs right there. And everyone in Team Secret are very confident. Destiny is going to be casted. They find the Irelia alone at the top, so they are going to go for that. Irelia is already very low at this point, and they will be successful in taking down Irelia. But Team Secret just says, take our Irelia, and we will take 2 turrets down with us, and they're not done yet. They're sliding onto the bottom side. So far, Team Secret is winning this even without the Irelia. And I think is there going to be a defense right here. They're going to be able to defend this. Team Secret will be wise enough to go back and TP as they know this is going to be a 4v5. That's going to be the fight. Team Secret still coming on top at 13 minutes in.
Yeah, that's a word trade for Team Secret. UCFC only killed Azar. And Azar, at that state when he was killed, was only 102. So the gold bounty was not that high, and he is the Baron lane. So I think getting the inhibitor turret was much more important for Team Secret. But I also commend how UCFC was playing that out. Nasjo was trying to split push, and considering that Team Secret was now going back away, they didn't see Team Secret pressuring in bot side for the tier 2, means that they need to go for the recall. So that was a clever action for Nasjo for UCFC.
Very good. Very good call, Infinity, on the late game potential of Team Secret. We know that we are in the doorsteps already of the later part of the game. So this will spell trouble for UCFC. They will have to adjust their team fights right here. You said earlier they had a very good call on going into the Aurelia, but in the end they still lost that trade. What else can they do at this point to stop the bleeding?
It's gonna be hard. When you have a bleed, you need a bandage to fill it in to stop that bleeding. And that's not going to be that easy because right now, they're looking for that bandage wherein Team Secret is already at 6k gold lead and having 3 dragon buffs, which means that their scaling in this late game is absolutely nuts. And having Irelia with this sort of item, with the BRK and the Trinity Force, with Ziggs already fed up with the Infinity Orb, Rabadon's Death Cap, and the Lunan Cycle, their burst damage, their DPS are going to be insane, and UCFC needs to punish that and negate that before they can bandage their bleeding.
Yes, that's why you ban the Ziggs. Usually, Ziggs, you saw that earlier. The damage potential of Ziggs, even the fight haven't started yet, you're already chunked down because of the Ziggs, and that's very, very bad for your team. So UCFC, this is going to be an uphill battle from this point on. Let's see what they have up their sleeves to try to get back into this game. Baron has already spawned once again, and it's going to be the Infernal Drake that is going to be spawning also at later part of this game. I think they will have to try to not give up, try to attempt a steal on either of this objective if they really want to get back into this game for UCFC side. Team Secret, what do they have to do to close this one out?
It's not the Infernal Drake, but the Elder Ocean Drake that will be available later on. But I think Team Secret will actually be able to take that if they want to win that. Because your question is, what will be the next step for Team Secret to be able to win this out? So the Baron Nashor and the Ocean Drake will be the answer to that. But Destiny will get information that Team Secret is now going for the Baron Nashor.
Yes, Baron Asher though is being taken fast right here. Hero is already at the side lane's flank to try to stop this one, and the fight breaks out. That is gonna be the GA pot right there, but the Rakan with the swiftness right here will connect onto a few champions of Team Secret, but their HP bars are already very low. Dragon is gonna be very low, will have to run away, but Fiora, yes, on the side lanes, is doing a split push right here, but that means they are outnumbered in this fight. There it is, first casualty on fight. DF is gonna go down. The base is already down right here. Good grand entrance right here by the Rakan, but what can Rakan do? Takes a lot of damage in the face. One more champion is right here to defend this, but it's not gonna be enough. It is going to be Team Secret with the 2-0 sweep. Well played by the boys in that.
Massive plays from Team Secret. Their late game is going to be key to their victory, and they have won it once again. They came back 2-0 currently, and they are now on a streak from day 2 to day 3. And once again, they have defeated UCFC. So that was wonderful. I mean, we have to talk about that matchup. Xin Zhao is there for Team Secret. Yes, that is an early game champion, but they also have tower scaling in the form of the Kaisa, in the form of the Irelia for the Baron lane. And that is just something that Team Secret was waiting for. We have to wait for a scaling, we have to wait for a power spike before we go all in. And that is why they were really playing patiently. They were not going for hyper aggression, unlike UCFC. We're playing very aggressive in the early game to mid game because that is what they need. They have the Lee Sin that they need to capitalize on. And that is why we only saw 100 gold difference, 200 gold difference, up until the 12-minute mark where everything changed for Team Secret.
Yes, definitely. You mentioned about the Lee Sin earlier. I think the pressure of picking a Lee Sin is a double-edged sword, where yes, if you win the early game, that is going to be your most probably the game is going to be yours. But if you don't, because he falls off at the mid part and the later part of the game, you will lose. So that was a very tricky play right here, a pick right here for UCFC. But knowing UCFC, they are early game. They're an early game team. They have very good early game team fights. So I guess I understand why they pick it. But it's just that Team Secret recognizing the win condition of UCFC, and they played along that note, and they played the game on their own pace. They won this game convincingly. Here are the plays of the game. Oppo A90 brought to you by Oppo A94. This is the Cloud Drake fight right here, where Team Secret started obliterating everyone. Lee Sin was trapped in the pit, could not really get out because the cooldowns are not yet done. Team UCFC will go in with their champions, but takes the Dragon's already taken by Team Secret. They will take 2 champions down here as a bonus, but Team Secret was already in a good position because of that Cloud Drake take. This is where they went aggressive, UCFC, but bit off more than they can chew.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying, right? In the prior to 12-minute mark, everything was equal. Because
Right.
UCFC was using their global ultimates to respond quickly in Team Secret's initial setup. But in this particular case, wherein they were at the Tribush in a choke point where you don't want a B2 fight against a Kaisa and a Ziggs, they were hovering in, and that gave 4 kills for Team Secret. They were able to take the lead, they were able to take the Baron Nashor, and after that, they were able to get the inhibitor turret mid lane, natural plane pressure, advantage for Team Secret. I do commend though how Nashor was trying to initiate the split push into the bottom side of the map, but Team Secret, you have to remember, has the Ziggs in their favor, which is a
Right.
sieging champion.
Mhm. Yes, definitely. And they have the Baron buff. But before that, hold that thought, we are going to be featuring the master of the match right now. It is going to be Tatsuri on the Ziggs. KDA's 5.5 kill participation is 52%. You tend to get that with the Ziggs because Ziggs can deal damage in fights even if he's across the map. Well-deserved master of the match here for Tatsuri. Look at the itemization. That is the reason why we saw HP bars of UCFC going down after taking some skills of the Ziggs. Well played once again by Tatsuri. Well deserved in this match.
Yeah, well deserved. I mean, he was the one who was always being map aware. One of the also key particular case wherein Tatsuri shined out is wherein Nastro was split pushing on top side of the map against a tier 2 turret
Right.
and used the ultimate to really just clear out the wave. If that didn't happen, UCFC could have changed the map in their favor and could have possibly make this what the game 3.
Yes, definitely. So yeah, I think Team Secret recognized that the strength of Fiora is already in the split push, so the threat is always there. They found Ziggs as an answer to that. Even if Fiora is already pushing, Ziggs ultimate can always erase the wave. The wave clear will be very, very important because after the ultimate of Ziggs, Fiora was useless. We'll have to just to back away or wait for a new creep wave. But during that point, cavalry is already there to protect the turret.
Yeah. Defend the support, defend the turret, defend everyone. That will be key. Right? And once just you have to really do defend it. Because if tier 2 is gonna be taken down by UCFC, means that there's a lot of opportunity for them to take the inhibitor afterwards. So really just Team Secret's map awareness, the responses onto the pressure for UCFC is really even. And I do believe that UCFC, even if they lost, was really matching up against Team Secret's initial setup, their hyper aggression, but still the flexibility of Team Secret came in superior against UCFC in this particular series.
And I believe so. You mentioned earlier the experience of Team Secret playing at the top level. That was one of the key factors here in this fight. You were right on that. Very good call right there. But though it is still a very, very close fight for UCFC. Even if they lost 2 games, the game was really was not an easy fight for Team Secret. It all went down to experience and the draft picks. The Team Secret has just these pocket picks that really subtly counters your picks, and that is what UCFC will have to do better in the next parts of our tournament. They did lose today, but I know UCFC will come back stronger.
Yeah, definitely. That's gonna be amazing. What was that? That was just so really a fresh thing to see because that's the first Aurelia, and I want to see more of this unconventional picks from Team Secret. And at the same time, UCFC Esports, I want that Pantheon Twisted Fate once again. This is their draft, this is their composition rather, and their duo that has been successful thus far. And I really want to see more of these metas being formed and molded away in the fall season Icon series by many of these teams. And sooner or later in the next weeks, we might see more of this.
Great, true. And I'm very excited. Team Secret lost in game number 1, recovered in game 2 and on day 2 and day 3. I guess Team Secret is back. Well played once again by our guys in black, and that is what champions are made of. Once again, some people doubted Team Secret after losing day number 1, but you never underestimate the heart of champions right there. So well played by Team Secret. Well deserved win on this series number 4 of day number 3. Team Secret is gonna be a very big puzzle still for other teams to go up against moving forward in this tournament.
Yeah, it's a puzzle piece wherein you have to look where it could match. Because if it doesn't, it's going to be very difficult to really fill in and adjust and be flexible towards those adjustments for these teams in the Philippine region fall season Icon series. So yeah, I do agree with your statement. I think it's all about adjusting. It's all about flexibility, and you have to be risk tolerant always, especially in those key moments on those dragons and Baron Nashor. That's going to be very important.
Yes, definitely. We saw that earlier in this game. Team Secret, they were very patient in taking the objectives, especially in the dragon takes. They went for turns. They got the dragon at the right time. Went for fights even. They lost some of it, but they were aggressive at the right times. If it was an important Drake in the game, they will sacrifice bodies if needed, as long as they get what they need. They know their win condition, which was the late game, so they sacrificed bodies just to take those Drakes, and in the late game, it paid dividends for them.
Yeah, and that was an amazing series. Team Secret UCFC clash head to head, toe to toe, shoulder to shoulder. And that was definitely a series that I want to see more in the next weeks, in the next games, in the next series, in the fall season Icon series. My name is Infinity, and this is Lioric Cast. Join for me for the series number 4, the last series of the day. But we're gonna step away for now. When we return, it's gonna be the panelist desk giving us more insights on what had happened in series number 4.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy. Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss. I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Pull up and take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving them wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
You are back watching the post show for the Sea Icon Series Fall Season Day 3. And Team Secret back online. Might have been a rocky day 1, but make no mistake, Team Secret is back in action. We're gonna have a special guest joining us in just a bit. But before that, I want to point out, we finally got an Aurelia. But, I have to say, Aurelia doesn't seem to have found her place in the rift just yet. It's still getting there. But I'm happy to see more diverse champions. I'm happy to see definitely Team Secret be the first to bring her up. What did you think of the Aurelia pick, Otley Cyrus?
Well, for me, it's not that flashy for this particular game, but he did what he had to do, right? He absorbed pressure, and it was a battle against the split pusher in the Fiora. The Akali was banned, and Camille was also banned, so what's your other option? Maybe it's time for me to bring out a more mechanically intense champion in the Aurelia, and you can see, they know that they will get, camped. Or he will get camped, as we're talking about Azar, right? And one of the options that he used to have was Evelyn. But Evelyn, you know what happened with Evelyn?
Yeah, nerfing the ground.
So yeah, Aurelia had, the kit available for him. That even if he gets dove multiple times, the second skill, I'm sorry, W, not W. The second skill of Aurelia will allow her to have some damage reduction for survivability.
Yeah, and also you can see how well that Aurelia being played by Azar, yes, it was canned, but was able to bounce back even further. It gives a lot of time for other players to really shine on their own. But I really love how Team Secret showed us a different approach towards summer season, but this time around they brought out the Aurelia on their side. They brought out the Lucian Baron lane, and even a Riven in the hands of Tatsuri. So really flexible team overall, and I'm really excited to see them with the next upcoming weeks.
Oh, we'll get to dissect that a little bit more, but first we have a special guest joining us again for our post show. Let us welcome the General himself, General James, onto your screens. James, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us, and congratulations on Team Secret's win once again. And we actually have some questions for you. I actually want to know, right after the Summer Super Cup, what did you do with the team? Did you guys celebrate, or was it straight back into the drawing board? What was your action plan, in between the Summer Super Cup and coming into fall?
First we took a break, like 1 week break, and then after that 1 week break, when everyone's mental was reset and refreshed, we headed back into practices right away. And we had a little bit of celebration. That's it.
Aw, that's nice. It's good to know that you guys managed to get some ample rest time in between the Summer Super Cup and where you guys are right now. Otlus, what about you? You got questions for James?
I want to see the celebration, actually. How do you celebrate? I'm kidding. But yeah. My question for you, James, is it's more on a personal note, right? So this is more of the balance between becoming a pro player and now the shot caller and your daily life. What makes you, still function as... That's actually the wrong question, but I would say, what are your hobbies that would help you reset as a pro player? Because you've been in this drive for quite some time now. So care to share some tips, maybe?
From time to time, when we don't have 5 days of practice in 1 week, like when we have 3 to 4 days of practice only, sometimes I take the few days off to meet friends and have some drink to refresh the atmosphere. And sometimes I also watching our scream videos every now and then, so that I won't forget what we learned from those screams, and then so that I can maintain my form while I'm doing these breaks. So yeah.
Well, I'm planning something with Stronger in the Discord room that's also drinks
hey.
related.
I'm there
So
too, I'm
maybe
there
we can
too.
invite Hamez, right? So let's go. Progress Esports
Yeah.
Party.
Aurolus, I'm there too. So you wanted to invite me too, not only you and Stronger.
Of course. Of course.
No.
We need someone that will go straight for the food.
Yes, someone who can cook a very good pancit canton. But yeah, I think of course, congratulations, James. I hope you can hear me because so yeah.
Second.
Yeah, good. Thank you. First off, I just want to ask, what made you decide to go back onto the starting lineup? It feels like there was a plan for you to really have a short break on playing on the first five, but yeah, so far, what made you decide to play again?
Honestly, I really wanted to continue coaching the team because I've been coaching the team for like a month now, and like during the scrims, we were really doing well, and I thought I'd be more relaxed watching the team play because I really get nervous when I play, but during scrims when I watch the team play, I feel really relaxed, and then I feel like I can do more for the team. Like I can spot the mistakes, fix the mistakes easily. But during the first day, when like I watched the team play really badly, I was like, man, this team needs me. I need to play. So yeah, I just had to go back. I can't bear to see my team get hurt. So yeah.
No, I mean the superhero or James as the savior of Team Secret. So yeah, thank you so much and happy to see you play once again.
Thank you
Yes,
so much.
indeed. And of course, I get that sense, or it's like, oh, I know how to fix this. I know how to fix this. I have to get in there and fix this. So definitely recognize a little bit of that, like type A personality. Hamez, do you have any shout-outs that you'd like to give? Of course, so many supporters of Team Secret watching, and maybe your own personal supporters too.
Shout out to everyone who believed in us. We will continue to win until we qualify for the next Fall Cup, and please don't stop supporting us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, James. Congratulations once again to Team Secret. We will see you back here in a few weeks, I believe, and we'll be keeping our eyes, of course, on Team Secret. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
There you have it, General James. And you know what? I thought when Otelus, when you asked the question of like, how he likes to reset his mind and what he does, I thought he was gonna say, oh, I like I don't know, watching some TV shows or something. No, I like watching scrim videos.
Yeah,
it's still work.
The
It's
commitment.
still work. He is very, very focused, very committed. Yes, indeed. And it's just amazing also to show that, like, he was presented the opportunity to take a back seat, maybe have a better bird's eye view of the team. But when he saw that, like, that the team wasn't performing as well, that the team really did need him, he didn't hesitate. He jumped back in there. And as we can see, it's, of course, doing very well for Team Secret. Now let's check out the results from today's matches, and I'm just happy that we finally got our Game 3. It looks like our Game 3s are very, very rare over here in the fall season so far. Bren Esports and Liyab Esports, the only one to give us that. Other than that, it is back, of course, to 2-0s all around. Oh yes, I do believe there's something else at stake with this Game 3.
Steak? Did I hear steak? Oh my god! Thank you very much.
Well, Osiris, look at that match 4 results. Yeah, do you have anything to say for that match 4 result?
I mean, it's just Team Secret. Whenever my fate has been being thrown down the drain, it was again they're pulling themselves back, and I really love how they They're making me pay for my mistakes, and this might be a stake also for Autolus.
I see what you did there, my friend.
Oh, you know what? Very well, if that does happen, you have to post a picture of it and put it on Twitter, of course, with our hashtags. Hashtag Siaga Series PH and hashtag Dominate the Rift, since it was part of the conversation. We have to see Osiris deliver, I feel. Of course, jumping into our series highlights, you know, we mentioned how this Group B was kind of like a rock, paper, scissors. And right now, of course, it's now rock, paper, scissors, indeed. As you mentioned, Autolus, this is a three-way tie. And UCFC Esports, I didn't think that they'd bring it that close. And that's huge. That is huge, bringing it that close to Team Secret.
Exactly. But again, it's all about sticking to play style. Nas Joe, I have dubbed him as one of the most consistent members of UCFC Esports on the tanks. He played the Fiora, challenged Azar. I love the mindset, but they have to stick onto their playstyle a la RRQ style. They picked Twisted Fate, they picked the Fiora to really just make sure to split the map. However, if you are kind of losing, and that was actually that one clash that Azar got 3 kills, I think. If you give that much of an advantage to your sparring partner in the Baron lane, things will just go south.
Yeah, and you see that how well the Team Secret is maneuvering around the map, and we saw also how well it was Azar putting back himself on the board as one of the best Baron laner. I'm not sure what happened with the draft. UCFC left the Akali open instead of leaving the Camille open. We had this discussion onto the Discord PPGL community alongside with Stronger that it was the Camille should be left open, as Tribor needs to deliver more when he is playing Camille, and you don't really want that kind of annoying Akali who can just play engage and re-engage. So I think that's another portion that UCFC needs to understand on.
Yeah, and I have to point out as well, James on the Galio, he was just zoning everybody out. You actually saw him take on, like, you know, a 1v4s at one point, and that is on a support Galio. It didn't seem like a support Galio at all, though, and you can really just see, of course, like we heard it from the horse, straight from the horse's mouth. He really had to get in there because he knew exactly what the team needed. That's exactly what the team needs. And
team needs me.
Yes, my planet needs me. I must go. Checking out our standings as they are at the end of week 1. We're at the end of week 1, ladies and gentlemen, and we have in Group A RRQ sitting pretty on top with an undefeated 225,000 Globe Cup points, undefeated at 3 wins. A perfect score. Bren Esports with 150,000 Globe Cup points, and Liyab Esports with 75,000 Globe Cup points. GrindSky Esports yet to get on the board. They do have another chance, though, as we head into week 3. And in Group B, we have a 3-way tie between UCFC Esports, Galaxy Racer, and Team Secret, and Action PH yet to get on the board. I feel like this is going to be really interesting. I don't know, take a screenshot of this or something, because we're not going to see these guys in a while. We're going to take a little break coming into week 2 and check out some of the other teams. But this Group B, again, it's really interesting. I didn't think that we'd get to see this 3-way tie here so close in Group B. And again, Group A, we did mention that, well, of course, right now you can see the rankings, but I still think that it's a little bit unpredictable. We do have that little rivalry brewing between Bren Esports and Liyab Esports. And, you know, look at this. It just seems so unpredictable here as to who really is on top of both of these groups. What are your thoughts on this, panelists?
For Group A specifically, I would say RQ really has done their homework. Feel like they will continue the trend, barring the jinx that I did to them when they were part of the Mindanao group stages, wherein I said that, hey, you know what, they're going to run away with things. Then all of a sudden, VVV snuck up at their backs and got the first seed. So yeah, for Group B though, we now see the old Team Secret and feel like they will still be the favorites. coming out of this group. Really, the question here is who's going second, UCFC or Galaxy Racer? What do you think, Osiris?
Yeah, of course, we saw the improvement coming in from Galaxy Racer, but that was when James isn't in. So I'm expecting that this might be UCFC and Team Secret, but of course, I wanted to see a different story. I want to see GXR stepping up their play for the next week. But so far, it was RRQ really showing that they are the ones to be the one to be looked out for going into the next few weeks and also to playoffs.
Indeed. And of course, at playoffs, we are going to see also some other new faces there, I expect, because we do have Group C and D coming up next week. And there are lots of new faces. In fact, I believe there are only 2 returning teams from the summer season going into Group C and D. And the rest, these are all fresh faces. New teams coming into the Rift. Maybe some teams, repackaged a little bit, just like UCFC Esports. But yeah, it's a very, very interesting environment, and I can't wait for week 2 because again, a lot of question marks up in the air. Who is this? Who is Jamie?
You're actually right. There are only 2 teams. It's just a mega infinite adversity. Oh my! Lots of homework to do.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
So fun.
We actually have to get into it and get to that homework because again, lots of new faces, and maybe we'll finally get that answer to who is this mysterious Jamie that we have lurking around in Group D. I definitely want to know. So I hope you guys, of course, don't forget to like and follow all of the official PPGL channels on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitch, and on TikTok. On Twitter, if you want to make your reactions, however violent they are, known, just use the hashtags, #CIconSeriesPH and #DominateTheRift. And who knows, you might see your tweets featured over here. And of course, you can also head on over to the PPGL Discord server and have a in person
with us.
Can you say in person? Yeah. I guess as much as social distancing will allow, it's an in-person conversation with myself, Oddloose, and Osiris, and all of the wonderful guests that we have hanging out there. It could be pro players, they could be coaches, it could be, we actually have some international guests as well. So I hope you guys head on over there and join the conversation too. And for more info, as usual, check out www.wildrift-series.ph. Thank you again to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league here in the Philippines. And thank you so much to Globe Telecom for reinventing everybody's Wild Rift journey like never before. Level up your Globe Wild Rift game with Go 50 for 5 gigs for all sites, plus Go Play 10 for an additional 1 gig to play Wild Rift for 1 day. And be ready to live life at full speed with the Oppo A74 5G. Empower your daily gaming with 5G connection, 5,000 milliamperes mega battery, and 18 watts fast charge. Go for that win streak and get the new Oppo A74 5G.
At syempre, nandito din ang sikreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mukhang na GG, fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with new Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master, sikreto ng mga gwapo.
I know it's unhealthy, but I've been sitting for hours here, did not even leave to eat. That's why you had to get Secret Lab. Help yourself to the best seat in the house from Secret Lab. Outfitted with a built-in adjustable lumbar support mechanism, fully adjustable armrests, and super supportive patent-pending cold cure foam for maximum comfort, helping every gamer, host, caster, everyone should have a Secret Lab. That is Secret Lab for you.
Indeed, no matter what role you fill in game and in real life, you need a share. You really do. And another piece of the puzzle to up your game even more, you can check out Virtual Hangouts Go Esports to bring you events and programs like no other. You can get apprenticeship programs led by the pros. We have stream takeovers, and of course we have local and international tournaments just like this one. Just download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated. Get #OL Together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. So guys, we have come to the end of week 1 of the Wild Rift CICon Series Philippines fall season group stages. presented by PPGL. Next weekend, it's gonna be really interesting. We're gonna make a lot of new friends next weekend because we're gonna get to know more teams, a lot of new faces, some old ones, some returning ones, but this is a time for the newbies to shine. We're gonna be getting new superstars here in the Rift, and we are gonna see if they rise or fall. My name is Mika Fabs, and with me are Ottilus and Osiris, and on behalf of the whole production, stay safe, stay healthy, and we'll see you in the Rift.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansaletta.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss. I'm gonna take the shot.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot,